Hi guys, this is Shadow. Your help is needed to keep this channel going. Please support me so I can work more. Donation link below in the description. Chapter 426, Poison Lord. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Tilin greets the Poison Lord, Tilin said as soon as she entered the hall, falling to one knee and bowing in front of the young man who was inspecting her ancestor's heart. Do you know what you did wrong? The Poison Lord asked directly after 1 full minute, not sparing her a glance. I am sorry. This servant has ruined the Lord's plan and had to summon your lordship ahead of schedule, Tilin said as she shivered a bit. That's what Rita, who was eavesdropping from behind one of the columns at the entrance, noticed. Not only that, you also interrupted my solidifying of the concepts I collected from this world fragment, he said as out of thin air. He drew a dangerous-looking whip and struck it on the ground next to her, leaving a deep gouge in the marbled floor. She didn't dare to move or respond. I am sorry. She bowed again, hitting the floor with her head. What happened? He asked coldly. And that beach escaped the trap somehow and managed to scam me. I had to use the dungeon summoning talisman you give me as a last resort to escape, she quickly explained. Oh, do you mean it was not your fault? He asked in a cold voice, striking again at the ground, making Tilin shiver more. I didn't mean that. I just don't know how she escaped. I might have underestimated her. I am very sorry, Tilin explained, stuttering as her legs shook. Might have? Do you even know how much your little mistake has cost me? He interrupted. Your entire family was a crucial part of my plan for the coming war. Do you think a simple apology would suffice? I will die for you, my lord, if that may appease your anger, she said as she hit the floor with her head bowing. Oh, how would killing you benefit me? He sneered. You still have some uses. You are one of my favorite toys after all, he said, looking at her while pondering. Thank you for your praise, your lordship, she said, wiggling her butt as she bowed. I will forgive you this time since everything else went according to plan, but there would not be a second time, he sighed, making Tilin relax a bit. Thank you, my lord, she said. Hopefully your lordship had found what you were looking for, she asked. He clearly forgave her because he was in a good mood, and she was subtly trying to push his thoughts in that direction. I did. Thanks to all the chaos, those old fogies also miscalculated, not expecting me to attack, poisoning them before they could unleash their full power, he said with a smirk, looking at the dead wyverns. Are those the guardians? Tilin, who raised her head a little to look at the corpses, asked. They were monsters? She exclaimed, making Rita also squint at them. Wyverns knights, the Lord said. A relic from the time of the Soul Empress. Too bad they refused to join me, preferring to defend their traitor general's soul until the end, he said, squeezing the beating heart in his hand a bit. Now all authority he stole would be mine. Authority? Soul Empress? Tilin frowned and asked. She clearly was not informed of her lord's plan. A long-dead nasty hag. Don't concern yourself with such things, he said with a sneer. Did you finish cleaning up your mess? He asked, clearly changing the subject. Ah, yes, Marcos and everyone who was a part of the plan are dead, she said directly. There was no remorse in her voice. Rita almost gasped hearing her. Was the patriarch dead? You don't sound sorry about killing your lover and children, the Poison Lord said, with his casual playful tone. It was impossible to tell if he was serious or joking, just like a venomous snake. My lord, you don't have to tease me. You know those bastards were not my children. Just props to complete the act. And I only agreed to sleep with that ad excuse of a man because of the plan, knowing that your lordship takes pleasure in sleeping with other people's women, my lord, she said, beginning to shake her body. This time not out of fear. What the fuck was going on here? Rita, who watched with a frown, wondered. This woman was changing her mood too fast. Moments ago she was shivering in fear. No, she was acting like a beach in heat. Ha ha ha. True, the Poison Lord said. Ever since we met in that ruin, you knew how to say things that pleased me. I am made to serve, my lord, she smiled. My lord, may I ask you one question? She suddenly said. What? He asked. Why not kill this entire damn family once and for all? For you it would be super easy, she said in a voice full of hatred. A different mood swing? Definitely not. That would alert the others. No one must know that I was the one who got Nicholas' soul, he said, putting the heart inside a black sack and then taking another similar heart from his stroke ring and putting it in the hole inside the crystal, before throwing a talisman at it and making the crystal wall close up around it. This way it would be better, he said with an evil smirk. Is that heart poisoned? Talin asked as she slowly stood up. My little girl has become smart, he smirked, ruffing up her hair. Thank you, my lord, she said as she gasped for breath. Her eyes were those of a woman in ecstasy. Now, it is about time we leave. This dungeon is about to be conquered and I can't enter the world yet, he said, sighing. Already? Talin was taken aback. She was clearly hoping for some action here on top of the wyvern corpses. That's how Rita felt. 2 scions are hacking at that poor shell of a dragon. It will not last for long, he said. Scions? Talin frowned. Her lord was using many strange and unfamiliar terms. Yup, too bad they are not suitable to become my vessels, he sighed as if talking to himself. One has a very fragile fate, and the other is a damn hero. Talin just nodded despite clearly not understanding anything. Well, I think the young man paused and looked at the entrance. Reveal yourself, he howled angrily, making Talin draw her sword and immediately turn to face the gate. Rita shivered in fear. Was she discovered? Cheat. Before she could move, she felt the Poison Lord's whip pass by her head, missing her by a few feet before it was pulled back. It was twirling around the neck of a young man who was dragged to the floor, falling in front of the Poison Lord with his hands around his neck, struggling to get rid of the whip. Look what we have here, the Poison Lord said with a smirk. Ah! Don't kill me. The young man struggled to speak with his neck constrained. Who the fuck are you? Talin asked him. I am Paul, please spare me, I will do anything. I work for you, he began to plead as his face turned blue, with tears filling his eyes. As if someone like you can help me, the Poison Lord smirked, kicking Paul straight in the stomach, making him fly away and hit the wall behind him before falling to the ground beside one of the wyvern corpses. Is he dead? Talin asked, looking at the collapsed Paul. As if something in this level can kill a demon, he is just pretending, the Poison Lord said. Demon? Talin frowned. Yeah, just a little parasite. The Poison Lord said. Your family is so rotten that even these maggots began to appear. I am shocked they were able to survive until this day. He sighed. What should I do with him? He must have seen what your lordship did, Talin asked as she began to walk toward Paul with her weapon drawn. Nothing, don't go near it, the Poison Lord said, waving his hand and making a green light shoot toward Paul, who was playing dead. The moment it hit him, Paul turned into a green goo that evaporated moments later. Now, he would never talk. Yes, your lordship, Talin said. I think we are finished here, the Poison Lord sighed, moving his hand in the brown motion. All of a sudden, a hole seemed to have been torn in the space around him. It was as if the space itself was melting. Let's go, he grabbed Talin's hand and jumped. Moments later, the tear in space began to heal. It closed up 3 minutes later. Damn it, Theodore yelled as he watched nervously. Alice and the girls fought the corpse dragon with all their might, but none of the family team who wished to help them could jump into the arena that was at the moment strangely surrounded by some kind of a barrier that stopped anyone from approaching. Anne, who couldn't fully understand many of the inscriptions on the wall before, finally did. This place was not a temple, but an arena where the sacrifices engaged in a battle against monstrous foes as a kind of ritual. Yes, this entire arena must have been a place for some kind of game. All the mazes and tunnels were made to service this arena. The temple Zed described before, the one where he was transported from, was definitely one of the entrances, where they brought in the gladiators or the monsters. The hall they were in at the moment must have been the VIP hall built to oversee the battle below. The throne must have been made for some king to watch the games. The wall that was broken earlier due to the shockwave of the battle below was not made of stone, but some kind of transparent crystal that has gotten dark and brittle over time. What should we do? Octavia asked nervously, watching her daughter barely miss a volley of black liquid that the decaying dragon spat at her. We should send the men to find the arena's real entrance, Mike said. No, that would spread our men too thin. It is too dangerous, Premios said. But my daughter, Octavia yelled. I don't think she is doing bad, Anne interjected, making everyone shut up. Look, she added, her eyes following Zoe. She knew before that Falcon lied about the girl's level. And watching her now, She didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. But Octavia frowned. So did Zed, whose squinting eyes couldn't leave Q. Her dress was a little torn apart, revealing her tan muscular thighs. "Mother is right, they are doing fine," Theodore said, finally realizing what his mother saw. "It is almost over," Anne said. The others didn't notice it, but she had. The girls, who seemed to have been moving randomly, had a pattern to their fighting style. That servant girl Q with Zoe was methodically hacking away at the dragon, tiring it and gaining all the aggro as Zola assisted them from the back. Alice, on the other hand, only attacked sparingly. She was secretly focusing on setting up a network of talismans all around. She was setting a formation to take it out. All that was left was to drag the dragon to the center and then vanquish it. "Yes, go." Zola. Octavia, who finally noticed the girl's plan, began to cheer at her daughter as the others in the group watched. Still Anne, who was smirking, felt that there was something very strange. It was the dragon's attack. Why the hell was it spitting mud? It was the same kind of matter they spotted in the tunnels. The stuff Zed fell in. At first, Anne thought it was poisonous, but like what happened with Zed before, Zola did get a few splashes on her as she dodged, and she seemed to be perfectly fine. Zoe also stepped on some of this mud on the floor, and it didn't hurt her. Monsters with the keyword decay, corroded, or corpse usually had some very nasty poisons. That's why the family had a ton of antidote pills ready when they started the dive here. A ton of antidotes that were never used. Yes, ever since she entered the dungeon. The only poisoning incident they encountered was when the guard touched the throne and melted. If not for this, it would have taken them ages to reach this place. Frowning, Anne looked at the throne and the shallow lake below it. Could it be that something or someone sucked all the poison from this place? Impossible. That was an absurd idea. It might have just been that this place is too old, that all the poison might have simply long expired. Yup, that would make perfect sense. "Go!" Alice shouted from below, making Anne look back at the arena. The dragon seemed to have entered the trap zone in the middle of the arena. "Dragon taming chain!" Alice yelled, making an ethereal-looking chain appear out of nowhere and constrict the dragon. "Zoe!" she screamed. Zoe, who seemed to be ready, made a back jump, falling on Q's fist, which sprung like a catapult, throwing Zoe high into the air. "Slay!" Zoe, who flew high above the chained dragon, screamed as she began to fall. In her hand a bladeless sword handle pointing downward. "Shine!" she screamed. All of a sudden, something shone in her hand as the sword handle began to grow a long blade of light. It all took a moment before Zoe and the blade fell upon the corpse dragon, cutting it in half with one swing. The boss was defeated. After the Poison Lord left, Rita didn't move. She had the time and she was afraid that the Poison Lord would return. She remembered Victor's orders to be very cautious. 1 minute to 5 nothing happened. Suddenly she saw it. The corpse dragon was slain. Dungeon cleared. Congratulations. Countdown until closing, 59 minutes. What? Finally, the Poison Lord would not be back anymore. She needed to quickly take that fake heart and escape. She couldn't leave it here or it might endanger the family. Just as she was about to leave her hiding place and make a move, she felt something. It was one of the corpses of the guardian wyverns. It started moving. It was as if it was trying to sit up but didn't know how to coordinate its body, making it turn into bizarre angles like some ghost. Rita didn't need anyone to explain what happened. She knew what this was. Possession. Earlier when Paul was stuck away, she noticed how he fell over the corpse of this very wyvern, with his hand falling at the wyvern's butt. Something the Lord didn't notice from the other angle. She felt it was very bizarre before, but now she knew why. The wyvern slowly began to synchronize its movement. The demon was getting used to the new body. Just as it finally sat up, it felt something grab its neck. Then in one smooth movement a sharp dagger slit at S. The wyvern fell to the ground with blood flying all around. Rita quickly stepped back, then turned to the other wyverns, intending to also slit their throats just in case. She was not going to allow a demon to rampage in her family. Too bad she only walked 2 steps before falling to the ground. It was as if something was trying to take control of her very soul. Poe, who was now called Paul, slowly stood up. He cursed. He was in a white world, stretching infinitely, a place he was familiar with, the soul realm. He no longer looked like a man, but his body resembled his original, that of an ugly boy with a balding head, green skin, webbed fingers, and a turtle shell on his back. A kappa! Exclamation mark. He cursed again as he flexed his muscles, making his soul body go a little foggy and resolidify. He died not only once, but twice in the span of a few minutes, having to take the body of a dead wyvern in the process and revive it. Damn it. This cost him a lot of energy. In his entire life, he had never been put in such a situation. Thankfully, whoever sneaked behind him and slit his throat, had no idea that as long as he didn't fully integrate with the new body, he had the ability to jump and possess any attacker. This was one of the perks of his soul transfer skill. Now, he just had to take over this body and check who it was. Now where is the soul of this body? I am hungry, he asked as he began to look around. Are you looking for me? Someone asked, startling him. He began to look around. There was no one strange. Was it hiding? I am up here, the delicate girly voice said, making Paul look up. Above him, filling the sky, a large purple ethereal dragon was looking at him with shiny white eyes. He shetted himself. His soul did. That's what he felt. For the first time, he knew what the world fear was. Moments later the dragon pounced on him, swallowing him in one gulp. Chapter 427, Another Slave. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor, who watched what was happening in the main island's dungeon live through his many personal cameras, finally sighed in relief as things came to a satisfactory conclusion. He was really worried about the girls, especially Rita, who came face to face with death without realizing it. Thankfully she managed to not only dodge the Poison Lord but also kill Poe before he could notice her. That guy was more dangerous than Victor had ever expected. During this entire time, he watched as he sneaked around the Von Wise archipelago, effortlessly killing both monsters and guards as he flipped random rocks all around the island. It was as if he was looking for something. Victor was not sure what Poe was doing, but this guy knew something, and hopefully, Rita would have his memories now that she had eaten him. He also needed to check that Poison Lord and the heart. What did his ancestor do to be called a traitor? Who was that spirit empress? He had never heard of anything like that in his previous life. This might relate to some big secret that he felt that he must unveil before the reckoning. Damn it. At first, he thought his problem was just those pesky scions, but now even lords were popping up like mushrooms too. Just how ignorant was he in his previous life? Even Lily, who once freely explored the other timeline, had no idea about all of this. Was it all a lie or was something else at play here? Young master, is there anything wrong? Was our service not to your liking? Cindy, who was resting on her lap, asked as she fed him grapes. Yos was messaging his back. No, you two are perfect, he said with a sigh. It is just that I have a lot on my mind recently, he added as he sat up. I think it is time for me to go check on a few things. Already? The two elf girls asked reluctantly as they watched him disguise himself as an old man again. Yup, I have to go work hard to feed the two of you, he said, giving each a kiss on the mouth and making them blush before he vanished. Victor didn't leave the cauldron but transported himself toward another area where a lot of girls were working building an entire village. This group was composed of the two groups, the ones Rita saved from the Von Y dungeon and the ones Tom saved from Caspian. Butler. All the girls bowed as Victor appeared out of thin air. He had been acting as Vic's old butler lately. How is the work here? He asked, looking at the village that was slowly taking shape. We are doing great, one of the girls quickly said. It is just that some of us were causing trouble lately, she added, glaring at three girls in the back. One of them was Mavis, the Dark Scion. Mavis Iron Blood. STR 12. INT 12. Luck 2. Charm 22. Bloodline. Fate. Fate's power. S. Defined fate. Dark Scion. Your stupidity will bring your ruin. Destiny list. 10 order points to unveil. Destiny list. Birth fate. Worship the demon Duke Taramaka as your master. A. Self-set. Revenge. Those who hurt me will die. S. Self-set. Find my family and check on their safety. S. Self-set. Get out of this place. S. World set. Your stupidity will bring your ruin. you will keep making mistakes that would fuck you and all of those around you up. He didn't get to look at it before, but this girl was bad news. He considered making her his blood slave since he already had an empty slot, but quickly changed his mind. He really didn't like her. Still, he needed to scam her like the rest. What is the problem? He decided to ask, despite knowing the answer. We want to get out of this place. We have things to do other than serving that bar. Emperor Vic, Mavis said hatefully. I already told you the outside is very dangerous for you. Many people might be searching for you at the moment. If you appear, you will be recaptured immediately, he said. And this might even put His Majesty's own operation in danger. We told them the same. The previous girl, who seemed to be the leader, said, regardless, this is our choice. Are we prisoners here? Mavis ignored her and asked Victor. Of course not, Victor said. It is just that getting you out at the moment is a little tricky. We will have to wait until His Majesty returns, Victor said. He had been acting as Vic's old butler in front of the girls. Where is this place anyway? Mavis asked. Why do we get lost and return here whenever we try to leave through the mist? She asked, looking at the misty forest that surrounded their village. It is somewhere safe, very far from civilization. Since you plan to leave, you better not know those details, Victor said coldly. So you are letting us out? Mavis asked as she squinted her eyes. Give me a few days, he said as he vanished again. That girl Mavis was really getting on his nerves, so he planned to use her for a little experiment. He wanted to let her out in Ismraelia, and then watch if she got to become a player and whether her fate would change or not. If her fate was connected to the world, it would definitely change in another one. He just needs to get to a safe place. A few minutes later, Victor appears somewhere else inside the cauldron. It was a dungeon with many cells, the one used by the demons before. As an old man, he slowly walked between the cells filled with demons until he reached the last one, where chained to a post was an old elf alchemist, Chanaz. This was the first time they met face to face since the alchemist was abducted and was left here for the last few days. You! Who the hell? The elf began to yell angrily, but before he could speak, Victor took a whip and started beating the shit out of him. He really wanted to vent, and this bastard who almost caused his sister to suffer deserved to be beaten. No, please stop. The torture session lasted 15 minutes before Victor threw away the whip. Now we can talk. Speak. Who do you work for? Victor asked. You will pay for this, bastard. Chanaz cursed as blood seeped from his wounds. The Sun Lord will never forgive you. I see. You have some tough bones. Let's see if some butt wine can fix you up, Victor said, taking a bottle began to forcibly push it into Chanaz's mouth. The latter wanted to spit this foul sheep-tasting wine but couldn't. Then, just as the bottle was finished, without waiting, Victor put it away, then began whipping the sheet out of the elf again for an entire 5 minutes. This butt wine was a special version of the soul wine that Victor developed recently. It had just finished fermenting and he was eager to try it. It was created by combining the normal soul wine with the sheet-tasting mushroom, hence the name. The idea was to use it after beating someone up. The injured tissues would absorb the nutrient combined with wine very fast, allowing the wine's effect to appear very quickly and have a longer effect. That was the idea anyway. Stop. Speak, Victor said. You will never make me talk. Filthy bastard. Chanaz cursed. Talk about what? About how the High Princess ordered me to kill her brother, Chanaz said in a challenging voice, totally unaware that he was spilling the beans. The wine was working. Oh, hearing that, Victor sighed, activating a voice recording talisman. The princess would never hurt her family, he said. I know her best of all. You know nothing. Chanaz began to laugh. In fact, the current Elven Emperor is already drugged by the princesses. He is just a toy who is being played by them. The only obstacle in their way to get the throne is only that gullible piece of elven horse dung, Mukil. What? Impossible. The Sun Lord would never agree to that, Victor said. The Sun Lord doesn't care. His rule is that only the strongest shall survive, Chanaz said. That's why the current emperor killed all his siblings. So did the one before him, eating their flesh to purify their bloodline. You elves are sick, Victor said with disgust. He heard of this way of purifying blood and required the murderer to drink the blood directly from the corpse of his kin. No, you are the sick one, Chanaz yelled. I am sicker than you at least. Victor quickly caught the surge in Chanaz's emotions. You can never be as sick as me," he said proudly. Elves had a very severe pride problem. They would always want to be the best, and Victor, who noticed this chance, decided to grasp it. Getting information using the soul wine was just like surfing. He had to grasp the biggest waves and ride them. "No, we are the sickest," Channers declared, falling right into Victor's trap. "Impossible. Prove it." Victor said, "Well, you might not know, but in the breeding pits we are forcing demons to mate with slaves from other races to create demon kin." Victor scowled. He expected as such. "That is not sick at all," he declared dismissively. "Of course not, but what if I told you that the elves sometimes go into the pits to watch? The alchemist says." "Just watch?" Victor asked, raising one eyebrow. "Yeah? How sick is that?" "Don't they enjoy some action too?" Victor asked. Compared to what was happening in his original world, this was not sick at all. No, it was sick, but relatively speaking this world was really tame. That is disgusting," the elf declared with disgust. "You asic man. See, I win." "No, you can't." Channers flared. "Forbidden behaviors are not allowed." "Then tell me something more sick you do." The elf began to twitch. He was obviously a little disgruntled by his loss, or was he imagining something sickest? "Well, what?" Victor asked as the elf began to look around, making sure none of the caged demons were listening. "Look, don't tell anyone," the elf whispered. "Are there, Sun Lord?" "What?" Victor asked, finally reaching the juicy bits. "The Sun Lord. His Highness, he likes young elven boys. In fact, he really liked." Channers began to whisper, then paused. "Liked what?" Victor frowned. This info was a normal degree of sickness, but it was usable. The old elf screamed. Then moments later he began to bloat, making Victor step back in a hurry as the elf exploded. Bam! Splashes of blood and tissues spluttered everywhere. A restriction? Victor, who dodged everything professionally as a young master should, frowned. Such explosions usually happen when someone triggers a curse of some sort by saying something that they shouldn't. It was not rare, as many organizations and families would implement something similar after the reckoning. Even for him, he had to get such a restriction when he decided to work at the Royal Library. The problem was that Channers had nothing of that sort in his appraisal screen. The same with all the Sun Elves he appraised. What the fook? Could it be that the Lord was listening to their conversation by some way, then somehow acted? Could it be that the Lord knew all about his plan? With that thought, Victor began to look around nervously. There was no one. Wait, he was in the cauldron. This space was completely under his control. He would have felt it if the Lord sneaked in, right? Swallowing hard, Victor began to sweat. Wait, thinking for a moment, Victor glanced at the blood spluttered on the ground. He appraised it. Augmented blood. Bloodline. Sunny LF. AA 100%. Full bloodline analysis possible. Do you want to reveal blood encoded data? Cost 5 order points. It was the same with how that book of bloodlines he devoured worked. The full analysis requires 100% purity. He paid. Sunny LF bloodline. Blood ID, not assigned. Fabricated bloodline. Rank, AA. Data status, complete. Originator species, Sun Lord. Tarosa Solar. Fabrication ingredients, High ELF bloodline, S 15%, Moon ELF bloodline, E 80%, Sun Swallowing Dog bloodline, SS 5%. Bloodline abnormal effect. The Slave of the Sun Lord, S. Restriction. Special blood effects. Restricted immortality, enhanced healing, masochistic tendencies, unreasonable obedience, super-enhanced magic power, super-enhanced charm, enhanced luck, enhanced water resistance, enhanced fire resistance, enhanced light resistance, enhanced poison resistance, enhanced mana sensitivity. Bloodline skills, invulnerability under the sun, SS, sun charging, A. Regeneration, A. Call the Lord, A. Archery gift, A. Mana sense, A. Mana affinity, A. Charm, S. Mana absorb, A. Stealth under the sun, A. Ray deflection, A. Elven love, B. Camouflage, B. Weakness, Decal mist, disables magic. Earth breathe wood, greatly restrains powers. Moon shadow stone, Destroys bloodline. Sheet, what the fuck is it now? Accursed bloodline. And why was the originator's name different from the current Sun Lord? Was this position inherited or something? There were just too many unknowns. But the thing that mattered was the slave of the Sun Lord bloodline effect. Was this a curse or something? The status menu lists it as a restriction. Although Victor didn't know the limits of this restriction, fearing that it might act like his blood slave, got him very worried. Could it be that the Sun Lord was watching all his interactions with Mikhail and with this guy Chanaz? Victor quickly began to remember if he said that he shouldn't have. Damn it. Cheat. Wait, thinking about something, Victor decided to check things first. Reveal the description of the slave of the Sun Lord. He used his Akashic Scholar skills. 1. The slave of the Sun Lord was found in the Akashic record. Cost $99.99 order point. Sheet, he only got 1,209 at the moment after his adventure in the demonic lands. Should he go hunt a little more? Wait. Victor quickly focused on the blood itself. Reveal the description of the slave of the sun restriction in this blood. He said, hopefully, by providing a specific sample the cost would go down. Cost 999 order points. Still costly, but he could afford it. Pay. Effect. The slave of the sun. Type, a registered, restriction, sequence. Level, S. Creator, Tarosa Solar. Restrictions, Elven bloodlines, inherited. Cost to cast, 99 virgin elves, 99 dogs. Sunstone, 1 drop of the blood of the caster, 1 David attack feather, must contain the targeted bloodline. Time to cast, 99 hours 99 minutes 99 seconds. Effect, 1. Total obedience 2, the Sun Lord, class holder 2. Cannot insult the Lord 3. Give everything to the Lord 4. Cannot reveal secrets of the Lord 5. Cannot betray the Lord 6. Can hear the voice of the Lord. Reading thighs, Victor sighed in relief. It was just that Chanaz said something he shouldn't have and died as a result. Thankfully, the restriction didn't have a feedback loop, so the Lord couldn't know about anything that transpired here. Wow, that was close. Lords were scary. He really needed to be more careful from now on. Wait, didn't he promise himself that 3 times already? Damn it. Now, although he had many questions, Victor realized a few things. The first was that Mikhail could not be trusted, and until he found a way to remove this effect, and the second was that he needed to get his sister out of this sick place ASAP. Now, it was time for him to go out and see where the cauldron was. At the same time, in a large corporate building, a very important meeting was coming to an end. In the name of Horizon Media Group, we thank you very much for your effort, Master Abe. Suzanne, the top secretary, said as she reviewed Abe's signature on the contract and put it away. It was for the rights to make one of his novel a movie. It is my honor. Abe smiled proudly. When will the shooting begin? We still need to check with the director for that, as we still have to do the screenwriting, but Miss Myra is fully on board and she can't wait to discuss the script with you. Susan said, I see, as long as I can have a private meeting with her as agreed. Abe nodded with a smile. Now that he had all the money, he managed to get a professional to look at his old injury, and to his surprise, it was curable thanks to a new stem cell technology that was pioneered by a company called Twin Tower that only serves the extra rich. That's why he agreed to sell this novel fast, wanting to use the money he got to pay for the treatment. It was only time before he would be able to return as a full man again. Brothels of the world. Just wait. Mr. Abe. Mr. Abe. The secretary seemed to have been calling to him. Sorry, just got a little distracted, he quickly said, giving her boobs a glance. Not bad. Mr. Abe, we have a small request, Suzanne suddenly said, as if she was totally unaware of where his eyes were looking. What? He asked. I know that as a part of your prior agreement with the CEO, only those who are a part of the contract preparation team can know your real identity, but... What? Our vice president really wanted to meet you. She is a fan of your novels. She? Abe raised one eyebrow. A female vice president. He liked those the best in his fantasies. Yes, she and a few fans really want to meet you, Suzanne said. If it is okay with you, I will call them right away. Well, is your vice president pretty? Abe asked. It all depended on that. Well, she's pretty hot, Suzanne whispered. Oh. How old is she? Abe asked again. She is the youngest to hold that position at the mere age of 19, Suzanne said proudly. Oh, then I will meet her. It is my duty, Abe said as he licked his lips. Oh, thank you. I will call her right away. She will be thrilled, Suzanne said with a smile. Chapter 428, Amira. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This way please. The secretary, Suzanne, said, guiding Margaret, McKeel, and his supposed new girlfriend Bianca toward the meeting room. Seriously. How dare he make me wait? Margaret complained. Madam, you know the rules Madam Arya and the CEO have set. It was all agreed upon before that no matter what, Crimson Pearl's identity was supposed to remain secret, especially from you, until the contract was completely signed. Suzanne apologized as they reached the meeting room. What? Why? Margaret flared, making McKeel and Bianca frown. You will know right away, Suzanne said, opening the double-sided door and then stepping back immediately. Margaret scowled at Suzanne, then quickly entered and paused at the door. Abe, what are you doing here? What the fuck is he doing here? She turned and asked Suzanne as she pointed at the man sitting at the meeting table. McKeel and Bianca could finally see what was going on as she moved to the side. Ah. Suzanne didn't continue. Holy shit. Margaret, I have every right to be here. What are you doing here? Abe stood up, banged on the table, and asked, Mr. Abe, let me introduce you, this is Margaret, our vice president. Suzanne said, clearing her through. Madam Margaret, this is Mr. Abe Sanders, also known by his pen name, Crimson Pearl. What? Both Abe and Margaret said at the same time. You? Crimson Pearl? Impossible. Margaret began to yell. How can this pervert idiot write novels like Time in her lap and Touching the Untouchable? Margaret flared. Abe didn't even finish mid-school. He can't be Crimson Pearl, she added in a hysterical voice. Shut up. Abe yelled. I am Crimson Pearl whether you like it or not. He said, you are just a jealous peach. I am doing honest work here to earn a living, not using my body to get all rich and important like you who forgot about her family the moment you got married. He said with clear jealousy in his voice. What's wrong with using my body to entertain my husband? IT is honest hard work, you know. Do you know how difficult IT is to please Victor? Margaret flared back as McKeel and Bianca watched with strange looks in their eyes. And since when did you and your beach sister consider me family? Last time I checked you sold me to the highest bidder just like that novel that. Margaret began to scream as if she realized something. You damn bastard, you had been using me as a model for your work. So what if I was? You are the beachiest girl I know. Abe scolded back. Fuck you. Margaret cursed angrily. She was clearly losing it. Suzanne, revoke our agreement with him and cancel all contracts. Margaret flared. Hearing her, McKeel and Bianca looked at each other. They had no idea what was going on here, but it was clear that Margaret and Abe hated each other. Sorry madam, we can't. The contract was written in a way that neither of the parties can cancel it. Suzanne apologized. Madam Arya expected you to act like this if you knew that your cousin was Crimson Pearl. That's why she told me not to tell you. Damn it. Margaret cursed. Just you wait. I will make Victor deal with you once he returns home. She spat and quickly stormed out of the room while cursing in a low voice. Go do your best. Abe smirked in a voice full of spite. Regardless of whether you cancel the contract or not, I will get paid, he said before looking at Suzanne. Since when did Margaret become your vice president? He asked. It was about a month and a half ago, Suzanne said. Don't worry Master Abe, she is responsible for the idol business, and has nothing to do with movies. Suzanne quickly said, as if trying to placate Abe. I am not worried, Abe said with a smile. He clearly felt refreshed seeing that defeated look on Margaret's face. Money really changed how he saw the world. Who those two might be? He asked, noticing Bianca's ample chest. My name is McKeel, and this is Bianca, Michael quickly introduced. We are Master Abe's fans, he added, taking out a print of Crimson Pearl's first published book. Tears from the Wrong Place. We hope to get Master Abe's autograph, he said. Of course, Abe said. quickly grabbing a pen and signing the book directly. "I wonder if the two of you are free. You see, I am a little hungry, and after meeting that peach Margaret I don't feel like eating alone," he said, giving a wink to Bianca. "Ah, too bad we just ate." Michael, who was also an old driver, noticed the wink and decided to withdraw. His usually useless intuition was telling him to retreat with his newly acquired girlfriend if he didn't want to lose her. "Ah, come on, this will be fun." Bianca interrupted him. "I want to discuss Master Abe's new book with him," she said, pulling at Michael's shirt cutely, sticking her body to his and rubbing it as she bit her lower lip. "Well, fine I guess. It is just a meal." Mikhail, who had a weakness against Bianca's ample chest that rubbed against him, took a critical hit and was defeated immediately. He was going to be there anyway. What was the worst that could happen? A knock on the door startled the man napping in the dark room. "Come in," he said as he woke up, then began to stretch his muscles while looking at the door. It was his secretary, Jeanette, who quickly flicked the light switch, activating the magical lamp. "Master, we have news from the Von Wise family archipelago," she said. Hearing those words he woke up completely. "What happened? Did that poisonous bastard Yazel fall for it?" he quickly asked. He had been waiting for this news ever since the news about the Von Wese's family main island being engulfed with a dungeon reached him. Probably, according to Olaf, the heart had gone missing, and so did that Beachtalin who works for him, Jeanette explained. "No one else on the island has the sufficient authority to take it from its seal." "Good. I wish I could see his expression when he discovers that the heart is empty." "Well, it would take years for him to fully extract the fake soul, and by that time it would be too late," he said while smiling. "What about the third guardian?" he asked Jeanette. "All the guardians are missing, but from the destruction and the blood traces left at the central chamber, in addition to the breaking of the hiding array, we can safely presume that he is dead with the rest." She looked at the document in her hand and replied, Good. He wouldn't have guessed that the escape talisman we gave him was a fake. Like hell we would share the imperial heritage with a traitor like him." The man chuckled. "I bet he had no idea that we knew he hid the real heart on that remote island." "Yes, Master." Jeanette nodded. "But are we sure that the heart contains something valuable?" she asked. "Most likely. Necklace died because of a curse. He wouldn't have gotten it if he didn't touch something that he shouldn't have," the man said. "And by how he sealed his soul, it can only be either authority points or an imperial edict." "I understand," she said. "How is Axel doing?" "We need him to start our search operation on the island. If the heart were to be hidden in a pocket dimension, it would take a few years to find it without a full-scale excavation." "He had already been located by the family. Theodore is heading to check on him with Olaf as we speak," she replied. "Good. Make sure nothing happens to the kid. If it were not for that idiot Duke dying all of a sudden, we wouldn't have had to go to such lengths in the first place." "Yes, Master." She nodded with a smile. Victor stealthily stepped out of the cauldron, making sure to activate all his disguise abilities to the max just in case. He promised himself to be extra careful after all. Looking around he frowned. He and the cauldron were not in a vault. Not even in some kitchen. They were on top of a mountain of corpses surrounded by black smoke. Strange. This scene was very familiar. Before Victor could fully comprehend what was going on, he felt it. He felt like he was suffocating. His life was slowly slipping away as his body began to grow weaker and weaker. He was dying. Without thinking, he quickly activated all his bloodlines to the max. Boom! The black gas that had been infiltrating his body was all expelled in seconds, allowing him to start to heal immediately. This was close. Victor cursed as he took 2 healing pills at once and began to look around. He was in that damn death gorge again. How the hell did he get here? Wasn't the Sun Lord supposed to take the cauldron and hide it in his vault? Victor made sure to disguise its description to make it a supreme wine cauldron before he hid in it. If it was too precious, he was worried that the Lord would keep it with himself, so he had to just make it precious enough to keep around. But it was all for naught. Could it be that the Sun Lord didn't like wine? Most likely not. He would have given it to someone else as a gift or something. Victor pondered. He must have missed something allowing the Sun Lord to suspect foul play. That guy didn't take chances at all. throwing the cauldron into the gorge without a second thought. If Victor had to guess what it was, he would say it was that the experience points that the Lord got from killing that scapegoat demon were not proportionate to the power Victor showed. Damn it. Why does this always happen to him? Well, at least he managed to get away. Victor sighed as he began to look around. This was a different portion from where he was the last time. The death energy here was a lot denser, and all the corpses here were those of elves of all kinds. There were a lot of young ones between them. Cheat. Could this be the Sun Lord's favorite place to hide his crimes? Could there be any valuable things here? Well, Victor didn't have much time to ponder as he needed to go grab his sister away from that town of sick bastards, so he quickly held his cauldron and began the vacuuming operation. Part 2. The Sun Lord's dumpster. He would go get Meryl as soon as he finished with this place. Watching as the cauldron got filled, Victor sighed. Unlike the area under the bridge, this place had no demons or artifacts, just corpses after corpses of young elves. He couldn't help but notice that some of them even had bite marks on their arms. Damn it, that Sun Lord was truly a psychopath. Ah, what the? Just then he slipped a little, then felt it. Something caught his leg, making him turn and look. It was a pale corpse demon that he seemed to have stepped on by mistake. It was biting hard on his leg as it tried to move away futilely. Strange. Could demons survive here? No, wait. Feeling it with his demonic bloodline, Victor quickly discovered that this thing was not a demon at all. It was a living elven with very quiet heartbeats. Other than being very dirty, it was just too thin and pale that he almost mistook it for a corpse. Oh, and the child was a she. Just by taking one look, Victor could confirm that. The poor thing was wearing nothing. How could she survive here? Could she be some kind of monster? Victor's frowned as he quickly used his appraisal skill on her. Semicolon. A corpse percent hash percent hash percent hash percent hash. Error, energy found. Reappraising and registering. So the system was mistaken too. Semicolon. Name. Error percent and hash. Hash. Error. Duplicate ID found. Rearranging Akashic database. Entry mismatch found. Resolving. Error. Segmentation fault. Error dumb. TE9 Ugvate Kundvntklj for 0 Vloptebooks Krivm 9 Oi Is Psuks 6 if Kvlilovsk 5 Drux Fugt 1 Revigru 5 Al Davnt 1 Z9 Prib 1 Vorka 6 F Suk 9 Sklj 1 Buell Kli 4 Ukulsilary Butib 0 Type Chifsib Suk 9 Sklj Vigs Vmt 1 Vue 9 Gifs Chilv Davnt 1 Skilvokchm Sputib 0 2 Bugvu 5 Dvelptibayuk 9 Kais OOGQZPC Ukfst 1 NCS 0 Vstkvmksf 1 LTLMMK 0 by 400379799H. Boom. The status screen turned blue and then disappeared. Dot. 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 What the fuck just happened? Victor frowned and quickly activated his appraisal again, but nothing appeared. He quickly looked at his status screen, but it was no longer there. WTF? Did the system just crash? Why did creepy shit keep happening to him? Victor wondered as he tried to call all of his skills or connect to his slaves, but nothing was working. Could it be that? Semicolon. Beep. The status screen appeared again a split second later. Victor sweetened as he quickly checked everything. It was all in order. Even his blood slaves were acting normal. What a relief. Strange. What happened? He wondered as he looked again at the elven girl who was still munching on his leg with her little teeth that didn't have the strength to scratch his skin. Semicolon. Name, Amira. Data 4, no ID. Record not found. Victor frowned. He had never encountered anything like this before. Try the Akashic Scholar skill, he asked. Why does this girl have no system ID? Semicolon. Cost, 10 order points. Yes, no. Wow. Compared to other answers, this was cheap. He quickly pressed, yes, semicolon. A duplicate entry was found, unable to align. Review crash dump for more info. TE9 Audiobooks 9 oi is psuks 6 if 5 drux fugt 1 Revigru 5 al davent 1 z9 prib 1 vorka 6 f suk 9 skulj 1 buel kli 4 ukulskulary butib 0 type chifsib suk 9 skulj vigs vmt 1 view 9 gifs chilv davent 1 skilvokchum sputib 0 2 bugvu 5 dvelptibuk 9 kais OOGQZPC ukfst 1 NCS 0 fstkvmks 1 LTLMMK. What kind of mindfuck was the system throwing at him? Cheat. Victor cursed as he pondered. What did duplicate entry mean? This girl existed somewhere else right now? Usually, one soul can have one entry in the system. Could she be a remnant of someone who split his soul like he did? No. Victor quickly shook his head. Whenever one soul occupied two bodies, one would be considered the master while the other would be named an avatar by the system. Could it be time travel? Victor squinted his eyes. No, that couldn't be the case either. Time travel only functioned on the soul. And looking at this girl, she clearly had a body. Victor pondered. Should he just kill her? Thinking about it, he decided to try something else. Just an experiment. Anomalies in the system could usually lead to great gains if one were to use them right. And if this did involve time travel, it might have something to do with him. He relaxed his bloodline power just a tiny bit around his leg, allowing the girl to sink her teeth into him. Emira had drank your blood and merged it with her OWN essence, race, %#% data inaccessible. Activate blood slave skill. He quickly resolidified his skin and pressed yes, Blood slave captured successfully. Nickname cannot be given due to error, no ID. Reading the notification, Victor sighed and then looked at the girl. She was still trying to bite him with some blood on her lips. He raised his leg slowly. The girl was taken aback. She looked at him, then moments later, she turned into black smoke and darted away, disappearing completely. Return here, he said. She didn't. Could it be that she didn't understand him? Cheat. He quickly used his blood slave power, giving her the intention to return to him. She did moments later. It was as if she wanted to escape, but her body was moving on its own as she looked at Victor with fear in her eyes. Standing in front of her, he knelt on the ground to reach her height and looked her in the eyes. She bared her teeth and tried to bite him but couldn't move forward. Slowly, tears began to well in her eyes as she couldn't get what was going on. Victor sighed, then from his storage ring he took a candy bar, a normal one. He opened it and then pushed it into her mouth. She bit at it immediately, then gasped as she began to munch at it with joy, finishing it in seconds before looking at Victor again. She no longer tried to escape and she clearly wanted more as she licked her lips. She was just like a kitten. Victor sighed as he gave her another bar. Another little girl was conquered successfully. Now the question was, what shall he do with her? Chapter 429. That Demon. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Mikhail slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Ah! He grimaced in pain. His entire body hurt just like when he was scammed into that dominatrix club by his friends last year. What happened? Where was he? Why did it smell so bad? He wondered as he looked around. He was in a dumpster, a very stinky one. How the hell did he reach here? Was it his sister Mona venting on him again? No, wait. Bianca. He blurted out as began to look around while trying to recall what happened last night. The last thing he remembered was going with Abe and Bianca for a meal that turned into a drinking session in which they went into a lengthy description of his novel and from where he got his inspiration. Bianca seemed to have been really into that stuff. After that, everything was a blur. The last thing he remembers was Bianca offering them toast from a very expensive bottle of wine. Right, he needed to call and check on her safety. He quickly took his phone. Where was his phone? Wait, why was he naked? Meryl sighed as she watched the elven horse enjoy his meal of carrots. Could this thing really be her brother? Of course not. She was not that stupid. She thought that she was hallucinating. But when her bloodline was awakening, for a split second she noticed him when his disguise broke. A guy that perfectly matched Mikhail's description of Victor was standing at the back by the door, observing how things went. Someone who could infiltrate an elven prison could easily fool her gullible young master and act as if he turned into an elven horse. The question is, where is the real one? She asked the elven horse as she pondered. I am right here. Someone replied to her, making her look back with her sword drawn. It was a very handsome young man with purple hair, a black cloak, and an extra cute little girl in a white dress holding onto him with a lollipop in her mouth. Carefully Meryl looked at him. Do you care to introduce yourself? She asked despite knowing the answer. My name is Victor, Victor von Wise. Mikkel should have told you about me, my dear sister. We are not sure about that yet. And who is that one? She asked, pointing at the little girl who seemed to be a little wary of her. She is Amira, just a good girl I picked up along the way. You can ignore her for now, she is just being naughty, not wanting to stay away from me, he said, making the little girl relax and chuckle. Her eyes looked around the room with interest. Oh, Meryl told me you turned into an elven horse, Mikkel said, looking at the elven horse who ignored them. Those carrots were fresh. I had to fool him, he is kinda gullible, Victor said as ignored her and approached the horse. Sorry pal, I had to leave you like that to take my place, he said as he petted him. Mikkel said that you claim to be my brother. Meryl, ignoring what he said earlier, asked. I am your brother, Victor said, activating his dragon bloodlines inside his body. Meryl yelped as she felt her bloodline begin to boil. It was as if it were telling her to bow. Involuntarily, she dropped her sword and fell to the ground. See, this is your bloodline effect, he said. Meryl just frowned. Yes, she could feel it. A deep bloodline connection. Where is Mikkel? He asked, looking around, as he stopped suppressing her. The young master was summoned to the royal palace, she responded, grabbing back her sword as she stood up. She still didn't trust him, but she became a little less alert. Just as planned. The princesses were arrested, right? Victor asked with a smile. Yeah, did you have a hand in that? Meryl frowned. Yup, it seemed like mentioning them stealing an artifact in front of there. Victor stopped talking and looked around, making sure no one was near. In front of him who shall not be named, when I was fighting him a few days ago. Who shall not be named? Who do you mean? I can't mention his name in his domain just in case he had some kind of stupid curse. I swore to be extra careful after all, Victor said. His domain? Do you mean his eminence, the Sioux? Before Meryl could continue, Victor vanished, then appeared right in front of her, pressing her down with his hand on her mouth. Don't say it, damn it. What if he heard you? We would both be dead, he whispered. Let go. Meryl tried to push him away, but it was to no avail. Sorry, Victor said. I just got a little emotional. My fight with him a few days ago was really close. I almost died, you know. That guy is way over my level. Fight? You fought him? Meryl asked in shock. Yes. It was intense. Half of the city was ruined. That guy is so merciless, not even sparing his own kind, he said as Amira stuck back to him again, glaring at Meryl. You were that demon? She asked, almost yelling as her hand grasped her sword's handle hard. I am not a demon. I just activated my demonic bloodline to the fullest and my shape just became like that, he clarified. What is the difference? Meryl asked. If he had a demonic bloodline, he was a demon. Although I am not sure, it is not the same. We are not demons to begin with after all. Victor seemed to ponder. You should have known the feeling. You did activate your demonic bloodline too early in the cell. I don't know what you are talking about. Don't play dumb, he said. If it were not for that activation, I wouldn't have had to go berserk and take all the heat off you. So that's why, Meryl said, realizing something. I didn't expect you to sacrifice your life for me, she said, testing him. No, I was not sacrificing my life for anything. I just miscalculated how powerful that son of a bitch would be, he said, sweating a little. Thankfully, you are smarter than me in that regard. I can feel you suppressing your bloodline with all your might right now. If we were not in the Elven capital, I would have suppressed you using it moments ago, forcing you to release it and come to terms with it. He sighed. There will be no need to. I can already feel it, she said. Although she was not sure her bloodline was demonic, She could remember the desire for the destruction she felt when she first awakened, that's why she suppressed it just in case. Later, after hearing Mikhail questioning her about being a demon, she realized what this feeling was, deciding to hide it while dreading the results of it being exposed. Wait, that was not the demonic bloodline you used earlier? Yeah, it would have triggered all kinds of alarms if it were. That was my dragon's bloodline. After taking the bloodline purifying pill combined and having a lucky encounter, my elder dragon bloodline, the same as the one you had earlier, evolved into two distinct bloodlines. Oh, two? Yes. One is that of a demon and the other of a dragon. On the other hand, your bloodline first turned into a noble dragon then quickly changed to devil dragon bloodline, Victor said. Exactly like what happened with Lara, our little sister. It seems to relate to something we inherited from our paternal grandfather. Devil Dragon? Meryl asked. She had no way of reading her bloodline in the system menu. You can see bloodlines? Yeah, it is a skill I picked up by accident, he said. I see. Let us say that I believe everything you said. She squinted her eyes. How the hell did you survive fighting him? Ah, well, I tricked him. He thinks I am dead. He chuckled. How about you prepare some elven tea for me and Amira, as I tell you what happened? Victor sighed looking at her. We also have a lot of catching up to do, and there are a few things that I need to explain to you before Mikhail returns. Oh, fine, she said. Mistress, Abe has disappeared. A bald muscular man said as he bowed in front of Margaret. When? She asked in surprise as she put down the documents in her hand. She didn't expect them to act this fast. Last night, they went into a private room at a pub, then didn't go out. The muscular man said. When it got too late, we sent someone to check on them, but the room only had scattered clothes and two smartphones on the ground. It seemed as if they had vanished into thin air. No one saw anything. And the cameras had nothing. Oh, Mikhail and Bianca were taken too? Yes, Bianca is missing but Mikhail is not. He was taken into custody for indecent exposure earlier in the morning. Last night he seemed to have been thrown naked in a dumpster 3 miles away from the pub. He had many bruises as if some woman repeatedly kicked him and stepped on him with her high heels. Oh. The last thing he remembers is drinking some expensive wine. And now, he is accusing Abe of kidnapping his girlfriend. He filed a report with the police. I see. Keep an eye on him for now. You may leave, she said, looking at Elise who sat opposite to her. What do you think? They are more careful than we expected. But they would have never guessed that we already expected that. Hopefully, they would not kill him and dispose of his body. Or we would really have to let Lin do that expensive summoning ritual to get back the parasitic demon in his brain, Elise said. In this world, despite there being a myriad of different kinds of demons, a summoner had to know a creature's name, world, and a suitable offering in order to summon it. So there are still a lot of unknowns in that field. That memory parasite was something Lily told them about based on knowledge from the future. It was an undetectable worm, no bigger than a grain of salt that lived in its host's brain and integrated with it. Usually, it can hold on to 1 to 7 days worth of memories depending on the circumstances. In case its host died, it would return to the demon realm, allowing them to summon it back. Yes. Margaret sighed. A part of her really felt sorry for Abe, but the moment she remembered how she trusted him before he sold her to some pervert pimp in her past life, all sense of remorse disappeared. Let that idiot rest in hell. So, let me think about it for a moment, Meryl said after hearing Victor for 3 straight hours. Please do, Victor said as he patted Amira who was napping with her head on his lap after eating some exotic elven treats. This girl was learning at a very fast rate. After he took her out of the gorge, he first let her enter the cauldron with him, making her appear inside their zone where he kept the demons just in case. As expected, the moment she got near any of them, they began to grow old and die. It was as if the air around her was death itself. At first, he was worried about what to do as he couldn't leave this bomb alone in the cauldron by herself. So it occurred to him to try and teach her. As a test, he released his bloodline a little and let Amira see how withered his hand became as it got near her. To his surprise, The girl quickly realized it and began suppressing her power with a worried face. It only took her 1 hour to get the hang of it and get rewarded with an ice cream popsicle. After that, making sure she was completely safe for handling, he spent a couple of days with her and the elf girls trying to teach her many things. She absorbed knowledge like a sponge, learning at a very crazy quick rate. At the moment she could already understand almost anything, but for some reason refused to speak. It was as if there was something she feared a lot and could only find solace in being with him all the time. If Victor had to guess, he was now sure that this girl was someone who was thrown into the gorge to die and somehow managed to survive. The strange thing was her power. It was very peculiar, as when he decided to leave her with the girls and come to see Meryl, the girl was able to escape the cauldron on her own with ease. It was as if he had no control over it. She just turned herself into black smoke and followed him out. He did consider using the blood slave seal to force her to stay inside, but seeing how much she was attached to him, he decided that this would be too cruel at the moment. He had no choice but to bring her along. "So, what do you think of my proposal?" he finally asked Meryl after giving her 30 minutes to think things through. "Let me make things clear first," she said. "We all hail from another world where we belong to some great power." "Yup. As I said, your mother and others from the family came here through a portal," Victor explained. "They probably thought it was a normal dungeon." "I see. You said that you can open that portal back." "Really?" she asked with a frown. "Ah, I have a scroll to do that," Victor said. "But it needs some very specific conditions to activate and I am searching for a suitable location." "Oh, how did you get it?" she asked. "Can such a thing be easily found?" This was the first time she heard of such a thing. "I found it near the portal that led me here." "It seemed to be some kind of an old ruin," he said. "It was only after I came here that I knew what it was." "The instructions on it are written in Elvish," he said. "Can I see it?" "Later. I don't dare to expose it here. You know, he might feel it." "It is a high-ranking tool after all," he said in a worried voice. "Fine. Let me ask you about something else. You said you planned to go look for my mother?" she asked. "Yes, I am sure she would love to go back to her original world." "How do you know she is still alive?" "How do you plan to find her?" "Oh, well, I can't tell if she was still alive or not. I have this skill that allows me to find my family members and I can feel their existence in the West," he said, not particularly lying. "Other than your mother, Rosette, there is also my great-aunt Ariana and a few others who should be here." "What a convenient skill," she pondered. The girl was the skeptical type. "It was the way I managed to find this mansion. Mikhail never brought me here before," he explained. "I see." "Come on, Meryl. You can't stay here." "You know that if your demonic bloodline were to be discovered, it would put not only you but also Mikhail in grave danger." "I know," she said as she bit her pretty lip. "You can consider the things about returning to our original world later. For now, you only need to follow me for a couple of weeks, allowing me to teach you how to control your powers as we go and meet your mother," he said. "It is not a bad deal. Give me a day to think about it and sort things out," she said, seemingly 99% convinced. "Good. I will be waiting for you west of the city near the large golden boulder," Victor said. "Just make sure not to tell anything to Mikhail. Although I like him, he is a sun elf, and as I told you, all of them have bloodline restrictions and cannot be trusted." I know. Meryl sighed. "Good. No matter what, just be careful," he said. Chapter 430. A close call of the first kind. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Alice looked nervously out of the helicopter's window as she remembered what happened in the last few hours. Right after they languished that corpse dragon, the dungeon was considered conquered. They were thrown back to the arena where Tulin activated the talisman and everything returned to normal immediately except for the Von Wise archipelago now having an extra ominous-looking island. After that, as they took some time to rest and be debriefed about what happened, many reports came pouring in about what happened in the outside world during this period. Who could have guessed that all these events would happen in just a couple of weeks? Theodore sighed as he flipped through the Elder's briefing report. After getting the news of someone finding Victor floating in the sea, he hurriedly left the island together with Alice to go check on him. Anne, who seemed a little worried, sent the head butler Olaf with them to officially check Victor's statement about what happened after he was sucked into that dungeon. Indeed, master. Olaf, who was sitting opposite him, said. Thankfully, the emergency family council was able to keep things controlled while the island was involved in a dungeon. I even had to get discharged early in work despite my injury. You don't need to show off how pivotal your role in the family was. We all know. Theodore interrupted, making Alice raise one eyebrow. Her father clearly didn't like Olaf. I am sorry if I offended you, Master Theodore, in any way. I was not bragging at all. Saving the family was my duty, and the effort of it goes to all of the surviving elders and the other butlers and staff who did their jobs perfectly too. Olaf quickly clarified, if not for their timely response, the family would now be in a mess like what is happening in Rosen City, he said, professionally changing the subject. True. Any news about them? Theodore asked with a frown, flipping the report in search for the relevant information. Just that the entire von Rosen family base and all the area around was engulfed in an unranked dungeon, Olaf said. Apparently, almost all of the elders were there for some kind of a grand ceremony, so with them all missing at the moment, the family was left headless. This shows how wise our family's strategy of leaving some elders stationed around the continent just in case. Theodore nodded. Any news on who is behind this? We suspect that it was the same person who did it on our main island. According to Mistress Anne, it was the Poison Lord. Olaf clarified. That guy stole our entire secret vault, so I suspect he is after something all of the families had. He added, throwing baseless accusations. Indeed. Theodore sighed. At least there is some good news coming out of all this mess. With the tournament being delayed and such, we will have some time to prepare. What? The tournament was delayed? Alice, who never heard about that, asked. Yes, with 2 of the High Council members getting attacked, they had to, Theodore said. It just came in before we took off, but it will be delayed for another month or so. He sighed. Oh. Alice nodded. With this, we can reassess our participating team, Theodore said, looking out of the window at the expansive sea outside. Meryl was sitting nervously in the living room, biting her fingernails and eyeing the elven horse when, suddenly she heard the manor's door open. She quickly hurried out of the living room to meet Mikkel, who had just returned. Other than her, he was the only one who had the key to unlock the mansion's magical array. Victor seemed to have entered somehow without triggering it, but that was not important at the moment. Young master. She quickly bowed as soon as she entered the hall. Meryl, you may raise, he said. My luck is super great. He chuckled happily as he hurried and patted her head, as he always did when he returned home. What happened? She asked with a smile as she quickly helped him take off his coat. My stupid sisters. They turned out to be really hiding an artifact from the Lord. The Beaches really did have a secret SSS-ranked artifact, and they hid it from his lordship, the Sun Lord. He said. How dare they? He spat angrily. Oh, so what will happen to their highnesses? Meryl asked. Once those royal beaches were gone, she would no longer need to worry about Mikkel and would be able to go with Victor in a clear conscience. They were taken to the pits. Mikkel sighed. What? Can a noble sun elf be taken there? She asked in shock. The worst that could ever happen to a sun elf was getting banished. I don't know, but it was the Lord's direct command. Mikkel said. This matter must have something to do with disturbing his grand will. He might also be blaming them for all the damage. They were the ones who brought the demon here after all. How do you know this? Meryl didn't continue as someone entered the hall. It was an elven general dressed in a gaudy shining elven gold armor. He was accompanied by 4 knights in golden armor that covered their entire bodies, including their faces. They only had dangerously looking eyes visible from within their golden winged helmets. Ah, General Zendo, you are here! Mikkel exclaimed in an excited voice as Meryl bowed politely as a maid should. Prince Mikkel, where is that shape-shifting human? Zendo asked, as Meryl shivered, frowned, and then without raising her head secretly scowled at Mikkel. What the fuck did her young master do now? He smiled at her. This way please. Mikkel quickly began guiding the way. Meryl, you follow us too. General Zendo is a very trustworthy man who works directly for the Lord. Aha. Yes, you little Meryl, right? The one who upgraded her bloodline? Zendo said, inspecting her with his eyes that had a strange glitter in them. Yes, she is the one. Mikhail smiled. It's all thanks to the pill Victor gave me. He is a really great guy. Fabulous. Zendo said, turning to Meryl again and not even sparing Mikhail a glance. When Prince Mikhail told me about your poor brother who risked his life to come see you then got his head hurt due to that demon, I had to come and see him by myself. He said with a smug smile as they entered the living room where the elven horse was sitting like a king, enjoying some hay after he finished his carrots. Thank you for your compassion, my lord. Meryl said, as she followed from behind with a frown. What the hell was going on here? How could her young master tell Victor? From the way he was acting, it was like this general whom she had never seen before was closer to him than his own mother. Victor's plan that he told her was to simply tell Mikhail that she would take the elven horse and try to find her mother who might know something about turning him back. This was a very good excuse. She only had to say that after upgrading her bloodline she gained the ability to feel out their direction. But who would have guessed that the plan was ruined before it even started? As you see, General, he is acting completely like an elven horse. Mikhail said. Oh, it is so perfect. Yet there are signs for those with good eyes. His dragon bloodline can't be hidden. Zendo said as he slowly began to bait the elven horse. From his head, he moved his hand until it reached its back. Interesting. What kind of artifact is this? He pondered. Artifact? Mikhail frowned. So did Meryl. What artifact? What dragon bloodline? It was a fucking elven horse. Yes. The shape-shifting seems to be the effect of some kind of artifact in his stomach. It seemed to be damaged though. Zendo said. I think I will need to take him with me to the palace to cure him. Can it be done? Mikhail asked in surprise. Yes, that would be fantastic. Mikhail said with a smile. And about you, little Meryl? Zendo turned to her. I think that it would be much better if you... Boom! An explosion suddenly rocked the city and shook the entire manor. Whoa! All kinds of sirens began to ring like last time. A demon was attacking. Everyone quickly looked in the explosion's direction, where, out of a nearby grand window they could see a grand, smoke cloud appear right above where the center of the city should be. What the? Before Zendo could say a thing, the elven horse moved. It only jerked once, then as if it was a shooting star it launched towards the wall, not hitting it, but passing right through it. Fook! Watch them! Zendo yelled, flicking his hand before he sprung after it. Meryl, who wanted to run to the window and take a look, found herself frozen in place, and so was Mikhail. Both of them had eternal golden chains appear around them locking them in place. Young master, don't worry. It must be to protect us. Mikhail said with a fanatic look that she finally noticed. Wait. Could it be that Zendo was there? An absurd thought suddenly appeared in Meryl's mind. Just thinking about it sent a shiver through her spine. Young master. Before she could say a thing, the room shone with light. From its center, Zendo appeared again with the corpse of the elven horse which he threw on the ground. Absolutely pathetic. He said as he grabbed a black box from midair and opened it. Get in. He told his men. They frowned for a split second, then nodded and jumped in without asking questions. It was as if the box was an empty hole, which disappeared within. Closing the box, Zendo looked at Meryl and Mikhail frowning. He took 2 pills and threw them at the couple. Eat those? He said. Quick! Mikhail quickly complied with a stupid smile. Meryl, who looked at Zendo in shock, nodded too and quickly took it. Just now the one who spoke to her was not Zendo, but Victor, who was in a hurry. Seeing both Meryl and Mikhail collapse into a coma thanks to the sleeping pill, Victor quickly activated a restriction-breaking talisman. The golden chains broke, allowing him to grab both of them and throw them inside the cauldron before using his newly cooled-down space fracture skill to open a hole in space and jump in with a panicked expression. The entire process from his appearance here until he vanished took no more than 73 seconds. 10 seconds later, the real Zendo appeared with a burnt smoking corpse of the real elven horse. It took him 3 seconds to inspect his surroundings with a shocked expression, just to make sure he re-entered the correct room. Damn it, space fracture, come here! He yelled, pushing his hand into the spot where the space fracture closed moments earlier. It opened again, barely. Zendo pushed harder, extending his hand inside, enlarging the fracture while fighting against the space forces that were pushing it too close. Then, bastard. You think you are smart by hiding in the gorge? You think I can't go there if I need to? He yelled, ignoring the black death smoke coming from the space fracture that clearly led to somewhere in the gorge. The moment it touched its skin, he began to weather, but moments later, as if some kind of strange energy activated within him, his skin began to reconstruct again, with what looked like embers of fire crawling on his skin. I swear I will. He began to yell as the space fracture began to expand larger and larger. Then again, Kawara, he screamed in pain like a sissy would before pulling back his arm. The space fracture collapsed at once, but he didn't care as he used his sword to immediately cut off his hand. It was all weathered up, and in its center, a silver needle was inserted. The moment the hand fell to the ground, it turned into a green goo that began to melt the floor. What the hell is that? The Lord asked angrily as he looked in a certain direction toward the gorge. Bastard, come! He demanded. No one replied. Cheat! He cursed, grabbing the elven horse's burnt corpse and turning to leave. Boom! The entire mansion exploded before he could do that. The explosion was so big that its mushroom cloud could be seen miles away from the city, reaching the gorge where Victor at the moment collapsed onto the ground on its floor. Emira, who sat beside him, was looking at the now collapsed space fracture absent-mindedly. That was a close call. Damn, Sun Lord. He spat as he looked at one of his hands. It was completely burnt to the crisp. The aftermath of him sticking that needle into the Sun Lord's hand. That guy was actively shooting flames from his hand as he tried to catch him. This forced him to use his hand to deflect the fire from Emira and push that guy back. We better leave this place, he said, throwing a couple of healing pills in his mouth as grabbed Emira and began to travel north. Emira lay motionless in his embrace as she watched his hand heal at a visible rate. Still, she seemed to be frowning as if she was trying to remember a very disturbing nightmare but couldn't really grasp it. Victor, who noticed her expression ever since she noticed Zendo through the fracture, sighed. As he expected, this girl, being at the gorge, might have something to do with the Sun Lord. According to the elf girls, she was a white moon elf, belonging to the noblest of the moon elves. According to them, her tribe's land was behind the gorge, and after the demons struck, all white moon elves turned into wanderers without a home. They also told him that the last sighting of any of them was about 10 years ago, especially after many slavers began considering them rare commodities. Hearing all of these, Victor was very curious about her story, but it was a little early to try to forcibly make her remember. It was far better to slowly let her heal. Now, he must focus on escaping Zendo. He was sure that neither the needle nor the explosion were enough to kill that guy. Those things were just meant to delay him and distort all spatial fluctuations to stop him from reopening the space fracture again, and maybe hurt him a little as a revenge. That guy would definitely start a massive search campaign for them as soon as he recovers. So Victor planned to move as far as possible by then. Although that guy might be able to enter the gorge, it was clear that he couldn't stay here for long and personally search for them. Victor also needed to make a detour and retrieve his fishing rod, the one he connected to the donkey, and place it near the edge of the gorge after tying it to a boulder yesterday. He was hiding in the city earlier, and the moment he felt someone investigate the storage ring he put in the donkey's stomach, he quickly realized that his worst-case scenario was happening. He quickly activated the exploding talismans under the boulder, allowing it to plunge downward with the fishing rod, dragging the poor donkey with it. Rest in peace, donkey. He also needed to refill his stock of demons in place of the ones he released in the Sun Capital to divert the guard's attention and allow him to freely use his powers. Victor sighed. It was a good thing he promised himself to be careful, having more than one backup plan just in case. Now, all he needed to do was to stay hidden, traveling only at night, heading toward the west, the direction where his great-aunt and stepmother were in. The Human Empire of Ishmar, Chapter 431, Something Not Right. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Boom! In a grand palace built on a high tower that faced the sun, the space shook. Slowly, A young man materialized out of thin air, barely taking 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. "My lord, you are injured." One elfmaid gasped as she ran toward him, but then paused as the heat emanating from him almost burnt her. "My lord." Zendo ignored her as he slowly stood up and began to walk forward, allowing the maids to notice the damage that was rapidly healing. One of his hands was missing, his chest had a large hole in it, and half of his face was ruined. In his other hand, he was dragging the head of a burnt elven horse. "Call the Black Elder," he hissed. "Let him meet me at the throne room with the soul extraction talisman," he said as with heavy steps he continued on his way. "I don't know what those bastards are planning, but I will get to the bottom of this no matter what," he shouted to himself angrily. "No one can escape the sun's wrath. No one. This way please," the female doctor said as she guided Theodore, Alice, and Olaf through the busy hospital's corridors. 5 days ago, a young man was caught in the sea by a few fishermen, she explained. They took him into a hospital where the local police did a run on his fingerprints. This triggered an alert in the family database system, allowing us to locate him and then bring him here, where we ran many tests on him to confirm his identity and check his situation, she quickly explained. "Oh, how is he?" Theodore asked while walking. They were now in one of the family's top regional hospitals. "Other than a light head injury caused by a stupid fisherman hitting him because he thought he was a monster, he is in perfect physical condition. It is just that he seems to have suffered from some kind of mental trauma," she said professionally. "What do you mean?" Alice asked. "Did her brother go crazy?" "I think it would be better to see for yourself," the doctor said as they finally reached one very secure ward. She knocked on the door of a certain room, then entered without waiting for a reply. Inside, a young man in hospital pajamas was lying peacefully on bed, looking out of the window with a thoughtful expression. "Victor." Alice couldn't control her emotions as she hurried toward his side and hugged him. She was worried sick about him after he jumped into that dungeon gate. "Thank goodness you are fine." Theodore sighed in relief as he also stepped forward and took a look. That it was really Victor. "Ah, excuse me. Who are you?" Victor asked, making both Alice and Theodore pause then frown. "What do you mean?" Alice asked as she let go of him with a frown. "Did he just grope her butt?" "No, she must have been an accident, right?" "Well, you are a fine lady and everything, but I don't know you. Did we meet before?" he asked with a frown. "You don't remember me?" Alice asked. "Ah, should I?" Victor frowned as if he was trying hard to remember. "Sorry, I have been having some trouble with my memory lately," he explained in an apologetic voice. "Ah." Alice frowned. "I am your sister." "Really?" Victor frowned. "Ah, sorry, He paused as he held his head while trying to remember. "Doctor?" Theodore yelled, making the nervous doctor shiver a little. "What's wrong with my son?" he asked. "As you may have noticed, he seems to be suffering from amnesia," she replied directly. "An amnesia? What is this? Are we in some kind of a lousy romantic B-movie?" Theodore asked. "Why didn't you heal him?" "We did our best giving him every type of healing pill we have. We also asked a healer from the Medicine Valley to come here to check on him, but nothing worked," she said. "Victor was an elite heir, he had the right for the best treatment." "Oh." Theodore frowned. "Son, what is the last thing you remember?" he asked Victor. "Ah, I don't know. I was in the water. There was also some very hot maid with big boobs that I was trying to court." Victor frowned. He clearly didn't remember. "What?" Alice frowned. What kind of dungeon was this? Maid mermaids. And since when did Victor have a preference for big boobs? None of his wives had any substantial advantage in that field. Could it be that this incident did something to his brain? Theodore felt the same, but he was thinking about the little girls in the mansion. Something didn't feel right. This was not important. Victor's preferences were not something he should pick at as his father. "Doctor, did you find the cause?" he asked. "My preliminary diagnosis is that he might have experienced something really horrific." The Medicine Valley healer didn't agree. He suspected it might be the effect of some curse or a skill. "Oh. Did you do a curse identification test?" "It came all negative. No curses." "But, what?" "When we compared his data to that in the family, we found an anomaly." "What did you find?" Theodore asked. wondering what his son encountered in that dungeon. It is about young Master Victor's level. Oh, well, it is natural for him to level up after all he went through, Theodore said with a wary smile. He always knew that his son hid his real level from the family. It seemed like the truth was about to come clear. That's not it. He is only at level 5. The doctor said. What? Theodore exclaimed, and so did Alice. How can that be? According to the Medicine Valley healer, he did hear of such a monster in the past. It had a skill that stole other people's levels. He also suspects that it might have something to do with his memory. The doctor said. What? Such a thing exists? Theodore frowned and looked at Alice. She shrugged. She never heard of anything like this either. I am not sure. That's what the healer said. The doctor clarified. Oh, where is that healer now? Theodore asked. He was in a hurry and left. It was an accident that he was passing through the city. The doctor said, quickly fumbling to take out a golden card. This is the card he left. Master Abirian? Theodore frowned. Who the fuck was that? I heard of him. He is one of the best, but having a kind of an eccentric personality made him have a lot of enemies, so he usually travels around in a low-key manner. It is usually a little hard to get hold of him when someone needs him most. Olaf interjected. That card can be used to call him. It is very precious. Oh, regardless, Theodore said, putting the card in his storage ring after taking a look at it and planning to check on that guy later. Did Abirian say anything about healing Victor? Yes, he suggested that we should let him return to his home and try to integrate him with his familiar surroundings. The doctor clarified. We agree with that opinion as this might truly help him. The doctor said. I see. Theodore sighed, and then a random thought crossed his mind. You said earlier that all his tests were perfect? He asked. Yes. All his data are within the normal averages and other than a slightly decreased metabolism rate, they match the old data in the database. The doctor frowned. So did Olaf. Is there anything you want us to check? Oh, not really. Theodore hesitated for a moment and said. It is just that I would have expected him to have gained something in that dungeon. He casually decided to not tell the truth. He was wondering about Victor's upgraded bloodline. It felt very strange for the doctor not to notice the strange color of the blood. Lara's was now a little less purplish with a silvery sheen to it. There are too many possibilities to consider, so he needed to make his own assessment later. It was too early to reveal the upgraded bloodline. We are not sure about that, the doctor said as Olaf squinted his eyes. I see. Theodore hesitated. Who else knows about Victor's current condition? No one other than the staff here. We were waiting for Master Theodore to come. The doctor clarified. Good. Keep it a secret for a few days, Theodore sighed, looking at Victor who was looking back at him with a frown. Don't worry. Everything will be fine, he said with another sigh. Master Olaf, I think there will be no need for a briefing. He turned and told Olaf who stood politely to the side. Of course, I understand. Olaf quickly replied. He felt that something was wrong with Theodore's ration earlier, but he couldn't tell what. He needed to investigate this carefully. Also, can you do me a favor? Theodore suddenly asked. You don't want me to report his current condition to the family? Olaf asked. Yes. Theodore nodded directly, glancing at the doctor who nodded. I can do that for a week. But Mistress Anne must be informed immediately. Olaf sighed. She cares a lot about young Master Victor. Fine. Theodore sighed. I owe you one. Not at all. It is my duty. Olaf bowed, shooting Axel, who consumed the memory-erasing potion earlier, an inspecting glare as his mind raced. They must have noticed something, but it was not enough to reveal that this Victor was a fake. He must hurry and find out how to close any holes in the plan. At the same time in a place far far away, a sleepy girl opened her eyes. Where is this? In a strange wooden hut, Meryl who sat up abruptly and began to look around asked. We are inside an artifact. It is like a storage ring, but can house people and animals. The one who replied was Victor who was sitting on a large couch as two scantily dressed elf slave girls gave him a massage. There was that little girl Emira too, napping beside him like a kitten. Victor, where is Mikil? She asked immediately as she looked around. He is fine, locked away in a cell. Victor sighed. What? Why? She asked in a worried voice. Don't worry, you will meet him later, but we have to make some things clear. Let me ask you first. Do you know who that general who came to the mansion earlier with Mikhail was? Victor asked directly. Ah, His Highness, the Sun Lord. Meryl, who was not stupid at all, said nervously. Exactly. Don't call us honorifics when you call him, he is just a piece of shit. How dare he kill my faithful donkey? Victor scolded. Donkey? Mikhail frowned. She was not familiar with the term. The elven horse. Oh, regardless. To tell the truth, what happened earlier was my worst expected scenario. Victor sighed. Last night, when I came to the mansion, I planned to take you away directly, but the moment I heard that Mikhail was in the palace, I knew I couldn't do that, as he would be in a lot of trouble if you disappeared all of a sudden, having to yet clarify the best results with his father and such. Victor said, you would never agree to that. Meryl nodded. Back then, I had a really bad hunch, so just in case I made some preparations to extract you guys if things were to go south. It seems like I was right. Ah, Meryl frowned, not knowing what to say. About Mikhail. Earlier, he was acting like a beach in heat in front of Zendo, right? Victor asked. Ah, I would not use those exact words, but yes. Meryl said nervously. She didn't feel comfortable talking about her young master that way, but it was true. That's why I locked him away for his own safety. I owe the guy for helping me find you, and I am sure you owe him a lot too, so I don't want him to die. Victor clarified. Die? Meryl frowned. I discovered this by accident, but it seems like all Sun Elves have a kind of bloodline curse that makes it impossible for them to betray the Sun Lord. They can't even talk badly about him. It is like the slave curse you had but on steroids. Ah! Meryl was surprised. She already knew that all slaves in the Sun Elves' kingdom had to be branded by a curse to ensure their obedience. Wait. The elves themselves had the curse? She asked. The two slave elves also looked at Victor in surprise, waiting to hear his answer. Yes, that's why I believe Mikhail didn't feel anything was wrong when he told Zendo about me. He had no idea that both of us would be doomed if that bastard managed to catch us. Zendo would definitely take you to the pits because of your new bloodline. Oh. Meryl frowned. This made sense. She shivered just thinking about what could have happened. She clearly felt the desire to possess when the Lord looked at her. This curse, it is different from yours. It is in their bloodline, not a status abnormality. If not, I would have already removed it from Mikhail as I removed yours. What? You removed my curse? Meryl asked as he opened her status window. The cursed symbol was no longer there. How? She heard that only the king and the lord could remove those. I had a rare SSS rank dispelling talisman that I got by chance. He casually lied. Breaking a system curse with his authority was trivial. The problem now is that we have to keep Mikhail locked up. We can't let him out, as the Sun Lord might feel his presence. We can't tell him the truth, as that might cause the curse to activate, and we can't send him back to the kingdom, as the Sun Lord would definitely not forgive him. Then you plan to keep him locked up for good? Meryl frowned. No, not that long. If I can't find a way to remove his bloodline curse, I plan to bring him back with you to our original world. He said. There I am sure the Sun Lord would never reach him. He stated. Like he couldn't really use his slave effects across worlds, the Sun Lord would not be able to do a thing either. Most likely. Ah. Meryl frowned. This was too much to take in. But there is a catch. Victor interrupted her thoughts. What? In our original world, our family is technically a kind of royalty. The world also has all kinds of rules about players, he said. So there, he will be the one who will have to act as your servant, he said with an evil smile. Yet again, at the same time in Ring Cloud City. Damn it. Christopher, the former leader of Justice Ring, who was at the moment locked in a dark humid cell with all kinds of people, cursed as he watched a young boy get dragged away by the guards. He remembered the kid. He was a pickpocket whom he arrested a couple of weeks ago and handed to the custodians to fix him up. During the last week, he learned how mistaken he was. Mona was right. The custodians were not good guys at all. They were some kind of organization that researched turning people into monsters. The same kind they fought occasionally. Those monsters were just test samples who were released by the custodians to do something and went berserk for some reason or another. All the info he got was from what prisoners like him said and what he heard those scientists talk about when they lazied around every now and then. For them, him and the others were just lab animals, monsters. He yelled as he banged the bars. The boy was never going back, not this time. This was going to be his 7th experiment, and those guys would surely inject that green serum in him now after they made his body adapt to it during the past few weeks. He and the rest of his friends had already gone through this once, and the pain was unbearable. Cheat. Sit down, young man. There is nothing you can do. An old man who sat in the cell's corner said, I am just worried about my friends. Christopher said. Tala and the others were in other cells. He only met them once since they were brought here, and it was right before they injected that nasty white liquid that came out of a large worm in them. There is no use in worrying. You just need to save your strength and survive. Remember, only 1 out of 10 manages to finally live and become a slave. A momentous slave to serve those bastards. It is better than dying. The old man sighed. At least you will be able to take revenge on those nasty justice ring brats who caught us. I will fuck all of them, boys and girls. He spat as he licked his lips. Ah, right. Christopher quickly remembered that this guy was a known rapist whom they caught 2 months ago. Damn it. Bang. Suddenly an explosion rang throughout the building. What is going on? Donald asked as all the guards wearing face masks began to run, and from vents in the cells, a bluish sleeping gas began to be pumped. This was a part of the security protocol here. He had already experienced it once when a monster broke free. Could it be? Bang! The ward's door flew open and 3 girls walked in. Thank God. They are here, someone said. Christopher was sure it was the beach Mona, as he could recognize her voice easily as his former crush. But his eyes were just too heavy to look up as he collapsed to the dirty cell floor. Chapter 432, To Join or Not to Join. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A frail old man in a black cloak hurriedly entered the throne room walking with the help of an old cane that struck the ground with a steady beat as he moved forward. Upon reaching the throne, where the Sun Lord rested, he knelt to the ground, carefully noticing the donkey's head placed on a pedestal. Ah, right, they called those things elven horses here. The idiots. Did your lordship call for me? He asked. Yes, I used my domain to lock this damn thing's soul. I want you to extract it for me. The Sun Lord spat angrily after a few seconds. It was clear that he was busy healing himself. Ah, my lord, it is an elven horse. What use is it extracting its soul? It is not like it can talk or anything. The Black Elder said, secretly noticing that Zendo was severely injured. Who could have done it? The donkey? Did it have anything to do with the chaos in the city? He pondered if he should take the chance to strike Zendo here and kill him once and for all. No, it was still a bit early for that, as it would risk ruining all the preparations they did throughout the years. Just do it. Zendo spat. He is a shapeshifter, he added in a dangerous voice. Oh, yes my lord. The old man said, taking a black box from his ring. From within it, he carefully lifted a talisman. It was white with all kinds of red bloody lines on it, forming a strange and ominous network that created symbols in between them. He carefully put it atop the donkey's head. Slowly from the head, wisps of a strange matter began to materialize and enter the talisman. It was the donkey's soul. The Black Elder expected the process to take about an hour, but it surprisingly ended in 5 minutes. Was this guy's soul this feeble? Done already? The Sun Lord asked. Ah, yes, my lord. You are getting better at this, I see. The Sun Lord said as he flickered his finger, making the talisman fly on its own and reach his hand. Let's have a talk, he said as he closed his eyes, pushing his consciousness inside of the talisman. Fook, he snapped, crushing the talisman with his hand a moment later. Damn it, he cursed. My lord, is there anything wrong? The Black Elder asked. He didn't need to, but he felt that he should. Not your freaking business. Leave. The Lord cursed angrily. Yes my lord. The black elder shook as he slowly retreated. Although he seemed scared, he was merely putting on an act as his brain raced thinking of who could hurt Zendo this badly. Could it be a new variable now, at the endgame? Too bad he couldn't really ask directly. Wait. The Lord stopped him. Yes, my lord. The elder paused, then turned and knelt. How is the ritual progressing? The Lord asked, popping 2 healing pills in his mouth. His injury was clearly very severe. As scheduled, my lord. It should be over in 10 years, the elder said. That was if nothing went wrong. Hasten it. I want that beachstead as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. The elder nodded. Hell, he was doing it as fast as possible. Now go. I need to rest. The Lord hissed. Yes, my lord. The elder retreated again. Let's get done with this quickly, Margaret said. She was sitting around a meeting table with Elise, Lynn, and Arya for their weekly meeting. This was proposed by Arya, who was busy running her runaway husband's business all the time. First, it is about the connection points Victor asked us to create, Arya said. I have already managed to purchase some lands in about 30% of the designated locations, disguising it as movie sets and branch media companies. But that would be the maximum I can do. Any more than that might warrant some unnecessary attention. She explained. I got about 10% using private means. Alpha should be able to cover 20% with her massage shop network. That would leave about 40%. Margaret sighed. I suggest we stop for now and solidify our positions. Elise, who sat on the opposite chair and enjoyed her after-dinner ice cream, said. The other positions can be covered by other means. Did you contact your mother? She turned to Lynn and asked. Yes, she is in a mess, not knowing what to do after losing contact with the main family. Lynn replied. Did you give her Victor's offer? Margaret asked. Not yet, she still holds hope. I just told her that husband would help if she needed it. That's fine, I guess. Elise nodded. Just advise her to try to grab as much from the family business as possible. I know. Lynn sighed. Now, any news regarding Abe? Margaret turned to Lynn. No, the parasite is still in this world. I can feel it is far north from here, but I can't locate its exact position without activating our link. Let's not do that. Margaret sighed. He might die, you know? Elise asked. That would be bad. But at least the world would have one less bad guy. Margaret shrugged. She clearly felt conflicted. Oh. Arya frowned. She clearly didn't like Margaret's attitude regarding her own family, but again, it was not her business. Then what is next? Margaret paused as her new smartphone rang. She frowned, looking at the caller's name, then raising one eyebrow, she accepted the call. Hi, sister-in-law, she said in an enthusiastic voice. No, Lily is not here. I don't know what she is doing. Margaret replied. She had some jealousy in her voice. What, Victor? An accident? Margaret asked in shock as she talked on the phone. She was clearly faking it. An amnesia? What is this, some kind of a B-movie? She asked. When can we come see him? Oh, I understand. Thanks for telling us. See ya, she finally said before she hung off. What? Elise asked. It's about Victor. Alice just called to tell me that he had an accident and that he had been hospitalized. Margaret said. What? Arya snapped. Wasn't he taking a vacation collecting new girls in another world or something? It should be the fake, right? Lynn, who sat next to them, asked. Most likely, he has amnesia after all. Margaret shrugged. Alice didn't say anything about the accident or on what happened on the island, so most likely they plan to keep it a secret. Oh, what did she say then? Elise asked. She told me that old Theo decided to take him to see a friend to run some additional tests, and if nothing goes wrong, they plan to get here in 3 to 5 days. Oh, Elise pondered. Did she use the words additional tests? Elise asked. Yup, most likely our father-in-law has more brains than we expected. Margaret nodded. Hopefully they will not discover the truth, or our husband's plan will fail. Don't worry, those guys must have been preparing for this for a long time. They will definitely find a way to trick father-in-law, Elise said. And though they might never be able to really alleviate all of his doubts of there being something wrong, they just need to make sure that he firmly believes that Victor was real. He will most likely run a DNA test and compare it with the one from the family database. After Arya's incident, all the heirs were required to donate a sample. Margaret added, looking at Arya who was sighing, I bet those guys had already switched it. Oh. Lynn frowned. Wouldn't that require them to have very high access to the Von Wise family's database? That's what Victor believes. Elise said, Victor had already told his girls to act as if the Dark Chamber had most likely infiltrated his family to the core. Hopefully old Theo will not be too smart and decide to test if the fake is his real son or not, Margaret said, totally disrespecting her father-in-law. Yeah. If he were to use some weird artifact or contact a private lab to run the test in secret, it would be very difficult to fake. Elise sighed. Regardless, we better prepare for our part of the plan, she said, looking at Margaret. There can be no mistakes. Don't worry, it will be swift and painless, Margaret said, making a scissors shape with her fingers. Painless? Lynn raised one eyebrow. She didn't believe that one bit. Wait, you plan to castrate him? Arya asked in shock. Ever since she met Victor, she had borne witness to far more castrations than she could have ever imagined. All thanks to Lady Lily, of course. How the hell would he ever accept to work for us after that? She asked. It is not castration. Lynn chuckled. And it would only happen if he didn't cooperate, she added, explaining the plan to Arya, who didn't usually care about such things. Then what? Arya asked, looking at Margaret. We plan to chemically lobotomize him, Margaret stated directly. No one would find it strange if he turned into an idiot. He already lost his memory after all. This might even force the ones behind him to show themselves. Oh. Arya nodded. Hopefully, nothing would go wrong. Elise sighed. Her guts were telling her that something was not right, but she couldn't tell what. Christopher woke up to the voice of someone shouting like a beach who wanted her money. Frowning, he sat up and began to look around. He found that he was in a lavish hotel bedroom. Slowly memories of the last few days began to come back to him, but the constant shouting kept interrupting his thoughts. Mona, Fook, you shouldn't have done that. Someone was yelling from the next room. It was Donald. He could tell from his voice. You could have told us at the very least. I did. You guys didn't believe me, and I bet you were planning to report me to the overseers. Mona replied. We had to act. Hearing her voice, Christopher angrily jumped out of bed, almost falling down. He was still feeling a little drowsy, but he felt he needed to confront that beach. In the darkness of his cell, more than once he imagined himself slapping her smug face. He couldn't believe that he had a crush on her once. Regardless, Opal lost one of her legs because of one of the experiences. It could have been worse. Donald said. Look, I can understand your anger, but risks are inevitable when dealing with such situations. Another girl said coldly. And Ruby had already healed her up. So stop fooking around. I am not talking to you. I wasn't talking to you either, but to your friends. This was the tax you guys had to pay for all the bad things you did to all those people. Those people were criminals. Tallow interjected. So it was okay to torture them, to turn them into monsters and then kill them? The girl asked. We didn't know. Opal said with a guilty voice. Now you do. You should at least be more grateful we cared to save your sorry lives. By this point, Christopher, who had to walk slowly, had already left the bedroom and reached the living space of the hotel suite they were in. The girl who was talking was a totally hot tall girl with long blonde hair and an eye patch. She was the one who tied them up back then. Beside her, Tala, Opal, Donald, Mona, and her twin sisters were sitting around on couches arguing. You want us to be grateful after getting fooked around like that? Donald snapped, interrupting her. It was going to happen sooner or later, and it is your bad luck ending up in a cell full of perverts who liked young men. The girl with the eye patch sighed. You were the one who arrested them doing all kinds of things. You should have castrated them back then. How do you know about? Donald didn't continue as he finally noticed Christopher, who was leaning on the wall, entering the room. We do not follow your sick sense of justice. Christopher finally spat, making everyone else notice his arrival. Christopher, are you okay? It took you so long to wake up. Tala asked in a clearly worried voice. I am fine. Just a bit drowsy, Christopher said, checking his colleagues before turning to face the beach. Mona, I am disappointed, he said. Disappointed? Mona asked with a frown. Yes, I always thought you were an honest person. He sighed, acting like a leader like he always did. From today, we are no longer friends. And I want you to kneel in front of all of us and apologize. Is he an idiot? One of the twins asked the other, who shrugged, looking at him with disgust. Ah. Mona hesitated. Look, I am. Is there anything wrong with your brain? Why should Mona apologize? The girl with the eye patch spat, interrupting Mona. WHY? Bit radar trust. Christopher flared. That's WHY. No, she didn't. Mina, Mona's sister, replied. Christopher could have considered sleeping with her and Mona together at one point, but not anymore. I am not talking to you, Beach. He flared again. Slap. Christopher felt as if his face was hit by a truck as he fell back, falling to the ground. It was the girl with an eye patch. She slapped him with the back of her hand. Christopher. Tala ran to his side. Use that vulgar language again, and I will break your fucking jaw, she said. You idiot. Do you still think you are the leader of the so-called Justice Ring? Do you think you still have all your superpowers and such? The girl asked. Right now you're just an insect, and if it were not for our intervention, you would have been a squashed insect. Christopher felt very humiliated, but the girl was right. What happened was not Mona's plan. She could only go on with it because we forced her, she stated as she watched him calm down. Yes, she barely slept in the last few days, worried sick about you as she watched through the many spying devices we planted to ensure your safety. Mana, the other twin, added. Spying devices? Donald gasped. Yup, we planted them on you when we handed you in. The girl with the eye patch said. We saw everything, everything. She stressed that last word. And if it were not for Mona begging us that it was enough, we would have waited a few more days. I really wanted to record the monsterization process entirely. Oh, so you thought that what we have been through during the first few days was okay? Christopher turned to Mona and asked in a sarcastic voice. They were beaten like they were some kind of animal back then. You watched them cut Opal's leg and did nothing? Talo asked with hostility, making the silent Opal look at Mona. Hearing this, Christopher frowned and looked at Opal. She had 2 legs. Was one of them cut off and then grown back? He had no idea. A week ago he would never believe such a thing, but after he witnessed how the overseers turned people into monsters, he no longer felt amazed. No, we never expect that to happen. It was too sudden, Mona said in a flustered tone. And Alpha assured me that she would be cured. Look, she is fine now. So that was not enough entertainment for you? Christopher finally asked in disgust, looking at the one-eyed girl. So, her name was Alpha. Was this some kind of code name? I told you, Mona could do nothing. The one-eyed girl, Alpha, intervened again. This operation was not just to discover the secret of the overseers, but also to test you. We are creating a real vigilante group, one that would fight real monsters, and we want you to be part of the team. What? Donald asked. You expect us to join you after what you did to us? Talo asked. I told you it is a test. The real world is not some kind of a comic book. Not the ones for kids anyways. Alpha said. Mona is already part of our team. I am? Mona asked. Yes, remember the bet? Alpha said. Oh. Mona sighed nervously as she looked down. What bet? Donald asked. I can't tell you anything yet. Not before I get your answer. Alpha said as she turned to face Christopher and the others. What you saw is a part of a great conspiracy, something that you can't even grasp. If you want to know the truth about this world, fight for justice, and grow stronger than you ever imagined, I offer you a chance to join our organization. What? Donald frowned. So we did pass your supposed test after all? Christopher asked as he scowled. He really wanted to hit her, but he knew that he had no power. No, you failed, but Mona wants you in, and we are short-staved. Alpha said. I can tell you this though, once you are in, you can never back down. Alpha said. And the pay is quite good. And what if we refuse to join? Christopher asked directly. You will dispose of us? He added in a sarcastic voice, unconsciously reaching out for his power belt before retracting his hand. It was no longer there. "You will have to forget everything about us, what you saw, and your friends who chose to join us. It is for your safety," she said. Mona, who was behind her, nodded. "Oh, you will make me forget?" Christopher asked. "I don't have that power yet, but I will advise you to," Alpha said, carefully choosing her words. "Then I refuse." "Let's go," Christopher said to his friends as he stood up with Tala's help and turned to the door. He was clearly at a disadvantage here, so he planned to leave and then investigate those guys later. "Yes, Mona, I am disappointed," Tala said as she helped Christopher. "Donald, let's go." If I joined, would I be able to delete the spy camera videos?" Donald asked as he stood his ground. "The data cannot be deleted. We can blur your face," Alpha replied. "Blur my entire body, and I will join," he said after some hesitation. "Okay." Alpha nodded. "But if you were to ever betray us, I will make sure that the full uncensored movie would become #1 on all porn sites." Deal," Donald quickly replied. "A damn weakling." Christopher, who reached the door at this point, spat angrily and then frowned. "Opal?" he asked, noticing his other friend who sat on her couch not moving ever since he entered the room. "I think we should consider it," she said in a little shaken voice. What? What do you mean?" Tala asked. Opal was always subservient to Tala. "They grew my severed leg again," Opal said. "If I join, may I use this power freely?" "I read your file. Don't worry, although you might not be able to use it yourself, we will do our best to help you," Alpha told her in a serious voice. She used different tones when talking to girls. This speech was definitely a man-hater. "Then I will join," she said. "Sorry." She turned to Christopher and Tala, then told them, "Opal, you." Tala wanted to say something. "Suit yourself, Beach," Christopher interrupted. He might be able to use Opal in the future to get spoken info. The girl was easy to push around. "Let's go. We no longer need to befriend those guys." "Yes," Tala said, shooting her past friends a hateful look before walking out with Christopher. Mona sighed watching them leave. She really didn't want things to end like this, and she really didn't expect Christopher to act like that. "It is okay. You guys were always meant to split up. I can see it from your dynamics," Alpha said. "That Christopher has a mentality wanting to control everything," she added, making Opal to the side frown and then nod. "Yes, and he clearly has some thoughts about you." "How dare he?" Mina said. "You are already a husband's wife candidate." "Yeah? What? Since when?" Mona asked in shock, making Opal and Donald, who were waiting to hear about the organization, look at her. "Remember your bet with I husband? The overseers turned out to be evil as he predicted, so now you belong to him. He will be your husband too very soon." Mina said. No way. I only agreed to work for him." "Come on sis, don't play dumb. You already knew what he meant back then." Mana nudged her. "Ever since Victor knew that we were triplets, he had been giving us the cold shoulder. He is very peculiar about the authenticity of things. He would never take anything less than the complete set," she said with a smile. "Do you want us to turn into some kind of abandoned housewives?" Mina added. "You don't know it, but once you try it, you will be addicted," she whispered to her. Mona looked at both of her shameless sisters, not knowing what to say. Alpha to her side sighed. "Excuse me, who is Victor?" Donald asked. From what he just heard, he already likes the guy's mentality. "Your future boss," Alpha said. "I think you guys will really like each other," she added with disgust as she looked out of the window where Christopher and Tala walked out of the hotel, then were quickly kidnapped by Theta and Ruby, who were waiting outside. They need to give them a dose of soul wine to ask them about their future plans for revenge and maybe wipe their memory about what happened here today. Chapter 433. The Trouble and the Empress. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "So, what happened?" Alpha asked. She sat behind a desk in one of the hotel's most secure areas, the presidential suite. This place was full of girls who sat in front of a row of screens, processing all kinds of data. The entire building, which was a floundering hotel, had already been brought up by Alpha a week ago. Right now, It was their base of operation in Ring Cloud City. That guy, Donald, was a complete idiot. Mina, who took a seat next to her sister, spat. He really forgot that his face was changed back then. No one would recognize him in those videos. But there is something very fishy about him. Mana continued. Oh. Alpha frowned. The reason she wanted to make the justice ring work for her was for 3 reasons. The first reason was to use them as a decoy. Using Victor's name, Margaret had already sent a report about the overseers to the Players' Council without mentioning who their masters were. Connecting Victor to the raids was a matter of time with Mona and the twins involved. By taking the initiative, they had now forced Vonswer into a defensive position. Those guys would definitely seek revenge, but they would have to keep it a secret. They would most likely think of using the Justice Ring against Victor somehow, not expecting that it would all be a trap. The second reason to take the Justice Ring in was to placate Mona, who was a sign, and according to that girl scammer Victor, they needed to make enough connections with her so that she would convince herself to join his cause, aka his harem. The last reason was to find out if there was anything fishy here. Mona has some gaps in her memories that even with Ruby's power they weren't able to retrieve. How fishy? Alpha asked, watching Mana hesitate. It was as if he really wanted to stay with Mona. When I asked him why, he just said that he felt that they were fated to be together, so he felt that he should not leave her side. Mana said, frowning. When I asked him if he meant like a lover, he said no. He was not into flat girls. Oh. Alpha raised one eyebrow. Then what? Does he have some strange fetish or something? No idea. Even after we dosed him a little more, he still couldn't explain it. Mina added. What kind of bullshit is that? Alpha frowned. That girl, Opal, felt the same. Mina added. And she is not a lesbian. We checked by showing her big sister Lily's photo and asking her what she thought about her. I see. Alpha pondered. If that girl were to have the tiniest inclinations for being a lesbian, she would have turned to one immediately after seeing Lily's beauty. It was a tried and confirmed method. Did you guys ask them how they joined the Justice Ring? The same with Mona. The overseers appeared one day after they had a strange near-death encounter with a monster and invited them. Both of them have never met with the others before. Oh. Alpha frowned as she looked at the door. Theta and Ruby, who seemed to have also finished her interrogation, were there. Is there anything wrong with your target too? Theta, who seemed a little shaken, said. We may have found something. What? Alpha asked, raising one eyebrow. Victor had sent Theta here for one reason, to stumble upon things that no one could find. Let me explain from the start. Theta said as she sat down and grabbed a can of Coke from the mini fridge to the side. After Christopher and Tala left the hotel, they found a cheap restaurant where they got a room and began to trash talk about Mona and the others. Christopher was in a bad mood and Tala, who seemed interested in him, ordered some heavy-duty wine. We used the chance to slip them some soul wine bottles before we entered as waitresses and began questioning them. And? Alpha nodded and asked. At first all we got was the info we knew. Other than Christopher wanting to take revenge on Mona, there was nothing interesting. Did he say why? Alpha asked. Just that she was meant to be his bride and that she had betrayed him and she deserved to die. She said. That's stupid. Mina spat angrily. Mona can only marry Victor. She said. Her sister nodded. Alpha sighed hearing them. She couldn't get it. Why would the twins want Mona to join them? Was Victor's charm really this big, making his wives race to bring their loved ones along? If she didn't know better, she would have assumed he was using some kind of brainwashing on them. Damn it. She slipped some wine into their drinks to interrogate them a few nights ago. It turned out that they were just stupidly in love, wanting to both please Victor and make Mona know true happiness. Damn Victor, that girl scamming bastard. Alpha, are you listening? Theta poked her arm. Sorry. What were you saying? Alpha quickly asked, dismissing the unnecessary thoughts. Ever since her great-great-grandmother asked her to let Victor impregnate her, she was feeling extra annoyed. I was saying that Christopher couldn't really explain why he was attached to Mona. He just told us that it was love at first sight and that she was meant to be his wife. He also kept repeating the same stupid lines about her betraying him. Theta sighed. Tala seemed to also like Mona from the start, but she couldn't explain why. Oh, she hated her? Alpha asked. Yeah, something to do with jealousy over Christopher. Those girls really have no eyes for men. She sighed. Yeah? Mana nodded. What happened next? Alpha asked as she rolled her eyes. Those girls were beyond redemption. Not getting anything useful after more than 30 minutes of grilling, I decided to start using the list Victor created, the one with blanket questions. And? Alpha asked. This list was created in order to find out if the person is a demon, or has been manipulated in some way. It also has some good questions to fill in the blackmailing database they were creating. At first I got nothing interesting. Just the usual delusional teen bullshit. Theta sighed like she herself was not also a teen with a lot of those delusions. Then, when I reached question 37 I messed up. What? Alpha asked, taking out her phone and opening a document on it. After flipping a few pages she reached her target, question 37, which was at the end of the page. In case you became the ruler of the entire world, what is the first thing you would do? It was meant to discover the person's political tendencies. As I scrolled while reading it, I accidentally dropped my phone. When I grabbed it back and continued, I mistakenly continued with a different question, number 79. Theta said, "Your phone scrolled 3 pages by itself?" Alpha frowned and asked as she scrolled to the said question. "Where do you hide your porn stash?" Yeah? The question became, in case you became the ruler of the entire world, where do you hide your porn stash? And, what did he answer? Alpha asked. This question was stupid. Most single men hide their porn stash under their bed. Displaying those magazines in a dedicated room like Victor was doing was not considered hiding under the bed in his personal cave in the sect. Theta said. That's exactly how he said it. Typical. Wait, a sect? Alpha asked as she quickly took a file from her desk's drawer and began to flip through it. When was he a disciple in some sect? No idea. When I asked him about that, he said that he had never been to a sect. Didn't he just confess to having a personal cave before? Mina exclaimed. Yup. I mentioned that exact point to him, but he just frowned and began to explain that I must have heard him wrong and that he didn't know of any sects. Theta said. After that, no matter what I asked, he stopped mentioning anything about a sect. Oh. Mana frowned. Could it be a fluke? Mina asked. We don't think so. Theta said. Right, Ruby? Ruby nodded. Although I couldn't find any traces of his soul being controlled when I examined him, it felt strange. Strange? Alpha asked. Ruby seemed to have gained a lot of interest in the subject of souls after helping heal Victor. It was as if it was too clean. Ruby frowned as she tried describing it. I am not sure because I don't have much experience, but it was like. How can I describe it? She pondered. Like you expect something to be there, but it is missing. Like the clean browser history of a tech-savvy teenage boy. Mina interrupted, making Alpha glare at her. The girl was learning some really bad habits from that beach. Margaret. Ah. Ruby frowned, figuring out what that meant. Yes. Kinda like that. It was all in order, but something was too clean about it. She nodded. How does it compare to Mona's soul? Alpha asked. Mona too had some lost memories. As far as I can tell, Mona's soul is normal, Ruby said, shaking her head. Victor made her inspect it back then in Vane City. What about the other girl? Tell her. Alpha asked. She had that strange feeling around her, but it was way less obvious than Christopher. Ruby said. I tried asking her the same thing, but she denied having a porn stash even after we made her drink another bottle. Theta said. She only confessed to liking Christopher ever since she met him 7 years ago. I see. Wait. Alpha flipped through the folder in her hand. Tala must have met Christopher 3 years ago when the Justice Ring was formed, not 7. She said. Yup. The same with Christopher. She quickly changed her words, not falling for it again. Theta said. Did you try to confront them about their past together? Alpha asked. Christopher and Tala's past was all in front of her. From his birth until now, there has been no period of time where both of them have been a disciple in some sect. In fact, Christopher never left this city while Tala came from an orphanage. Yes, nothing strange there. Their sayings matched our data. Theta sighed. This was clearly giving her a headache. What does this all mean? Mina asked. No idea. Alpha frowned. "Let's go with the protocol and call Lily," she sighed as she took out her phone and made a call. "Oh," Mina said, looking at her sister who looked back at her as they waited for the call to connect. "The person you are trying to reach is unavailable. Please try again later." The reply came quickly. Lily was not available. Then the next one in the chain of command was Margaret. Alpha had no idea why the fuck did Victor create this chain of command. But when something got bad, at least she knew who to call. The only problem she had with it was that her name came fifth, after Lily, Margaret, Elise, and Theta. "So, let me get this straight," Mikhail said as he looked at Meryl, Victor, and then at the strange sky all around him. "Your master dragged me here to this alternative dimension to protect me?" he asked. "Ah, yes," Victor nodded. "As I told you, your stupid sisters seemed to have made a deal with the demons. They were planning to use you as bait to harm the Light Lord." Victor, who sat beside him, explained. "You mean his lordship, the Sun Lord?" Meryl, who was beside him, corrected. "Ah. Yeah, that's the one. Sorry, my mistake," Victor quickly said quickly. "He was so impressed with my master that he hired him to investigate the situation. That's why the demons attacked. They wanted to stop him." "Oh." Then, Mikhail frowned. The plot was discovered. The Lord, in a fit of anger, decided to change the entire royal family. Meryl intervened. She couldn't believe she was helping Victor scan Mikhail, but this was for his own good. He was about to order the guards to imprison you too. "What?" "Victor's master begged his lordship to give you another chance, saying that you had no idea you were being used, but the Lord refused to budge, deciding to expel you," she said as she looked at her brother. Victor sighed and nodded as he took an envelope and gave it to Mikhail. "This is?" Mikhail asked, then gasped as he noticed the Lord's sign on the envelope. "No idea. My master told me that the Lord ordered him to give it to you. Maybe it is your punishment certificate or something." Mikhail nodded as he politely grabbed the envelope and then bowed to it before slowly opening it. Inside there was an empty paper that burnt as soon as Mikhail touched it, and the Lord's voice reverberated in his mind. "Mikhail, this is your chance to prove yourself. I had to do a lot of preparations in order to fool that demon hunter. Don't disappoint me." Follow Mikhail and Victor into their real world, the lands of humans, fool them into thinking that you have no other place to go, and do whatever you need to, even if you have to act as a slave. Your mission is to find out about the secret of the Nutcracker and his demonic plan to conquer our world, Ismeralia. You can only return once you find sufficient information about his plans. Call my name loudly, and if the information is correct, I will grab you back and make you the king of the Sun Elves. Mikhail, who heard the message, felt as if his bloodline boiled. Yes, those were the Lord's words. "I will follow the Lord's will," he said in a fanatic voice that made Meryl look at him worriedly. "What's that? Why did it burn?" Victor asked. "Ah. It is a symbolic gesture," Mikhail said nervously, looking at Meryl with an apologetic look. "It means I can no longer return to the Elven lands." "Oh, Victor, your master did say he would bring us back to our original world, right?" Mikhail turned to Victor and asked directly. "Yes." Victor nodded. "Can I go too? I have no place here. You know how expelled elves end up around here. No one really likes us," he said. "Everyone envied the elves. That's how the Lord preached." "Ah." Victor frowned. "I don't know. You must understand, my world has this strange rule about strangers. They can only be there if they were the followers or slaves for someone else, otherwise the world would obliterate them." "Oh, that's easy. I can become Meryl's servant," Mikhail said directly. "That's why the Lord told him to be a slave." The Lord was wise. "Ah. Young master, are you sure?" Meryl asked nervously. Why did her young master's IQ drop this quickly? Did it have something to do with the Sun Lord, or was it the wine Victor made him drink before he woke up? Her intuition was telling her that it should be both. "Yes, I am sure," Mikhail said with determination. "Let me then draft this contract for you." Victor sighed. "I will leave enough loopholes for you to gain your freedom later if needed," he added as he winked at Meryl and made her blush. The said loophole was becoming her husband. All for the Empress. We serve the Empress. The Nut Slicer Empress. Hail the Empress. Praise the Empress. Fear the Empress. In a gloomy forest, A platoon of fat girls ran in order while screaming stupid slogans. Above them, they were holding a large metallic palanquin where a pretty young woman and a handsome young man sat leisurely eating grapes. "Are you sure this is training?" Julian asked his sister as he watched the girls below him sweat buckets. He was not complaining, but it was not a pretty sight. And those slogans were stupid. His sister seemed to be trying to compete with someone using those, but he couldn't tell who it is. Lily spat as she cracked her whip. "Take the third pill," he ordered, making the fat girl quickly take a pill from their pocket and eat it. "This kind of training will be used for the Imperial Army in the future. Although it is a little cruel, it is perfect for building up muscle quickly." "Oh, what do you plan to?" Julian wanted to ask something, but Lily raised one and made him stop. He frowned, knowing well that she must be talking to someone using telepathy or something. She finished moments later. "Is there anything?" he asked, watching her expression grow sour. "Very sour. Trouble of the major kind. I need to meditate a little to collect my thoughts. You command the girls, don't let them overexert themselves." She spat as she sat in a meditative pose and closed her eyes. He nodded with a frown. His sister had developed a habit of meditate a lot lately. Whenever she was not training or supervising the girls, she would be doing that, waking up very refreshed and in a good mood after it. Maybe he should pick up this habit too. Chapter 434. Can't drink. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So if it were not for Theta's luck we would have been in the dark. Victor, or in better words, his soul fragment that resided in Lily's necklace, pondered as he heard what his wife said. "I should really reward that girl." "Yeah?" "Both Mina and Margaret communicated with me, telling me to ask for your opinion," Lily replied as she lay in his embrace. "During the last few weeks, they have discovered that their intimate actions not only made their souls purer but also made them stronger." According to Victor, this seemed to be the effect of the necklace itself. "Your opinion and mine should be the same regarding this matter," Victor said. She was as knowledgeable as him regarding the future. "Yeah? If my guess was right, whoever was behind this might have been planning to use Mona to destroy the von Zwei family," Lily said. "This would only make sense if some of Mona's friends were scapegoats who need to die and flare her anger." Victor said. "Yup, that guy Donald, and the girl, Opal. They seem to feel that they need to stick to Mona no matter what." Lily nodded. "I bet they have a destiny to die a gruesome death." Victor guessed. "You would need to figure that out once you returned," she sighed. "I think it should be her, the one who helped the Imperial family finish the von Zwei off in the other timeline. After their cooperation with the demons was revealed, no one stepped in to help them." She pondered. "Too bad I wasn't there at that time, and the reports only mentioned that it was a friend who wanted revenge." "You couldn't have been everywhere at once," Victor said. "The question remains about the identity of the perpetrators behind this." "Yeah? Do you have someone in mind?" she asked, clearly suspecting someone, but wanting to hear his analysis first. "It could be anyone." Victor sighed. He had long suspected that there were many fishy things around Mona. At first, he thought it was von Zwei's doing, but it seemed like life was never that simple. "I think it has to be a power with extensive knowledge about science. Although this is not conclusive, this by itself would leave us with a lot of suspects, ranging from the Fate sect to maybe the Dark Chamber or some other hidden power." He frowned. "It is definitely the Fate sect," Lily said. "Why? Do you know something?" Victor asked. Those guys were his first suspects, but he didn't want to jump to conclusions. "Just a well-educated guess, but it is built on 3 reasons. The first one is Mona's fate you told me about. Revenge. It has to be someone who can read fates to figure that out and use it." Victor shook his head. "You don't need to know a science fate to unleash them against your enemies. You just need to give them a just cause." He shrugged. "What is your second reason to suspect them?" "In the future, do you remember how a lot of science tended to listen to the Fate sect, some even working for them?" "Yeah, that's what made them influential. I remember hearing that it had been investigated but nothing conclusive was found." "The science were doing it on their own accord." Victor squinted his eyes. "Are you suggesting that they might have been preparing for that stage from way earlier?" he asked. "Yeah, if it were you, and you had the power to identify science." she said as her slim finger drew circles on his chest. I can identify scions. He raised one eyebrow. That's the point. Wouldn't you try to use them to your advantage, making friends with them, implanting your agents around them? Victor nodded. That's what he was planning to do, but those scions seemed to be a little allergic to him lately, going all defensive whenever he would be near. See? Lily chuckled as she read his mind. I understand. Victor nodded. What is your third reason? It is about memory loss. The Fate sect had always been mysterious, with several incidents in the future where those connected to them forgot all about it. They definitely have a memory-altering artifact. It could also be a skill. Yeah? Lily nodded. Too bad she couldn't really investigate these people when she was a crow, as she discovered their existence too late, and even then, she couldn't find where their base was as none of their known agents went there. It was as if they always got their commands via telepathy or something. What do you think I should tell the girls to do? Nothing, other than monitoring the situation from afar. They should play dumb. Victor said. Once I am back I will go take a look at them by myself. Mona should be told that the Von Zwy family are the ones behind the overseers. Tell the twins to encourage her to start plotting against them. If someone was monitoring her fate, this would assure them that their plan is still viable. Good. Lily nodded. Something just occurred to me. What if the Fate sect also had scions being instigated against the other families? She asked. Oh. This made Victor pause. Are you suggesting that the young Light Lord's attack was orchestrated by someone? He asked. Could be. Or why would your family have this much trouble getting rid of this guy? Lily said. If you had told me the truth before the Blood Awakening ritual, I could have investigated it back then. She said, pinching his arm. I thought we agreed not to mention that again. He said. I am just saying. You must learn to be more honest. Can't you use that skill again? He asked. No. Every second in the past required me to spend a ton of energy. The first activation was free, so I could take all the time in the world, but if I were to use and try to access the other timeline now, my soul would probably disintegrate after getting lost in the time loop. She explained. I see. He sighed. If your guess is right, we better start to investigate and keep an eye on people around scions. They might be the way those in the Fate sect are working. I will tell Alpha. Lily nodded. When are you planning to return to your family? He asked, changing the subject. I was planning to wait for a few months to enter the Jade Ruin with you, but now that the tournament has been delayed, I think it would be a good thing if I went there early. The tournament was delayed? Victor asked. I forgot to tell you. Yeah, thanks to all the trouble in your family and the Von Rosen family base that had turned into a dungeon thanks to someone. She said, poking at him. They said it will happen in a month, but I bet it might take 2 or even 3. Those guys tend to always underestimate things. Oh, you want to participate in the tournament? Victor asked. Yes. The reason my family was able to become the Imperial family was not only their hidden power but something that they found in the Jade Ruin. Really? You never told me that. He exclaimed. You were going there anyway, and this is the hunch I got after reading their logs. She hesitated for a moment. You know how my family had a policy for staying hidden, but somehow, in the other timeline, right after the Jade Ruin exploration ended, they seemed to have reversed gear and started focusing all their attention on expanding their influence and preparing for war. Oh. Victor frowned. He always knew that that ruin held some of the world's best artifacts. Most of the scions got their signature weapons there after all. But he had no idea that even the von Krona family's rise had something to do with it. I was planning to use Yulin to keep an eye on them. But now that there is enough time for me to get a position in the expedition, I want to go with them. Your uncle might not agree. He will have no say in it. The positions are decided by the tournament's ranking. She said. Victor sighed. Then we will meet at the tournament. He said. Yup. She nodded as her face touched his and they kissed. In a lavish corridor, outside a lavish hospital room, 3 men stood. So, he is absolutely my son? Theodore asked with a frown. Yes. The DNA matches. The doctor, who was an old friend of Theodore, said, "It also 100% matches the one you gave me. There is no doubt about it, this guy is Victor." The doctor said, "I see." Theodore sighed. "Master, I don't know why you are going to this length." Olaf seemed a little relieved as he heard what the doctor said. "You have seen how much intrigue there is in the family, Olaf. I just don't want to be taken advantage of again." Theodore signed, remembering what happened with Iris and Arya. "You can go back to the island and make your report now," he said. "Oh, I understand." Olaf, although a little reluctant, quickly nodded. "What the amnesia?" Theodore asked the doctor. "I can't help you. We already gave him all the experimental medicines we had." The doctor shook his head. "But from what I noticed, Victor's brain activity has been getting better since last night, so if I had to guess, I think he is healing. But like everything in life, it might take some time." "Oh." Theodore sighed as he turned, opened the room's door, and entered. Victor was sitting there on a hospital bed, inquiring from Alice about his family. "I guess we are done here," Theodore said. "How was it?" Alice turned to him and asked. "He is getting better," Theodore said. "How about we get you home?" He turned to his son and asked. Axel nodded, then looked at Olaf and smiled. His memory was back. It was time for him to get back all the things he had lost. He couldn't wait to get his hands on his supposed wives, especially Myra. At the same time, in a lavish mansion where a dozen young girls worked as maids while singing happy young master-themed songs. "That's all. Take care," Margaret said, then put down the phone after explaining Lily's plan to Alpha. "Done?" Elise asked. "Yeah," Margaret said as she looked at her phone, which rang again. This time it was a message from Alice. "The fake will be here by tomorrow morning," she said. "Is everything ready for him?" Elise asked. "Yeah. The room had been sterilized, I got the surgical knife, and the ironing rod. I don't need the details." Elise spat angrily. "Just saying, in case he turned out to be a pervert." Margaret didn't continue as the door was pushed open. "Bad news," Lynn said as she barged into the office. "What?" Elise asked. "The parasite I put in Abe, it has returned to its original world," she said. Then Margaret asked. "Abe is dead, and the body must have been cremated. My condolences." She told Margaret. "No need," Margaret said dismissively. She thought she would feel something hearing about her cousin's death, but all she felt was a sense of pity that his pitiful life ended quickly. "Can you resummon the parasite anytime soon?" she asked, getting right into business. The parasite held the memories of Abe's last moment, and it would definitely allow them to find his captors. "Not yet. We have to wait for a moonless night that follows a cold day. About 2 weeks from now would be a good date for the ritual," Lynn sighed. "And I need to prepare some sacrificial rats," she added with disgust. "Tell Hilda to send the girls to sleep early that night," Margaret said. "And let the chicks help you. I always do." Now, Margaret paused as her phone began ringing. "What's wrong with it today?" Looking at the number, it was Susan from the company. "What?" Margaret answered with a frown. "Madam, big trouble. Didn't I tell you to report to Arya? It is about Abe, Crimson Pearl. He came a moment ago and requested that we cancel the last agreement with him." Susan interrupted. "He said that he was willing to pay the contract termination fee and that we shall no longer have the rights to any of his novels." Margaret stood up and looked at Elise as she activated the phone's speaker. "Are you sure it is Abe?" "Yeah, it is him. I am looking at him at the moment. He is in the waiting room," Susan said. "Absolutely sure?" Yeah, he is even talking the same arrogant way. And right now is feeling up the trainee who came to give him a cup of coffee. Tell him to wait. I will send someone to talk to him and convince him," she said as she hung up. "What now?" Lynn asked. "He should definitely be dead," she said nervously. "Is there any other way to get the parasite out of him without destroying his body?" Elise asked. I am not sure." Lynn frowned. "But there should not be, as it exists in his soul realm after all. Can only be removed if the head was damaged beyond repair." "What if the target was possessed?" Elise asked again. "If the possessor noticed the parasite, he would definitely kill it and not allow it to return to its world." Lynn answered. "He would have no reason to release it. Once it is out of this world, only me, The original summoner can find it. She frowned. Oh. Elise frowned. It could be either a fake, a possession, or some unknown technique. She pondered. I guess we can only check by ourselves. Whoever is behind this would want to test if we know something, so we only have to play dumb. Margaret said. Are Monica or Myra here? She asked. Lately, all the girls have been very busy. Myra is here, but she seems to have a lot going on. Lynn said. I can go instead. No. You are a summoner. If they were to have discovered the parasite and released it by themselves as bait, this would be dangerous. Elise quickly said. Why don't you go yourself? She asked Margaret. Absolutely not. What if they had a way to hypnotize me? It should be someone who has nothing to do with the plan. Good point. Elise nodded. There is another reason too. Margaret said. She seemed hesitant. What? Elise frowned. Whoever goes would need to drink some soul wine with a target to ask a few questions. Margaret sighed. And I can't drink. And why not? Ah, well, I am pregnant, she declared with a sigh. It was time to drop the bomb. You are what? Both Lynn and Elise jumped from their seats and looked at Margaret, who was smiling smugly in shock. Chapter 435. Strange Connections. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor, who was sitting and having a drink with Meryl, McKill, the elf girls, and Amira, suddenly stood up and began coughing up the carrot juice he had just drunk. Victor, is there anything wrong? Meryl asked in a worried voice as McKill frowned. How can someone spit out the holy carrot juice so carelessly? Ah, nothing. I am fine, he quickly replied, dismissing his sister. Just now he was paying attention to what his blood slaves were doing, and he happened to hear what Margaret said through Lynn. She was fucking pregnant. How? That was not in his plans. Wasn't his bloodline supposed to be too strong for this to happen? This was common knowledge. The stronger the bloodline, the harder it was to conceive. That's why his family likes to go hunt for normal mates with non-existent bloodlines. Marrying inside the family or from someone from the other awakened families was only done for political reasons. On top of that, after a bloodline awakens, the probability of conceiving a child would exponentially diminish. Could it be that Margaret's bloodline was so weak that it countered his strong bloodline? Or was he an outlier like his father? A monster who could get any woman pregnant just by touching her? As far as he remembered, in his past life, he was pretty normal. So in short, he had no idea. Damn it. Those girls better be careful not to tell Lily. That girl got a new super sword and should be considered armed and dangerous. Victor was not sure what she would do if she were to know. The worst case scenario would be her painting his mansion red with Margaret's blood. This was very unlikely, but the girls better be careful. The best case scenario would be Lily using her family power to hunt him down and then lock him in her bedroom or some sex dungeon, where she would force him to work until she was pregnant too. Victor shivered just thinking about that. He needed to find a way to make her his blood slave very soon to be safe. Too bad he would have to wait until her family's cleansing ritual. You seem troubled? McKill said. A man could feel it when another was having manly troubles. Ah. Victor sighed. We are getting very near to our target. I can feel it. I am just hesitant about what to say when I meet my stepmother and my great-aunt. He lied. Meryl nodded nervously. She was also very nervous about meeting her mother. I will go out and check out with my master. Victor said. Amira, stay here with Meryl and be obedient. He added to the little girl. Amira just looked at him and then nodded. Lately, she began to fully understand the common language, and after staying with Meryl for the last week they had become friends. She was no longer dependent on Victor. It is just that she would only go to sleep next to him, treating him as a hug pillow. He was not complaining as the girls seemed to suffer from nightmares after seeing Zendo. But with Meryl here it was awkward. Victor sighed and looked at the sky. Master, can I come out? He asked. For McKill, he was keeping the facade that his master was the one who saved them. It was better this way. Nothing happened. Master? He should have gone somewhere. McKill commented. No way. He always carries this dimensional pocket with him. He might be answering the call of nature or something. He is always doing that lately. Victor explained. I think he has a problem with his prostate or... Victor vanished before he could continue. What is a prostate? Michael asked. No idea. Meryl replied. She just had the feeling that Victor's last comment was very inappropriate. Outside, Victor appeared in the middle of the desert where his cauldron was buried in the sand. Lately, he had only been traveling at night using a jagged path, fearing that the Sun Lord might notice him. He needed to keep this up at least until he reached the human lands. Warning, 74 tracing skills have been cast on you. Originator, Sun Lord. Error, caster does not have enough authority to target you. Do you want to allow skill? Yes, no. As usual, Victor was quickly barraged by messages about tracing skills targeting him as soon as he was out. No, he quickly answered. Sun Lord is requesting a report for the reason of failure of his skill. He does not have enough authority to access data connected to you. Do you want to allow their system to make this report? Victor paused for a moment, then pressed no. Although he considered revealing his huge authority to Zendo and scaring the shit out of him, he didn't want to reveal any information about himself. From experience, he knew that this was the best approach, and his authority was his biggest trump card. Warning, 9 blood tracing skills have been cast on you. Originator, Zeph the Great. Error, caster does not have enough authority. Do you want to allow skill? Yes, no. What? Victor exclaimed. This one was new. Why would the demon try to find him? Why now? How did Zeph get his blood? The only place he might have bled was during the battle in Sun City. He was careless. Damn it. He pressed no, as he thought about it. Could it be that Zeph was the? Could it be that he was working for the Sun Lord? That would be absurd. Warning, demonic blood cursing skill had been cast on you. Originator, Zeph the Great. Error, caster bloodline is way weaker than yours. Curse was invalidated. Cheat. That was close. Thankfully his demonic bloodline seemed to be able to resist any blood curses, or he would have had to waste another dispelling talisman. But this guy was pretty persistent to get rid of him. Well, getting rid of as many unknown as possible was one of the main steps for a perfect scam. Victor was pretty sure that Zephyr demon must have found some way to scam Zendo and work for him. No wonder the Sun Temple was infiltrated. The schemes in this world were way deeper than he could ever have imagined. It would be better to leave this world ASAP. That's what his intuition was telling him. Grabbing the cauldron, and checking his surroundings, he slowly levitated in midair, then began to fly in a certain direction, following the fate threads that stretched in front of him. Hopefully, those would lead him to his great aunt. He had been doing this for the last few days, and although it was a little tiresome, it was the fastest way to move around. His speed was like that of a missile after all. You must be Abe, Myra said as she reached the table. Abe and a middle-aged balding man who seemed to be his lawyer were waiting in the company's exclusive restaurant. This place was very luxurious and it was meant to be used when the company negotiated contracts with big stars or big assholes like Abe. Myra. Abe quickly stood up, wiping his mouth with his cuff, before extending his hand to shake hers. Myra hesitated and then shook it before quickly letting go, shaking the lawyer's hand and sitting down. Mr. Abe, I was sent here after. Abe raised one hand, stopping her. He clearly enjoyed flaunting his power. Let's have a drink first. I already requested the most expensive one here, he explained, gesturing to a waitress on the side. Master Abe, we are here to talk business, Myra said. The lawyer nodded professionally. He clearly didn't agree with Abe. Nothing makes business smoother than a glass of wine, Abe said as he licked his lips. This guy is not Abe. Margaret, who watched the interaction through the security cameras, said. I can feel it. What do you mean? Arya asked. We already confirmed his identity through a DNA sample that we secretly took. His fingerprints also match. I don't care. This guy is definitely not Abe. Just look at how he is looking at Myra like he is planning to eat her up, Margaret said. As far as I remember, Abe is a pervert like that, Lynn commented. No, Myra is not the kind Abe likes. He is into younger girls who have curvy body. Myra is not only too flat for him, she is way older than anything he would be interested in, Margaret explained with disgust. She knew him better than anyone else. I remember him taking a long look at us and the twins back then when we first met him. Beta, who was operating the camera, said, remembering how Abe's eyes were about to fall from their sockets when he saw them at the pool that day. For Abe, girls are not the most important thing, money is. He sees the world through the eyes of a pimp. Margaret explained, that's how he saw you back then, as potential merchandise. And that's how he should be looking at Myra, as someone appraising the goods, not someone who is starving for. Stop there. Margaret told Beta, replay the video from the last 20 seconds. Beta, who was listening with interest, quickly operated the computer in front of her, replaying the video onto one of the Meridian screens in the room. Focus on Abe's hand. Beta did, revealing that as Abe pushed the glass to Myra, he seemed to have slipped something into the wine in a very professional manner that was barely noticeable. If it were not for Margaret, who knew how perverts did this, they would have missed it. We are game. Elise said. Pay attention, Myra. Start acting like you can't lie. So, why do you want to break the contract all of a sudden? Myra asked as she swallowed the antidote pill hidden in her mouth after hearing what Margaret said. She just acted a little drunk. This is too troublesome. It is just that I got a better offer somewhere else. Abe said. What do you mean? I can't explain the details as I am under an NDA, he said, nodding to the lawyer, but all you need to know is that I was offered 10 times what you paid me. He shrugged. I think this will cover the contract breaking fee. We can pay you 10 times too. No, the deal is already done. You should have paid me for my work's real value from the start, he said in a hateful tone. Myra frowned. Who is the other party? I told you I can't say. He shook his head, making Myra pout. Why wasn't the soul wine working? Why did you seek them in the first place? Myra asked, trying to agitate him. Is it about Margaret? She is a part of the reason I don't want to work with the company she is a part of, and I got a better offer. He shrugged. I bet she is watching us through those cameras, he said. Yeah? I have no idea what you are talking about, Myra said as if she slipped before correcting herself. Let's focus on business. What about the works currently in production? Myra asked. Are you pulling those too? Well, for those the fans might get upset, so let's discuss them in detail, Abe said, flicking his finger at his lawyer, who quickly took out a bag full of documents. I hope Mrs. Myra would have the authority to look at those. Let's see what you have first. Myra frowned. Mistress Margaret, did you call for me? Yin, who seemed to have just finished her dancing training, came to the security room, accompanied by Lara, Ren, and Elle, who were too curious and had to hop along to take a look. Lately, they were pretty bored getting grounded by George, and having to wait for their door to return for them to resume the trials at home. Yeah? Look at that guy. Do you feel anything strange about him? Margaret asked. I can't use my powers through screens, Yin said in an embarrassed voice. Right. Sorry. Come with me then. Margaret said she was so disturbed by Abe's appearance that she was not thinking straight. The girls left the security room and took the elevator up. Margaret guided them into a big office that had a one-sided window overlooking the restaurant. This place was meant for the CEO to have a look at how things went downstairs, and very few knew about it. Be sure not to stick too close to the window, Margaret said. Yin nodded as she took 2 steps with Elle and Lara. They looked at the table where Myra was asking Abe about some details in the revised contracts. What do you see? Margaret asked. That guy. Yin frowned. He has balls in his head. Have a what? Margaret asked. Some very nasty thoughts crossed her mind. Abe did have only his balls in his brain. Balls. 3 marbles of sorts are floating and rotating around each other where a person's soul should be. Yin frowned as she tried to explain with a blush. An artifact. Elise commented. What else? Nothing. Wait. What? The other guy. The one in the lame brown suit. His soul appears to be that of a girl. A girl. Margaret frowned, looking at the middle-aged lawyer. He appears normal to me. Elise frowned. She has the true sight bloodline ability and she should be able to see through any disguises, but the lawyer appeared normal to her. Can you make out her features? Margaret asked. Yeah, barely. Yin said. Is she this one? Margaret asked, showing Yin a photo of Bianca. No, use this. Elise grabbed a tablet and gave it to Yin. Try to use this program to construct her face, she explained, starting an app that would allow Yin to construct the face. Yin nodded as she began to work. There seems to be a connection between the girl and the marbles in the guy's head, but I can't really make it out, she added casually as Lara and Elle peeked over her shoulders to have a look. Margaret looked at Elise. Both of them just understood what happened. No wonder the wine didn't work. The lawyer didn't drink at all, and she must have been the one controlling Abe whose soul was already lost. Finished, Yin said, giving the tablet back to Elise, who gave it a look and then handed it to Margaret. Any idea who that is? Elise asked. Margaret frowned. No. I know her, Lynn exclaimed, making everyone look at her. Who is she? Margaret asked. She is a famous internet influencer. I used to watch her a lot a few years ago before she disappeared after some crypto scam, Lynn said. Oh, mining green sun coin? Margaret asked. Yeah, I see. Margaret nodded. If she's not our target, she would definitely have a connection to them. Oh, tell Myra to wrap things up. We better not scare the snake, she said, turning to look at Lara, who seemed to be a little interested in her sister-in-law's spy action. Don't tell father-in-law about what you saw here. I know. Lara nodded. Will you tell esteemed brother? She asked. Margaret hesitated, looking at Elise, who nodded. Listen up, Lara. George must have told you that your father will be back today with Victor. Lara nodded with a smile. That Victor is a fake, Margaret said. What? Lara frowned. It is a bad guy who is planning to scam the family, Elise explained. Yin will discover him pretty quickly, and maybe Elle too, Margaret said. I want you to act as if you noticed nothing. We will take care of him. But don't tell anyone, as that guy might run away. You can inform George and explain that Victor knew all about this and that it is a part of the plan. Tell him to call us if he needs more info, Margaret said. George would find a way to discreetly tell father-in-law if needed. Then what about my real esteemed brother? Lara frowned. She didn't like to keep secrets, but she understood the gravity of the situation. Don't worry, he is fine, Margaret sighed. It seemed like they would have to tell Theodore a few things, but this was the best course of action right now, as Victor was taking way longer to return than planned. Tell George that we have a way to connect to him, but he better keep it a secret. Lara nodded. Chapter 436. I am a what? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The helicopter slowly made its way down from the clouds above, descending toward Victor's mansion. This is all mine? Axel asked in shock as he watched the great complex get revealed below. From the hospital he was in Vane City, they first took a private jet to the airport, and after that a helicopter to deliver them here. Yeah? Alice said. It is somewhat small compared to the family's standard, but considering how near it is to the city, I guess it is okay, she added, giving her honest opinion. Don't worry, once you get all your memories back, you will have all the time to build a grand mansion on the island Mother gave you as your wedding gift. Theodore said. That place is more suitable to raise your harem. It will make your cousins die of envy. Yeah? Axel nodded nervously. Olaf, who was sent away by Theodore for some reason, did tell him that his family was rich. But this went beyond that. He needed to readjust his standards. Holding those thoughts, Axel watched as the helicopter slowly landed in the helipad that was right behind the main building. Welcome, young master. As soon as the helicopter's door opened, he was welcomed by little girls in maid uniforms who stood in line, all bowing and greeting their young master at the same time. He said absent-mindedly, wondering what the fook, as he watched a hot crimson-haired girl make her way through the maids and then throw herself at him. Victor, do you know how worried we were? She complained as she hugged him tightly. You are? He had to ask. Olaf made sure not to give him any specific information other than what was necessary to get into character, fearing that he might slip up. Right. The girl quickly let go. My name is Margaret. I am one of your wives, she said as she looked at him with worried eyes. Father-in-law. How is hubby's situation? She asked nervously. The doctor said that he might need some time to regain his memory. You will need to try and take him to familiar places, and let him meet familiar people. Theodore sighed. "Where are the rest of the girls?" he asked. "Everyone went to the hospital with mother-in-law." She sighed. "The hospital? What happened?" Theodore exclaimed. "Ah, you were not informed?" Margaret asked with a frown. "Aunt Luna is giving birth." She said. "What? No one told me." Theodore quickly flipped open his phone. There were more than 147 missed calls. "Ah, I need to go," he quickly said, looking worriedly at Alex. "I will be fine," Alex said, finally knowing why his father's phone kept beeping in the airplane while he was away with some flight attendants checking the staff cabinet. "Take care of him." Theodore spat as he hurried back to the helicopter and then paused. "Aren't you coming with me?" He paused and asked Alice. "Ah, no, I think I will stay here," she said. She clearly didn't want to meet her mother. He sighed. "Then I will need you to bring Victor and come to meet your mother tomorrow," he said, cornering her. "Ah, but no excuses." He spat as he climbed to the helicopter and shut the door. Alice could only watch him leave. Damn it. She should have stayed with Zoe and participated in mapping the new island. Her mother was definitely going to ask about Julian as soon as they met, and for some stupid reason that involved some stupid girls fighting in the middle of the street, the men she sent to keep an eye on that guy seemed to have lost him. "Are you okay?" Axel asked, noticing that Margaret seemed to be frowning looking at Alice. "Ah, I was just worried about Aunt Luna. It is a post-term pregnancy, so it will be a tough birth." Margaret quickly dismissed him. "Come on in then, let me introduce you to your own mansion," she said as she shyly took Axel's hand and began walking. For some strange reason, Axel felt that she didn't want Alice here, but he couldn't tell why. Anyway, he could only get dragged along, remembering that all of this should have originally been his, if not for that filthy imposter. It was time for him to enjoy his life. Slowly he began to look around, at his luxurious surroundings, wondering about many things, as he watched the little maids return to their jobs around him. "Do those little girls work here?" he asked as he nearly reached the grand mansion. "Ah, what little girls?" Margaret asked, glancing at Alice. "The ones in maid clothes." "Ah, those ones. Yes," she said awkwardly. "They are trainee maids, we only make them do the easy tasks," she said, clearly hiding something, but noticing that she was wary with Alice around, he decided not to dig further. He could only sigh as they reached the front door where a middle-aged woman was waiting. "Welcome back, young master," she said sternly. "Hilda, it is true. He has amnesia." Margaret quickly told her. "Oh, then let me introduce myself. I am Hilda, the house manager here," Hilda said as she bowed in a professional manner. "Nice to meet you, I guess," Axel said. "Hilda, why don't you take Alice to the living room? I will give hubby a tour around the mansion before it gets dark," Margaret said. "He might remember something." "Sure." Hilda nodded. "I am happy that you are safe, young master," she said to Axel before turning to Alice. "This way, Miss Alice." Alice frowned then nodded, giving Margaret one inquiring look before walking in. "Okay then," Margaret said as she watched them go. "Do you want to go upstairs to have a look at the bedrooms or downstairs to check the garage and your private study first?" she asked Axel. For some strange reason, he felt that his answer might seal his destiny. How absurd this feeling was. "I will leave it up to you," he said. "Then let's go upstairs and have a look at the sunset as we always do. There are many things that I want to tell you." She smiled as she bit her lip in a sexy manner. "No, I think it is better to go to check the study. I might have left a diary or something down there," he quickly said. Why did he feel that strange sense of dread when Margaret mentioned going up? "Oh, right. It's about that. Let's go there," Margaret replied cheerfully with a little blush on her cheeks. As soon as Alice walked into the living room, she noticed the little girl in a wheelchair sitting there near the window. She couldn't help but notice how familiar she looked. Right. She remembered this girl, Elise, the one Harvey von Gelderstadt pushed onto Victor at the wedding. This was the first time Alice had a chance to take a close look at her, and she couldn't help but notice how similar she was to Valerie when she was young. Well, they were cousins after all. "Hi, sister-in-law," Elise said politely as she looked at Alice, put the tablet in her hand away, and then stood up and bowed. Hi. Alice frowned. Wasn't Elise blind? And as far as Alice remembered, she couldn't walk either. Victor wouldn't have carried her when they danced otherwise. Weren't you blind? She decided to ask. Victor cured me, Elise said with a smile. Please come sit. I need to explain a few things to you before the imposter returns. Elise added, inviting Alice to sit beside her. Imposter? Alice frowned as she looked at Hilda. That guy you came with you claiming to be Victor is not my real husband, but an imposter. Elise replied. What? Alice exclaimed. She had been suspecting something, but after her father had done all those tests, she presumed that this was all just her thinking too much. We have long known of a plan to replace Victor. It was Victor himself who warned us about it right before leaving for the island, saying that he believed that someone from the family was planning to replace him with a fake and telling us to not trust anyone unless they knew a secret passcode. Elise explained. I don't know where he got the information from though. From the family? Alice frowned. She would have dismissed such a thing in the past, but after what happened last week, she knew how infiltrated her family was. When you called and told us about finding Victor with amnesia, we suspected foul play as in the last call we got from him. He told us that he suspects that someone was planning to kidnap him in the mines and replace him. Elise explained. Wait. How do you know this one is fake and not the real one who survived? Alice asked. He has amnesia. His situation was clearly extra suspicious after hearing what Elise said, but he could as well be the real thing. We don't know for sure. Not yet anyway. Margaret should have taken him to integrate him secretly. Elise said with a blush. How? Alice asked. A girl my age shouldn't be talking about such things. Elise said as her face became as red as a ripe tomato. Oh. Alice sighed. I am sorry to disappoint you, but he is real. We did DNA tests. If the family is involved, then the sample in that database can be tampered with. Elise said. Then what about the paternity test? Alice asked. What paternity test? Elise asked with a frown. Father was feeling a little suspicious, so he ran a test to see if Victor was truly his son. Alice said. It came out positive. That's impossible. Elise frowned. The doctor. It was someone father trusts. Alice said sighing. You will see once Margaret returns with him. Ah. Elise gasped as if realizing something. The scam is way larger than we thought, she said as her smart little mind turned fast. I am telling you, he is real. No one would go to such lengths to impersonate someone like Victor. There is no gain. Alice said. I am sure he is a fake. Elise said stubbornly as she took the phone and sent a quick message to Margaret. Alice could see what was in it. Get a hair and a blood sample for DNA testing. How can you be sure? Alice asked. Well, sister, can you keep a secret? Elise hesitated. Alice nodded. I have an appraisal skill. Just now when he walked in, I appraised him. His class was a dirty dealer, she said. Oh. Father already checked that. Alice sighed. A class can be altered sometimes under extraordinary situations. Getting a variation is not that big of a deal. A dealer is a kind of a merchant. Still, Victor's class is supreme merchant. Classes don't degrade. I am sure he is a fake. Elise frowned. Girl. In this world, no one knows everything for sure. Alice sighed. She has seen some very wired shit in her sect. Things no one would believe. How about we make a bet? Elsie asked stubbornly. Oh. Alice smirked. What do you wanna bet? Your cooperation. Elise interrupted with a twinkle in her eyes. Look, Margaret is ready, she added looking at the incoming call at the tablet. Let's hear him confess it by himself. Oh, okay, Alice said as she watched Elise press OK and activate the speaker. So, all of this belongs to me? Axel asked with a smile. He just finished checking the garage and all the amazing cars and was at the moment in his exclusive study sitting at his grand desk where stacks of documents describing his fortune lay in front of him. That should be most of it, Margaret said as she poured him a glass of some expensive wine that she had taken from behind a secret cabinet in the wall. Right now, I and Sister Ari are responsible for running your business, so if there is anything you want to know about, feel free to ask us, she said as she placed the glass in front of him. Cool. he said with a smile as he began to flip through the files. He was fucking rich. Not only an island, he has a private plane, a yacht, and various businesses and restaurants around the city, let alone Horizon Media where all those pretty actresses and idols work. It would take him ages to finish banging them all. He smiled as he grabbed the documents and straightened them up by knocking them against the table, enjoying their weight before setting them back down. That's when one of them slipped and fell under the table. "Ah, where do you think you are going?" he scolded it as he bent down and grabbed it. Bam! His head hit the table as he sat up, flipping the wine glass over. "Ah!" Margaret quickly hurried to get a towel and wipe it. "Husband, are you okay?" she asked worriedly. "I am fine," he said, thankfully. The wine didn't get to any of the documents. "Be careful next time," she complained. Yeah. He sighed as he scratched his head. "What a waste of good wine." "Wait, are those my crypto wallets?" he asked with sparkling eyes, noticing the familiar-looking long alphanumeric sequences in the document in his hand. "Yes." He almost forgot about those. "The crypto storm that will soon change everything." "Yeah, although I advised you against it, you kept wanting to invest there, wasting good hard-earned money," she sighed. "Husband, this crypto is a scam. One day those things will be worth nothing," Margaret said. "True." Axel nodded. "Unless you know what you are doing." "Are you the one who is managing those?" he asked with a confident smile as he watched her refill his glass. "Yes. Not willingly," she pouted. She was super cute. "I have a good feeling about an old coin. It is called Green Sun. I want you to buy a lot of it," he said casually, "and sell all of those black leopard coins. They will become worthless very soon," he added, making Margaret pause. "Ah, be careful," he warned as the wine she was pouring overflowed the glass and spilled to the floor. "Ah, sorry," she said as she hurried to grab the towel, but for some reason she slipped, ending up grabbing the table and flipping it with the glass by mistake. Bam! "Ah!" she yelled as the glass was smashed to the floor. "Are you okay?" Axel hurried to her side. "I am fine, just a little dizzy," Margaret said quickly as she held on to him. "Let's go grab a seat," Axel said. "Your face is a little pale." "Ah, yes, just tired." Margaret nodded as he helped her to a nearby couch where she grabbed a little bell and rang it. "Let's get the maids to clean the mess," she said with a deep frown. "Is there anything wrong?" he asked, watching her expression. Just a little nausea." Margaret hesitated. "Husband, do you promise not to get angry?" she asked. "What? Why would I get angry?" he asked. "Just promise," she asked him with earnest gaze. "Okay, I promise," he said casually. "Ah, I am sorry," Margaret whispered in a fearful tone. I might be pregnant," she said as she shook a little. "What?" Axel asked as all blood drained from his face, remembering that bastard imposter who took his place was the one who impregnated this fine lady. "I am very sorry, but I really wanted a child, and since you lost your ability as a man and couldn't do it, I had to find someone else," she said as she fell to her knees and banged her head on the wooden floor. "How could you?" "Wait, I lost my ability as a man?" he asked in shock. "Wait. This was not to him, right?" "It was not him, but that imposter." "Ah, I know it is hard to deal with the amnesia and all," Margaret said. "I am very sorry." She bowed again as she shook. "Look, I am not angry," he quickly said as he held her. "Sit up and speak clearly." "Since when did I lose my ability as a man?" he asked nervously. If this were real, it would mean he would never be able to touch his wives or enjoy his fortunes without risking getting discovered. "Ah, well, it was right before the wedding, that's why you kept it a secret and only a select few people knew about it," Margaret said. "Impossible?" he asked. He had no idea why. He felt that something was wrong here. How could that happen? "In the skeleton dungeon, you encountered a demon who calls himself the Nutcracker. It caught you with your butler Alex doing an indecent thing." Margaret swallowed. This made him so furious that he cut them off for both of you. "Wait, cut what? Doing what with WHO?" Axel asked in shock again. Something was very wrong here. "Ah, husband, did you even forget that you are gay?" Margaret asked with a sorrowful voice. No, wait, he gasped. I am what? Since when? If I am gay why the hell would I marry 10 wives and attend all those brothels? For some reason Axel was about to lose his mind. He did read some reports about the fake Victor to help him get into character. All of them agreed that he was a depraved pervert. It is because your family is very transphobic and patriarchal. You wanted to fool them. That's also why not only did you find an underground doctor to get you a fake you also began spreading rumors by going to brothels and then drugging prostitutes before raping them with toys. Margaret said nervously as she kept her head down, shaking a little. He could tell it was very hard for her to tell him all that. Then those Lily maids, they are a part of this show? Asked as all the pieces began to fit together. Not exactly. Margaret hesitated. The maids are not girls. They are all little boys. Boys who you were raising too. She swallowed as if she couldn't say the last word. To what? Axel asked. He needed to hear that word. To F. The door knocked at that right moment and a little maid walked in. Excuse me, did you ring the bell, young master? She asked innocently. Axel stood up and walked straight toward the maid, making her look nervously at him. Are you a boy or a girl? He asked directly. The maid bit her little lip, then looked down at her little feet as she balled her little hands. I am whatever the young master wants me to be, she said with a soft voice as she shook in fear. Axel yelled in shock as he took 2 steps backward, getting away from the little maid. This was too much for him. Husband. Margaret called for him. He ignored her as he turned and headed to the door. I need to go out. Clear my head, he said. Don't wait for me. He yelled as he darted out, then passed at the door, returned, and grabbed one of the credit cards from the desk before darting out again. Moments later Margaret, who slowly stood up, could hear the sound of her newly acquired Fire at X10 Ultra spreading away. Cheat, she cursed. Out of all the idiots out there, it had to be a scion, and one that is probably a time traveler too. Chapter 437, Murderer. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. You heard him. He has no idea if he can be a man or not. Elise blushed. I don't think a man would find this hard to figure that out. He is definitely an imposter. He wouldn't have run away like this otherwise. Alice frowned. She was a little convinced. Was what Margaret said true? Of course not. Elise said, blushing again, knowing what Alice meant. She said it to make that guy not dare to make trouble here in the mansion. Alice sighed with a very dangerous glint in her eyes. I won the bet. Elise said, noticing it. What do you want? Alice asked absent-mindedly. Keep the fact that this Victor is an imposter a secret. Elise said, we can use and monitor him at the same time to know who is behind him. Alice frowned. Fine, I will play along, she said. But if he dares to do anything to mother or father, I will not hesitate to kill him. Don't forget the paternity test. Elise quickly reminded her. This guy might be your half-brother. Alice gasped. Now she understood why Elise reacted in shock earlier. Whoever was behind this imposter was definitely someone who was preparing for ages. This was way bigger than she could handle. We should tell Grandma. No, you promised. Elise quickly stopped her. The family is compromised, we don't know who to trust. This was Victor's original plan. If you don't trust me, at least have some faith in him. Elise said. Just give us a few months. Alice sighed, looking suspiciously at Elise. If this was a plan by von Geldstadt or someone else, she wouldn't have told her. Fine. She finally said as she stood up. I will need to go check on a few things on my own anyway. Be sure to keep an eye on him. What do you wanna do? Elise asked as she watched Alice walk out. Don't worry, I will keep my promise and be discreet. Alice replied as she left. Elise frowned. She really didn't want to tell Alice, but this was the best course of action at the moment. She sighed. Already left? Margaret asked as she entered the room and looked around for Alice. Yeah, troublesome. I think it is okay. Alice is someone Victor trusts. Margaret sighed as she threw herself on the couch beside Elise, took a pillow, and began to bite at it angrily. Why did you go with Plan 9 all of a sudden? Elise asked. He is a scion. I had no choice, Margaret grumbled. What? A scion? How sure are you? Elise exclaimed. This would ruin most of her plans. 99%. No, make it 97%. Margaret said, throwing random numbers according to her intuition. Explain. Elise frowned. He escaped my trap 6 times. Margaret said. First, he didn't agree to go upstairs where I prepared the SM kit in the bedroom. Secondly, when I wanted to make the chicks kidnap him in the garage, the door of their truck got stuck in the basement. He refused to go into the cell room where I planned to make him enter one of the cells and then fake the door getting stuck. He went straight for the study, then the soul wine glass, getting knocked out twice. She complained. You said 6, right? Right. The car. He picked the only one that didn't have tracking devices on it. It had just been delivered this morning and I didn't have time to install those. Margaret said. Damn it. I haven't even had a chance to test drive it yet. She complained. Still, this might all be a coincidence. Elise frowned, looking at Axel's character sheet that she got from appraising him earlier. Name, Victor von Wise. Level, 5. Class, Dirty Dealer, B. Authority, 5. Strength, 30. Agility, 34. Intelligence, 44. Luck, 11. Charm, 22. Order, 11. Skills. System store access, level 0. Player market access, level 0. Item appraisal, B. Charm, B. Boxing, C. Camouflage, D. Scamming, E. Theft, E. Basic shield, E. Theft, F. His luck was normal, and his authority was not that high. He shouldn't have been able to discover that something was wrong with the wine which didn't display anything wrong with its description. I am telling you. This piece of sheet is a sign. My intuition is never wrong. He has the same filthy air Tom has around him. Margaret spat. And I also think he is one of the time travelers we have been searching for. She added. What? Why? Crypto coins? Elise asked. Yeah, other than knowing that Black Leopard coin, one of the highest valued ones, was going to crash very soon. He wanted to buy a Green Sun coin. In the paper he read, there was no mention of it. Only a few people remember that one nowadays. He is definitely a time traveler. What about it anyway? I remember Lynn saying that the fake lawyer who was with Abe had something to do with it. Elise asked. It started about 3 years ago. Just a minor coin that was used as a part of a scam, then went into obscurity after the first crypto crash. Margaret said. In a year or so, however, there will be a phenomenon where the sun will turn green for an entire week. A cult will form and the Green Sun coin will skyrocket, achieving a 1,000,000x growth after some claimed it can be used to buy some miraculous medicine. The Green Sun pill. Margaret said. Will the sun turn green? Elise frowned. First a red moon, now a green sun. What was this? A cartoon? Victor told me it is the Jade Dungeon or something appearing in the sky making the sun change color as it passes in front of it. But someone used the opportunity to slip diluted healing pills into the market at the same time, claiming that they fell from the Green Sun and using this crypto as a currency to sell it to keep anonymous. Margaret said. By the time the player council that was occupied with the mess after the dungeon noticed what was going on, the culprits were long gone. Margaret explained, remembering how Victor and Lily explained it. The few smart ones who knew how to invest became billionaires overnight. And this finally led to the player council allowing diluted healing pills to be used for the public under certain rules. Oh. Elise frowned. You are planning to join this? Finally realizing why Victor told Arya and Margaret to stock up on low-quality pills. He planned to enter the market. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Victor already prepared everything. Margaret said, the problem now is the imposter. Yeah? He is troublesome. Margaret sighed. At least, the imposter would not dare touch any of the girls now, fearing he would be delivered. But this is only a temporary solution. Let's wait for Victor. I think we can hold on for a month or so. Elise sighed. We need to change the plans. Call Lara and tell her not to tell Theodore. Tell her to discuss things with Alice if needed. Okay. Margaret sighed again. Did Lynn find anything about that lawyer and Abe? No. The lawyer returned to his office and went about his day as usual. It is just that at some point we couldn't identify that he was switched with the real one. Elise frowned. Abe didn't move at all after he went to that hotel and rented a room. Oh, if my intuition is correct, the police are going to find him dead in a few days with a suicide note giving all his fortunes and the rights to his works to some trust. Margaret sighed. Abe was clearly already dead, and someone had turned him into some kind of a doll using an artifact. No. Elise frowned. I bet they want those. So most likely they might make a deal with his sister before finishing him off. Oh, then we better send someone to tail her. Margaret spat. That peach Lulu can be easily scammed. Already did. Elise sighed. Those guys were very careful, so it was extra hard to catch them while remaining in the shadows. All they had to do now was to wait until Lynn finished with her summoning ritual to know what transpired with Abe. Cheat, cheat, cheat. Victor cursed loudly as he landed on the ground. Moments earlier, he watched through Lynn's eyes as Margaret briefed the girls about her encounter with the imposter and showed them the video recording of her encounter with him. Damn it, this is ridiculous. He flared. A scion and a time traveler. Why did this guy have to come to impersonate him of all the people in the damn world? Did he have a target on his back or something? Or was the world treating him like a daycare center like before? No. The real important question was if this guy was really a time traveler like Margaret, how the fuck did he end up getting his soul extracted as a talisman, to begin with? Wasn't he a scion? Or could it be that he was a dark scion before? Possible. But even so, wasn't the world big enough for scions to roam? Did he have an imaginary sign with the words Science Whore written on it? Why do they keep appearing next to him? At first, Victor thought the world might be against him for fucking with Tom, Sebastian, and those scions, but this imposter relationship with him should have started from the past life. Victor was getting a headache. Lately, he had the feeling that he must be a part of something really big, as the incidents around him couldn't be all coincidences, especially with most of his wives at the moment having some deep backstory. Even the twins whom he just liked in his previous life, turned out to have a scion sister. Damn it. He couldn't tell what was going on. He couldn't even tell who his enemies were. His best theory at the moment was that it was all Lily's fate affecting him in some sort. But with all the trouble following him around even here in another world, he was beginning to doubt it. Damn it. There were too many unknowns. He really felt that he needed to return fast to trial area and then prepare more. Sighing, he looked around him to assert his situation. He was no longer in the elven forests but in a peaceful countryside with a wide stone road under his feet and sparse green trees on the sides. Although Victor had no idea where the road led, he decided to follow it, since one of the fate threads pointed directly toward the direction it was heading in. Just as he was planning to fly again, he paused, as from behind him he could hear the sound of a wagon approaching. Thinking for a moment, he decided not to appear as an old man, but as his usual self, as he needed to meet his family members. He just put on a tattered coat, dusted his hair, and made himself appear like a weary traveler as he began walking while looking tired. He needed to appear a little lost to milk some information from whoever was coming. The carriage appeared behind him 10 minutes later, making him look back. It was an old creaky wagon pulled by 2 donkeys. It was being driven by a white-bearded, kind-looking old man who wore simple grey robes, and put a straw hat on his head. Beside him, there was an ugly old woman who had a huge mole on her nose and covered her head with a simple white cloth. Behind them in the wagon's box, they had all kinds of fresh vegetables stacked in 2 wooden crates. Clearly, simple farmers going to the market. The question he had as he stepped to the side of the road was, if those 2 were farmers, why were the malice threads connecting them to him? They appeared as soon as those 2 noticed him. Those were not death threads, but just malice. Lately, he began to see such things very frequently, clearly a sign of his fate weaver class getting stronger. Jim Busava, level 141, class thief, subclass cannibal, bloodline human, fate D. Jirokasava, level 152, class gravedigger, subclass cannibal, bloodline human, fate cheat. Those two were too strong to be farmers, even stronger than many of the elves he had seen before. Reading their description, Victor began to wonder, why did he always have to encounter those kinds of scum on the road? Couldn't he really meet some nice people? No, this might also be connected to the strange things around him. Maybe it had nothing to do with the world, but himself. As he was lost in thoughts, the wagon finally reached his side and slowed down. "Young man, are you headed to the city?" the old man asked in a kind tone. Victor replied using the language of trial area as he acted dumb. "Oh, a foreigner, eh?" The old man smiled harder. "Come on up," he said, patting the seat and gesturing to Victor to sit beside him. "Ah." Victor frowned first, then smiled like a gullible kid as he jumped onto the wagon and sat right next to the old man. "Warning, an appraise type artifact is trying to access your system data. Do you want to allow?" A sudden notification alerted him, making him notice the bracelet in the old woman's hand. Noob finding bracelets can only appraise those with level 20 or lower. Victor quickly disguised his details and pressed yes. Moments later the old woman smirked, patting the old man's thigh secretly. The old man said nothing as he took a carrot and offered it to Victor. "Eat." "Good carrot," he said loudly, smiling and revealing his mouth that only had 2 broken teeth. Victor smiled as he took it, thanking the man before biting on it. Moments later he collapsed. "What an idiot," the old man said. "Let's quickly stop nearby and cook him good. Once we are near the city, we won't be able to do that," the old woman said. "Well said, woman." The old man nodded. "Too bad our teeth are not what they used to be, or we would have cut him and eaten him on the road." He sighed as he directed the wagon to a nearby grove. There, they found a well-hidden spot where they unpacked their cooking gear, which was composed of a large pot and a group of some very sharp bone saws. They quickly got to business with the old man brandishing his knife. "Don't kill him fast. Take his organs out before you kill him," the old woman scolded. "You don't want to spoil the taste." Right. The old man nodded, carefully cutting Victor open before beginning to take out his organs one by one and throwing them into the pot to simmer. The process went on smoothly, and after 3 hours, the meal was done, so the couple sat on a log, enjoying the meal as they watched the sunset. What a pretty sunset. "Yeah, reminds me of the day we got the cannibal subclass." "True. That was the luckiest day of our life." The old man nodded. "Remind me, what was the name of that place again?" "The Black Temple." The old man sighed. "Right in the middle of the Mirage Jungle. Who could have guessed we would find a ruin belonging to the mythical age? If it were not for this subclass we could have really died." "Yeah, but I have to say, the children we at that time were amazing." "Too bad it is getting hard getting young ones these days." "Maybe we can find some in the city." "We are heading to the capital Ishmar. We better not risk it. Remember, our purpose here is to find the immortal recipe book. It is definitely in the Imperial Library. We finally tack it here after all these years. It might have the key to unlocking our class's real potential," he said with clear passion in his eyes. "Yeah, but how can we find it between all the other books?" "Idiot. You just need to ask to borrow it to make a copy. Although it might cost a few gold coins, it is not a forbidden book. Those idiots think it is a normal cookbook." "Calling it the Master Chef's cookbook of the old days," he said with a sarcastic voice. "Just wait. We only need to boil it in demon blood to reveal its real content. Then we will be able to eat all the babies we want and no one will be able to stop us." "Yeah? Do you have anything else to say about it?" No. "Why?" The old man's thoughts were cut as Victor slit his throat, before kicking his corpse to the side of his already dead wife. "Damn disgusting," he cursed, giving the pot of overboiled vegetable soup a look before starting to search the couple for their belongings. Suddenly, 11 threads of pure malice surrounded him, making him look up. "Again? Damn it." It was too late to escape. "Stop right there, murderer." Right then, out of nowhere, a pretty 14-year-old girl in a night suit of armor screamed as she fell from the sky, landing in front of him with ease, with her thin crystal sword aimed at his neck. Moments later, 10 knights riding dragons landed around, surrounding him as they drew their lances. Their eyes looked at him with disgust. Chapter 438, Lyra. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Axel had just finished his third glass of wine when he finally was able to get a hold of Olaf on the phone. Olaf. Sorry young master, I was a little busy. Do you have anything really urgent to contact me? Olaf asked. They have agreed that he may only contact Olaf in case of emergencies. Yeah? Axel said he was feeling a little drowsy, but he was still sober. Just a few questions. Please do ask. Olaf, who was clearly a little busy, replied politely. First, was that imposter gay? Axel asked directly. Gay? Was there anything that left that impression? Olaf frowned. Margaret said a few things that implied that. What do you know? Axel said with a frown. We are not sure. Let me see. Olaf hesitated. There were some rumors about him having a relationship with his butler named Alex, but there was no concrete evidence. I see. Axel sighed. This confirmed what Margaret said. The imposter was clearly holding his tendencies from the family. From what we know, he swings both ways, so feel free to do that. Olaf said from the other side. No thanks. Axel rejected him. He was a straight man, as straight as an arrow. That Alex, he died at the wedding. I was there and saw it. Wait, someone died at that wedding? There was a fight about one of the brides, a total mess. Ask any of your wives and they would explain it. Olaf replied briefly. What other questions does the young master have? Olaf asked. Well. Axel hesitated. He swallowed. What? Did the imposter suffer from an accident that led to him losing his manhood? He asked nervously. What? Olaf asked with a clear shock from the other side. Did that Margaret also tell you that? He added with a nervous voice. Yeah, it should have happened in some place called the Skeleton Dungeon. She said some demon found him in an indecent position with Alex and castrated him. The Nutcracker. Olaf gasped from the other side. Yeah, that's what she called it. Axel nodded. What is it? No wonder. Olaf sighed to himself. It is a demon that appeared after an anomaly was recorded in that skeleton dungeon. It might have escaped from there. It called itself the Nutcracker and had a thing for castrating people while making them call its name. He explained. Oh. Axel frowned. Demons could do that? Scary. After leaving the skeleton dungeon, there are many reports of the imposter expressing great fear whenever the Nutcracker was mentioned, yet refusing to explain why. Olaf continued. Now we know the reason. I see. Axel frowned. What should I do? He asked. Keep with your cover no matter what. Master Olaf, I can't live like a hermit. Axel explained. After spending a few days with that maid before beginning his mission, he finally experienced being a man for the first time. He could no longer return to playing single-player games. You can use the method the imposter was using before to hide his preferences. What was he doing? He would go to a brothel, drug the girls, then use toys to rape them. Olaf said. You can do it for real, but you must make sure they are drugged. Axel frowned. He was a pervert, but never that degenerate. Or you can be a little patient. We will find the ones behind the imposter in a few months, and then you will no longer have to keep pretending. Olaf reassured him. I will see what I can do. Axel sighed. True, this was the best course of action. What can you tell me about that girl Margaret? An interesting lass, huh? Olaf smirked. Yeah? Axel replied, remembering her confessing about cuckolding him. No, she did it to the imposter. She is a gold digger. A good one at that. She used to work as a prostitute under her evil uncle. A tragic story. Olaf sighed. But you can't be fooled by her like the imposter did. She is very smart and resourceful. Axel nodded. Don't worry. Damn it, he was almost seduced by her. Does the young master have any other questions? Olaf asked in a hurry. What about the maids in the mansion? The young ones. We don't have info about those, they appeared out of nowhere. The imposter made sure no one knew a thing about them. Did you notice anything of interest? They are little boys. I see. What? Olaf was clearly shocked. You heard me. Are you sure? I asked one of them, and they confirmed it. Axel sighed, remembering the little maid's answer. No wonder. Well, young master, when you plan to live in high society, you have to prepare yourself to meet a lot of perverts, Olaf said. I just hope that you won't get corrupted. Don't worry. Axel spat. Anything else? No. Ah, wait. Who do I have to call if I need to find a hotel room in this city? Don't you want to return to the mansion? Olaf frowned. The situation there is a little awkward. I need a night to clear my thoughts. Fine. I will send you Kai's number. He is your butler and can be trusted. But just to make sure, be sure not to reveal a thing to him. I will. Take care then. Olaf hung up. He must have been swamped with work. What a hard-working man. Axel sighed. He really has no idea what to do. Young Master Victor, is that really you? Someone suddenly exclaimed, making Axel look back and notice that a young woman was standing beside him. No, wait, since when did women have a beard? He gasped as he turned to inspect her. She was tall and muscular and stood with confidence. Her most striking feature was her thick pink-dyed neatly trimmed beard that didn't match well with the bright yellow short skirt, red high heels, and belly button revealing thin orange mesh shirt she was wearing. You are? Axel swallowed. The visual stimulation was too much. It's me, Chica. Did you forget about me so soon? She said as she sat on the seat next to him, her hand immediately going for his scarf under the table. Ah, I wanna go for a ride like last time. She bit her lip. His hand reaching his butt and squeezing it. I will make you feel good and yell my name again and again. She winked. I have to go. Axel yelled as he jumped, and in a split second, he made his way to the door. Sir, your bill. A waiter yelled after him. But by that moment Axel was already in his car, pressing the gas pedal as hard as possible. Cheat. It was all true. Those were his true thoughts. Chica watched him go with a smirk, then took out the phone and made a call. This is Chick 4, mission accomplished. Who did he call? Margaret asked from the other side. A guy named Olaf. He asked him about the things you told him about. Ah, I see. It is always the butler. Margaret exclaimed. Did you bug the car? Yes, mistress. Good. Now go, trim your stupid beard, take a shower, and burn that skirt. Affirmative. Victor sat helplessly on the ground with chains tying him up like a dumpling. All around him, the Dragon Knights carefully inspected the scene of his crime. As I told you, those two were cannibals. I only killed them for self-defense. He stated again. We will see. The young girl spat, cracking her whip at him. He didn't flinch as he inspected her again. Name, Lyra, Reed Rose. Level, 51. Class, Dragon Knight. A. Authority, 6. Strength, 172. Agility, 147. Intelligence, 98. Luck, 23. Charm, 21. Order, 0. Skills, Swift Strike, S. Draconian Connection, S. Dragon's Howl, S. Hiding, A. Taming, A. Fire Resistance, A. Survival Instinct, B. Sword Arts, B. Stun Resistance, B. Whip Arts, C. Sadistic Touch, C. Cleaning, D. Lance Arts, D. Acting, E. Poison Resistance, E. Stamina Boost, E. Dancing, F. Painting, F. Sewing, F. Charm Resistance, F. Leadership, F. Cooking, FFF. Bloodline, Human 100%. Equipment, Dragon Bone Sword, AAA. Dragon Tendon Whip, AAA. Dragon Scale Armor, AAA. Protection Talisman, B. Storage Necklace, C. Charming Hairpin, F. Fate, Fate's Power, A. Defined Fate. Die and become a corpse puppet for Zafra Great. She was pretty strong for her age. And from the way she conducted herself and the way the other knights treated her, he could tell she was a princess or something like that. The other knight had a similar class with levels ranging from 60 to 80. They were clearly an elite unit. Why are you here anyway? Lyra asked for the 18th time. I told you already. Victor was getting bored with this stupid interrogation. Maybe he should have escaped from the start. But curiosity made him stay. He also wanted a free ride. I came from a faraway place and am looking for my stepmother and my great-aunt who should be here, he said. He couldn't really tell them that he came from another world. Lyra frowned. Are you not going to change your statement? It is the truth. Do you know how many times I heard suspicious people using the stupid search for a missing family excuse? No idea. Victor frowned. Was this the standard excuse for criminals? Well, it made sense. Why else would a young man travel this dangerous world otherwise? It is one of the top 3, along with going to find a job in the city and going to study. Lyra said. Most of the time they end up being runaway criminals. Like I said, not everyone is a liar. Victor was really getting tired. This idiot was reminding him of a certain beach. No, but something is telling me that you are. Why did you kill those 2 poor farmers anyway? Did they refuse to pay you? I told you, damn it. They are cannibals. They were talking about hunting children to eat them. Victor said. I couldn't just leave them be. Bam. She struck her whip at him. Don't you dare scream. She yelled. And, I don't believe you, she said, looking him in the eye. I have seen many people like you before. I will never be tricked again. Victor rolled his eyes hearing this. Some noob must have scammed this speech before unprofessionally, making her very scam allergic. Princess, you might wanna see this. One of the knights suddenly shouted to Lyra, making her walk to his side and check a bag that he got from a hidden compartment in the wagon. It was filled with small bones, clearly the fingers of children. He is telling the truth. There has been a report of 2 old farmers appearing where several kidnappings happened a few months ago. It must have been them, he whispered. Victor sighed. Of course, the bag was real, but it was in the woman's storage ring. He was the one who took it away and planted it for those idiots to find. Oh. Lyra frowned. This guy might be telling the truth. I still don't like him. The way he killed those 2 was very decisive and clean. Lyra said. He is definitely someone who is used to killing people. The knight nodded. She was right. I am sure he is up to no good. She spat. Just look at his disgusting purple-dyed hair. She shook her head. Yeah? The knight nodded, looking at Victor with a disapproving look. Where are you planning to search for your stepmother anyway? Lyra turned to Victor, who was tied to the ground, and asked him, not knowing that he was standing in behind her all this time. Was purple hair a bad thing around her? I followed their trace here to the Silver Empire, and was planning to go to Ishmar to ask around. He said. What does your family look like? What are their names? Maybe I can help you. Lyra said, clearly grilling him to make him spill up some beans. My stepmother's name is Rosette. My aunt's name, Ariana, right? Lyra interrupted with an excited voice. Do you happen to know them? Victor asked in surprise. Yeah, I will take you to them, she said as she turned to the knights. Bring him along. Wait. Can I ask you a few things first? Later. Then can you untie me? He asked. We will do that when we reach the city and confirm your identity, she said as she hurried to her white dragon that was lying to the side. Princess. One of the guards who helped her mount wanted to say something. Yeah, I know. He is the 4th this month, at least his excuse is a fresh one. She sighed. Shall we contact the governess or your royal mother? Nah. Don't disturb them for such a trivial matter. We just need to play along. Take him to the keep like the others, and let him meet my adoptive sister. It is almost the date for her next meal anyways, she whispered as she watched the other knights tie Victor to the side of one of the dragons. That's what he is after anyway. I understand. The knight nodded. Victor, who heard her, frowned. What kind of huge misunderstanding was he in? Whatever. At least, he finally found his target and got a free ride. Chapter 439, again. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Here, Mona, who descended from the camouflaged truck and looked around at the endless desert around her, asked. Yeah? Mina replied as she put on her eye protection glasses. Remember everything I told you about dungeons? Yes. Mona frowned, also putting on her glasses as she looked at the strange-looking boulder before them. It was like a crystal shard, poking random play in the sand in the middle of the desert. How the hell did they find this in the first place? I only need to stick it with my sword, she asked. Not now, we need to prepare first, Mina replied, turning to face a few of the masked girls who slowly descended from the back of the truck. Nora, are they ready? She asked. Yeah? The masked girl named Nora nodded as she moved to the side, revealing Opal and Donald, who for some strange reason were wrapped in steel armor from head to toe. This way they should survive no matter how jinxed they are. What do you mean? Donald, who felt like he was getting fried alive inside the metal armor, asked. He was clearly regretting following Mona here. You will see. This is for your own good. Mana replied. Theta, Ruby, are you two ready? Yeah? Theta, who also put her glasses on and nervously held into a huge mace, nodded. Alpha? She turned to Alpha, who was herself in the midst of another group of slutty-looking girls who came here in another truck. The thick leather armor they wore failed to hide the slutty way they walked. We are ready. Alpha sighed. She clearly had a lot on her mind. Good. Remember, inside there are two kinds of monsters. The crystal ravaging hyenas and the crystal but striking eagles. Make sure to defend yourself well. Try to stay in a safe zone if possible with your backs to the wall. And be always wary of shards of glass entering your eyes after you kill one of them. Mina said. Be careful of the shards on the floor too. Those steel-plated boots might not help you if you step into very sharp crystal shards. Mana added. How do you know all that? Donald asked. This was very suspicious. Mona agreed. Don't underestimate our husband's intelligence network. Mina spat. The information about these undiscovered dungeons was given by Lily. It was a very easy dungeon, suitable for first-time explorers as long as they kept careful. Shouldn't I wear armor too? Mona asked nervously. No, you will be fine. Mina said. You are way stronger than you believe you are. But Now come on, everyone, come closer. Mana commanded. Everyone looked at each other and slowly made a circle surrounding the crystal. Do it. Mina said as she pushed the hesitant Mona forward. We don't have much time. We have to return in 2 days or Mother will be very angry. Mona nodded. Her mother was acting very grumpy in the last couple of days. She had no idea why. Do it? Mana engorged her. Mona sighed. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and struck the crystal. Bang! It shattered into a million tiny shards as the world shook and a huge vortex of light began to revolve around them. Moments later everyone vanished. No, not everyone. Alpha was left there alone, looking around with a frown, not realizing what just happened. Wait. What? Again? She finally exclaimed as the dust settled and in front of her a vortex gate that for some reason she could not enter appeared. After going on a quick trip into the cauldron where he scammed Meryl and placated Emira into sleeping peacefully, Victor returned outside and sat on the back of one of the dragons, next to the chain bedroll everybody thought was him. He watched as the world went by beneath him. Storm wyvern. Those things were not full dragons per se, but some kinds of wyvern. They were huge creatures covered in blackish blue crystal scales. Looking forward, he appraised the one Lyra was riding as despite having similar looks to the others, it had larger wings and 4 legs instead of 2. Its scales had something like electrical pulses going through them every once in a while. Lower storm dragon. This one was a real dragon. Victor wondered what would happen if he were to release his bloodline and make them feel it, but going by his newly established rule of being very extra ultra careful, he decided not to risk it. Anyway, the heights at which this wyvern flew were higher than anything that he could do on his own without wasting all his energy. This allowed him to take the time to analyze the place he was in. The Silver Empire was a vast medieval kingdom that was basically dependent on local lords to run things and manage serfs to farm the land. The merchants seemed to be concentrated in the major cities where culture and wealth were concentrated. Added on top of that were the knights who had the job of patrolling the empire and defending against the demons. He sighed as he reached for his storage space and took a small bead-like object. One of the many things he found in the death of George. He had been using it ever since. Memory bead. 37% full. He activated it as he held it in his hand, allowing it to start recording the world around him. Yes, this artifact was a recording device. Taking stupid videos was an essential part of tourism. He needed to brag in front of his wives after all. Victor was also collecting research material for his new movie. As for what Lyra told the knight earlier, he decided to play along. He could escape at any moment after all. So like that, his journey went on peacefully and the knights who traveled fast were able to finally reach a grand city by sunset. Victor was shocked as he looked around. It was really magnificent. The city that was surrounded by a very tall defensive wall was circular, divided into 9 distinct sections that surrounded a huge maze-like inner part that was extra defended with all kinds of towers that had magical orbs pulsating with electricity at the tip of their spiraling golden roofs. Past them, there were a lot of random keeps with domed roofs. They circled a huge palace made up of something like glass on top of it in the sky, as if compensating for the entire empire that had a clear sky. It had a huge dark cloud. No, it was more like a tornado in the sky that sucked the clouds from around, forming a huge black cloud funnel descending into the highest point of the crystal dome that covered the central part of the palace. Periodically, it threw huge bolts of lightning that got captured by the towers around the city, empowering them. For some strange reason, Victor had one thought: a lord. The cloud gave him the same feeling he felt when he was near Zendo, the Sun Lord. That strange powerlessness in front of absolute might. Shaking his head, Victor made sure to record everything as the dragon made a turn around the palace. He really wanted to build a castle like that too one day. It would be perfect to keep his harem. Amazing, huh? The knight who rode the dragon looked at the tied-up Victor and smirked, wanting to watch the amazed look on his face. Victor didn't disappoint. "This is?" he asked in shock. "The Storm Palace, where the imperial family lives," the knight said with a smirk. "You will get to see it up close pretty soon," he added as the dragon made a second turn, following the others as they finally landed in the training yards of one of the central keeps. "Bring him here." Lyra, who descended from her mount, yelled and made the knight grab his prisoner and drag him to her as soon as the dragon's feet touched the ground. "What with the rough treatment?" Victor complained. "You haven't seen rough yet." Lyra spat as she gave Victor a rough inspection. "Untie him and follow me," she said, turning and going in one direction. Victor, whose chain was unlocked, slowly massaged his sore arms and then quickly followed as one of the knights pushed him. They went into a series of passageways and corridors, finally reaching a strange-looking door where an old man was sitting on a wooden chair reading an old book next to it. Tarmos Dingle. Class: Librarian. Level: 179. Authority: 17. Bloodline: Dwarf 50%, Human 50%. Fate: B. Looking at this old man, Victor was ultra-stunned. Despite him working as a librarian in his past life, he never even came close to this man's level. What does a librarian do in this world? What did they feed them? Lyra just stood there until he looked up from the book in his hand. "We need to check him," Lyra demanded immediately as their eyes met. "Another one?" the old man asked as he inspected Victor. He was not polite to her like the other knights. "Yeah?" Lyra, who seemed to both dislike him and fear him, answered. "They just keep coming, like moths into the flame." The old man sighed, shaking his head as he stood up, putting the pulp fiction novel in his hand on the chair before fumbling for a key from the keychains in his belt. He used it to unlock the wooden door and open it before turning to Victor. "Follow me, lad." He spat and walked in. "This is?" Victor asked. "Just a normal checkup, to make sure you are not a demon." Lyra spat, pushing him forward, then stood her ground and watched as he followed the old man. Inside, it was a large empty hall that was illuminated by very thin narrow slits like windows up high. It gave it an eerie atmosphere as it illuminated the only thing in it. Erected in the center, right under the dome, an ominous-looking black obsidian menhir engraved with strange symbols. The symbols were similar to the ones he found on the oldest bodies in the Death Gorge. Cursed appraisal pillar. Authority limit: Master's authority. Current master, Tarmos Dingle, can only be used once per person. Will cause a demon to combust into flames. The appraised will not be able to use any system functions for the next master authority days. Cheat. This thing was sinister. They were clearly abusing its curse to disable people's powers. He really wanted to do that too. Just imagine the possibilities. The old man walked until he was right beside it, then turned to face Victor. "Touch it," he spat. "Look, I don't know what this is about, but I am not into touching another man's private parts. I might be very handsome for a man, but I am very straight, you know," Victor stated as he moved fast, setting a few things as he suppressed his demonic bloodline. "Are you trying to be funny?" The old man spat. "No." "Then touch the fucking pillar." The old man howled. Ah! Victor shook in fear and hesitated. Fucking do it already. Are you a demon? The old man flared, showing his broken teeth as he yelled. Ah, no. Victor, who finished his preparations, flinched a little, then hurriedly put his hand on the pillar. Almost immediately, he shook as a wisp of dark energy entered his body and exited before he could blink. Warning. An appraise type artifact is trying to access your system data. Do you want to allow? As usual, Victor pressed yes, after disguising his status to that of a merchant. Warning. An appraise type artifact is trying to access your bloodline data. Do you want to allow? He pressed no. Warning, you have been cursed. The Lost Days curse is trying to affect you with variable 17 days. Activating dispelling skill. Curse had been successfully resolved. The curse was not a problem too, as usual. What was that? Why? Victor began to wonder fearfully. Putting on an act. Just a side effect of the test. It will go in a few days. The old man spat as he used the paper to trace the symbols the pillar displayed to the side. Come on, he said as soon as he finished shoveling the weakened Victor toward the door, falling to notice the smirk on his face. Come on. Ah, don't be so rough, Victor complained, making the old man grab him harder as he dragged him. What? Lyra asked as soon as they left the room. Nothing important. A lousy merchant. The old man spat, shoving Victor forward toward her. Oh, typical. She sighed. Let's go. I will take you to where you will sleep tonight. What about meeting my family? Victor complained. Tomorrow. She spat, guiding Victor through the maze-like passageways between the keeps silently. She refused to answer any of his questions until they reached what looked like a dormitory guarded by two men dressed in black. They opened the door and bowed as soon as Lyra approached. Get in. See you in the morning, she said as she pushed him inside, then left as the guards closed the door. Victor frowned, then looked inside, inspecting the cheaply constructed building where a fat man sitting behind a wooden counter was eyeing him. Duxenflager. Class, Cook. Level, 29. Authority 2. Bloodline, Ogre 11%, Human 89%. Fate, E. I think I should stay here tonight, Victor asked as he looked around. Room 31 on the 3rd floor. You arrived just in time. The test for this month was set for tomorrow, the fat man said dismissively, throwing a key that he got from under the counter at Victor before laying back and relaxing on his chair. Ah, dinner will be served an hour later. Any other questions you can ask your roommate. The fat man dismissed him. Go to your room now and stop making trouble, he added as he waved his hand at him. Victor sighed, shaking his head as he climbed the stairs, wondering what the fuck was going on. Should he just force his way to see Rosette or his great-aunt? He could see that their threads were very close. No, he shook his head. He promised himself to be careful after all, and he shouldn't reveal anything yet just in case he ends up having to bring them back to trial area. If things went wrong, he could always make his mythical master rescue him. Chapter 440. Oath. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The room Victor was assigned to was a small two-person room that had two wooden beds with two trunks next to them and a single table with two chairs to the side. Hello there, Victor greeted as soon as he entered and noticed the slim-looking handsome young man sitting on one of the beds. Clearly, he was a noble from the way he dressed. Oh hi. The young man turned and replied as he gave Victor an inspecting look. You were assigned to this room too? He asked. Seems like it, Victor replied casually as he sat on the other bed and appraised the young man. Dario de Latopia. Class, Bard. Level, 49. Authority, 4. Abnormal status, Lost Days curse, 917. Bloodline, Human 100%. Fate power, F. Predefined fate, get eaten. Get eaten? Victor sweated a little remembering what Lyra said about her sister's mealtime. You are here for the competition too? The young man, Dario, asked after a brief silence, starting a polite conversation. Is there anything else worth being here? Victor asked as his mind turned fast, Was he signed up for a competition? What competition? Since when? For what? This definitely had something to do with Rosette, since Lyra brought him here. What was that last scheming? True. Unless you are one of the few idiots who want to scam their way to meet Her Highness Lady Rosette and earn her favor using underhanded methods. Dario said. Are you? One can never know. Victor said in a joking manner as he secretly sweated. Why were people scamming their way to meet his stepmother and earn her favor? Was she some kind of a big shot now? Was his father's love life screwed? Never mind that. Now he knew why Lyra began acting like he was some kind of vermin the moment he mentioned Rosette's name. That girl must have thought he was a scammer. True. Dario laughed. He was clearly a little nervous, but seeing that Victor was the friendly type who carried on with his joke, he relaxed. But at least we are doing it in an honorable manner. Dario started smacking his bed mattress and confirming Victor's assumption. Yes. Victor nodded. My name is Victor, by the way. He added, Dario de Latopia. Dario said proudly. Ah, a real de Latopia. Victor exclaimed as he nervously adjusted his posture to be more formal. He had no idea what Delatopia meant, but it sounded big, and he had to act accordingly. Yup. Dario nodded, clearly pleased by the way Victor acted, but somehow he had something else in his eyes, a sense of shame. What noble family are you from? He asked as if wanting to change the subject. Ah. A minor noble house by the name of White. Victor said. Never heard of it. Are you perhaps from Groveton? Dario asked, clearly relaxing a little more. Not quite, my father's estate is near there. Victor said. He had no idea what he was talking about. So a frontline nobleman. Dario sounded a little worried as he looked at Victor's purple hair as if he had just found out the reason for his vulgar sense of fashion. So, you must be a good fighter, he said. Victor sighed. I can manage a little, but I am not that good. My class is a merchant. Hearing him, Dario relaxed completely. Oh, you guys are the only ones who happily declare their class. He chuckled. We have to make a living, and a merchant's reputation is his main capital. Victor said. That's why he chose this class to begin with. It was weak enough, and people would not really think much of it being a known fact. You plan to aim for the top prize? Dario asked, clearly joking again. No wonder he was a bard. How could I? I just want to make a good impression. Victor said, pondering what kind of competition it was. Dario smirked, looking at him. You are aiming to impress Princess Aerith, right? Impress WHO? Victor had no idea. A man has to grasp any opportunity that he might be presented with. He carefully replied. He was pondering presenting Dario with some wine to milk some more info from him. But since they had a competition tomorrow, Victor doubted that he would willingly drink it. Maybe after dinner. True. Birds die for food, man dies for wealth. Dario nodded. Or a pretty girl. He smirked. Victor smirked too. Pretty? Since when were you here? Victor asked, trying not to reveal that he knew nothing. Oh, just arrived yesterday, he replied, clearly lying. Still tired from the journey. Hopefully this will not affect my performance tomorrow. He sighed. Victor raised one eyebrow. Dario was cursed a week ago. That's when he should have arrived. This guy was clearly the kind who would study the entire week before an exam. Then on that day, he would lie to his friends, claiming that he never even touched a book, in fear that they might ask him to help cheat. So we are the same. Victor finally sighed as he relaxed on his bed. Knock knock. A knock on the door made the two young men look at the door as it opened, and a short dwarf woman entered with a trolley full of dishes which she placed on the table next to the door. This might be your last meal. Eat it with dignity, she said, giving Victor and his purple hair a disgusted look before walking out as she scratched her beard. Last meal? Victor didn't think so, but regardless. Let's eat, Victor said as he jumped from bed and hurried to grab a dish. Dario was clearly not in the mood for food, but after thinking for a moment he also approached the table. The dishes were simple yet luxurious. They were some kind of meat mixed with vegetables. Elven deer venison, dwarvish apple, dwarvish carrot, dwarvish cabbage, salt. His appraisal slowly revealed the ingredients. Elven deer? Victor quickly imagined a deer with long ears. He had no idea what that was, but it was another world, so some strange flora and fauna was a must. This thing is not bad, Victor said as he took a first bite. But it needs some wine with it. We can't drink before the competition. Dario said. You might not have heard, but in the competition 3 years ago there was an incident where the son of a baron got drunk then tried to assault one of the maids. Ever since then, the maids all became dwarves and no drinking was allowed. Dario sighed. Oh. Victor sighed, looking at the door making sure it was closed. Well, I don't think anyone will know a thing if we keep it moderate and say nothing, Victor said, grabbing a bottle from his storage space and faking it as if was taking it from his ring before setting it on the table. He took a glass and poured himself a little. This. Dario swallowed, noticing the wine's clear sparkling engraved bottle. Elvish wine. Victor lied. The bottle was something he took from the ring of that elven alchemist, the wine in it was not. Dario swallowed. Care for a glass? Victor asked. Drinking alone is not a good thing. Ah, I will take just a little to taste it, Dario, who was having difficulty swallowing his drool, said after some hesitation. Elven wine was a delicacy, a top delicacy. Victor quickly poured him a cup. Dario grabbed it, and then smelled it, secretly tilting it a little to make a single drop of the wine seep from the side of the cup and touch a ring in his finger. Semicolon. Potent wine and poison testing ring, all in one. F. The ring turned red hot immediately after coming in contact with the wine, but Dario, who never realized that this happened thanks to Victor already disguising it, waited for a moment, then drowned the cup after making sure it was safe. Do you know what to expect tomorrow? Victor asked as they wrapped up their meal. Finally the time to get some info. His participation in this competition would depend on that. He didn't want to reveal a lot of his cards at this point after all, not until he got a complete picture of the situation. How could I dot it as all a secret? They change it every year. Dario looked at the ceiling hesitating about asking Victor for another cup. But I bet there will probably be some kind of confrontation with one of the princesses, he said. Hopefully not that Lyra. Victor quickly said, refilling Dario's cup. Yeah? Dario said nervously as he looked around, making sure no one was listening. That beach is a real pain in the butt, he whispered as the soul wine began to take effect. What kind of an upbringing would make a girl like that? Seriously. Victor sighed. A commoner is a commoner, Dario said, lowering his voice. She is not Lady Rosette's real daughter. I heard that she was an orphan whom the lady adopted. Dario spat. This explains her manners. Victor nodded with clear disgust on his face. I know, right. I heard she used to be alright until that idiot Duke's son scammed her wanting to get an oath from her adoptive mother. He planned to fake an accident and get rid of her as soon as he had his fill. Dario sighed. He had a point. Although Lyra was noble in name, she is of a filthy commoner bloodline. How can a nobleman live his life with that kind of low-birth slut as his main wife? I even heard that she wanted to be his only one. The absurdity. Oh, what happened next? Thankfully, that idiot got drunk and spilled out his plan before anything bad could happen. If he succeeded, I would have died of envy. Seriously. How could he think of that? Dario spat. Too bad that ever since then, the princess got more skeptical, and no nobleman has been able to enjoy his wine peacefully. He sighed. What about the other princess? Ah, you mean Aerith? Dario said with dreamy eyes. She is Lady Rosette's real only daughter, but only a few people ever saw her. Some say she is as beautiful as an elvish flower and as deadly as a demonic sword. If I manage to meet her and sweep her off her feet with my poetry, I am sure I will rise to the sky in one single step. He spat, clearly the wine affecting him perfectly. Time to strike. Oh, it is all for an oath, Victor said as if he knew what the fuck was that. Yeah? Dario nodded. It is all because of Her Highness, the Storm Lord's blessing. Hearing this, Victor felt a shiver run down his back. A lord, another fucking lord. So there was a lord here too, after all. Damn it, he should prepare another donkey just in case. He needed to, in case they got suspicious. Victor considered asking Dario about the lord herself at that moment, but decided not to break the current line of thoughts. He was sure, like McKill and Merrill, Dario would know nothing about lords, just the same garbage about being the protectors and all-powerful leaders of their respective races. The thing I don't understand is why her lordship chose Lady Rosette, who came from an obscure noble lineage, as her ward instead of all of the great nobles around the empire. Dario continued without taking notice of Victor's intense reaction. Maybe she feared them getting too powerful. Victor suggested. That's what my father said too. Exactly so. Dario nodded, then shut up as if he began to think about something. Now, we all have to compete for Lady Rosette's favor. Victor sighed, pushing Dario to continue talking. Only if I had enough authority points, I wouldn't have to come here and chase after women. Dario said, smacking the table. Authority? Victor perked his ears. What does this have to do with authority? Yeah, aren't you here for the same reason? Dario frowned. You can tell? Victor acted surprised. You don't have to put an act of honor and valor like those commoners do. Most of the guys here are like us, here to get Lady Rosette's favor and earn an oath that will get them enough authority to level up again, he said with clear passion in his eyes. Ah, yeah, no need to put an act in front of you. Victor sighed. It is just that I wasn't really informed how this oath thing worked. My father just kicked me out and told me to come here. Victor said nervously. Oh, well, if you come from an impoverished noble family, this is normal. Dario sighed. Listen up. As you might know, a person's level is tied to his authority, so normally once a man reaches a certain level he won't be able to level up unless he can increase his authority, which normally increases randomly when leveling up. Yeah, this is common sense. Victor nodded. Other than leveling up, there are 5 ways to increase authority points. Dario said. What? Victor frowned. He only knew about 4 methods. The first is the authority talisman. They are very rare and can be as expensive as fucking 100 elven prostitutes at the same time. They usually grant people 1 authority point or 2, so the noble families usually reserve those for their patriarch or very promising heirs. Dario said. Just the way they treat pretty elven slaves. Victor nodded. After reckoning he came across some records of those talismans. Huge fights were fought over them, a lot of blood was shed and many people who were once friends ended up as enemies because of that. The pretty elven slaves caused similar things, but to a lesser extent, as many of the nobles feared their wives. The second way is artifacts. Some exist that usually grant some authority points to the equipper, but those are very rare, and other than the danger of getting stolen when they got carried around, they usually come with some strange conditions or nasty effects. Victor nodded again, remembering the pendant he got from Margaret that day. It ended up in the hands of the heir of the sword sect, who was at the moment Alex's adoptive brother. Never mind that. The third is stealing authority from others. Dario whispered. But only demonic magic can do that. He chuckled, shaking his head. People who make deals with demons never end up well, so that method is a no-go. He added piously, though I wouldn't mind it. He tailed off. Victor nodded. His cauldron does seem to have a demonic origin. Maybe this was why he could use it so efficiently. What about the 4th? Ah, right. The 4th method is as a reward for system missions. Dario signed. Like the ones in fairy tales. I have never heard of anyone getting those in real life. Yeah? Victor nodded again. After the reckoning, he only heard of 5 times when such missions were issued, and most of the time they were very dangerous and concerned the fate of the world. And the last method is the oath? He asked. Yeah, Dario nodded. It is the power of Her Highness, the Storm Lord. How does it work? Victor asked. I am not really sure, but from what I heard, by swearing an oath of allegiance to the Lord or one of his wards, his faithful servants, you would be given quite a few authority points. Dario said with clear desire reflected in his eyes. Right now, there is only one known ward, Lady Rosette, whom the Lord announced her appointment all of a sudden 10 years ago. Oh, ever since then, people have been seeking her to get her favor, so 8 years ago, she announced this competition, which she would hold in a yearly basis. Those who perform great in it would be granted a chance for an oath with her. Chapter 441. all to be eaten. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was 1 hour past dawn when a light knock on the door woke Victor from his sleep. Last night was spent interrogating Dario about many things concerning everything from the Silver Empire to the competition in general, and Victor learned a couple of important things after grilling the guy until he spilled everything he had. The first was that he knew nothing about what lords were. Lords were lords. They were protectors of their races. The Storm Lord, who was probably a female, was the reason the Silver Empire stood strong for thousands of years after creating the storm barrier that surrounded the entire continent and stopped the demons that roamed the sea from entering. She also created the Dragon Knights to hunt those demons who would manage to pass through the cracks every now and then. The demons beyond the barrier were not weak ones like the ones who exist east of the Death Gorge, but some real bad shit who came here when the other kingdom was lost and had been living and corrupting this world ever since. In the Silver Empire, she was the de facto leader, as she was the one who usually appointed the emperor and the prime minister. The same as how that guy Zendo ran the Sun Elf's kingdom. The only difference she had from him was that she took an active part in governing her empire and usually made many appearances in social parties and national celebrations, though she seemed to have stopped doing that 35 years ago for some reason. Many now believe that she was out most of the time fighting the demons beyond the Great Barrier, though Victor doubts that. The second thing Victor learned from Dario was concerning the competition. It was not really a competition, but a kind of honey-filled slaughter ground, with mortality rates reaching 40% every year. All the competitors should be older than 17 and younger than 25, and they mostly belong to three kinds. The first were the nobles who were in desperate need of an oath like Dario. They were a minority who had no other choice, as many of them would be in some deep shit if they failed to level up. The fight for inheritance in these noble families was deadly. Dario had a younger brother who had 9 points of authority, and the moment his level surpasses that of his big brother he would kill him to take his place as the heir. The second kind of participants were the suspicious ones and those who committed great crimes but couldn't be prosecuted normally due to them being nobles or lacking concrete evidence. Rosette, who was creating her own faction, seemed to be using the competition as a court. She just needed to send an invitation, and no one would dare refuse her, as that was a crime deserving death by itself. Victor, who was thrown here by Lyra, probably belonged to this type. The third kind was the commoners who wanted to be knights. Those usually take an intensive 3-year training course before entering the competitions to prove themselves and earn a noble title. Strangely enough, they seem to have a greater likelihood of surviving, with most of the casualties being on the nobles' side. Yup, the competition was clearly rigged. According to Dario, this year the competition would involve no less than 250 individuals. 50 or so of them were nobles, while the rest were commoners who, for security reasons, were being accommodated in another building. There seemed to have been some trouble between them and the nobles in the past years. Typical fantasy world stuff. Anyway, with the competition contents being a secret and getting changed every year, Dario had no idea what to expect. Hearing him, Victor did consider making a little trip around the castle, but remembering his latest blunder with the elves, he decided to stay put and keep low-key for now. Just until he figured out the truth about the Lord, her relationship with his family members, and such. Knock knock. The door was knocked again. It is time. The dwarven maid who opened the door said, giving both Victor and Dario, who sat up and began to look around, a disgusted glare. We understand, Victor said as he jumped off the bed. The maid nodded, then turned and left. What? It is morning already? Dario, who was barely able to open his eyes, frowned and asked Victor. Yeah? Get ready, Victor said as he walked out into the corridors where other young men began walking out of their rooms. They were all clearly nobles wearing diverse kinds of expensive garbs and armor. At one glance Victor could see that more than half of them were not good people. He could smell it, the rotten air around them. Wait. How? As those people began to walk, Victor began to slowly use his nose and sniff around. Was this likely? Did he develop this skill too? Victor quickly completely shut off his draconic bloodline and his demonic bloodline, one at a time. The demonic bloodline was the culprit. No wonder. Lately, he could feel it getting stronger, especially after encountering the demon kin and using his bloodline to subdue them. It was as if it was getting stimulated. This made him a little worried. He really needed to find some good references to learn about demonic bloodlines, otherwise, he might become a real nutcracker. Bam! A guy bumped him in the shoulder. Watch out! The guy, who was a young man with a clean-shaven head, a muscular build, and a golden dragon tattoo that clearly spanned his entire body, spat after giving Victor one disdainful look. Victor just looked at him saying nothing as he dusted his coat as if an insect had just brushed by. The young man who was clearly testing Victor, whom he didn't recognize, frowned, not liking his attitude. See you on stage," he said as he left, noticing the Dragon Knight who came to get them looking at him. Victor frowned and then appraised the young man. Ridger 2 de la Lion, Class, Lancer. Level, 101. Authority, 13. Abnormal Status, Lost Days Curse, 217. Bloodline, Human 100%. Fate Power, D. Predefined Fate, Get Eaten. At his age, this guy was not bad at all. The question was, why was he here? To be eaten? You really should be careful around that guy. Daria, who seemed to have come out of the room behind Victor at one point, said, "He is Duke Ridger's only son, and recently had been caught running illegal slave wrestling rings. Princess Lyra wanted him executed, but under the noble law he managed to get scot-free after paying a fine," he explained. He really believed that Victor was some impoverished backwater noble who knew nothing. He wouldn't get away scot-free if he had to be here. Victor said, appraising the rest of the nobles. All of them had lousy DF fate power and 80% of them had get-eaten fate. It was definitely happening here. Don't underestimate a duke's power. This guy has enough protection tools that he might be able to take on a Baron Demon alone. Dario shivered. Hopefully the competition won't be a tournament this time around. Yeah. Victor said, sighing and looking at Ridger's fate. This guy is so dead, but he might have a few good things. Those were Victor's thoughts as he gave the green jade storage ring on Ridger's finger a look. Another thing to steal. Didn't he already get enough stuff in the gorge? Never. Victor paused. Lately, he was getting a little too greedy. Probably the effects of his draconic and demonic bloodlines overlapping. Damn it. Another thing to be careful about. Regardless. Slowly Victor and Dario followed the other young man out of the dormitory into the streets that were still barely lit by the early morning sunlight. It allowed Victor to really appreciate the medieval Gothic-style architecture around him. It was not bad. It is just that it felt a little stiffy with all the ionized air around. The effect of the thunder that struck randomly above them every once in a while. How can you be this relaxed? Dario, who was beside him, asked as he looked around fidgety. Fook, you look more like a tourist than someone about to face death. Is this the effect of living on the front lines all your life? He asked. You could tell? Victor raised one eyebrow. This guy really had a wild imagination. I can't. But no wonder you caught Ridger's eyes. Dario whispered, making the other nobles who heard him take a step away from them. They clearly feared Ridger too. Yeah? But I think he will be in too much trouble to care about me in the competition. Victor shrugged as heard the Dragon Knight clear his throat. Listen up. We will now head toward the competition arena. Follow me closely and be careful not to get lost, or we might mistake you for cowards. The moment you have been registered as a competitor, you have signed a Death Weaver. If you escape, it is a swift death. He warned. What the fook? First, you forced us here, and now you want us to walk like some serfs? A sissy-looking young man asked rudely. Do you think I should respect you? I demand a 4-horse carriage to be. Bam. The knight punished him in the stomach, sending him 3 feet into the air before he collapsed to the ground. Follow me, he said after giving them a look each, clearly counting them. After that, he turned and began walking in a certain direction. The troubled nobles looked at each other, then mercilessly leaving their friend who had collapsed. They quickly followed. Victor slowed down in the back as he appraised the knight. A level 215 knight. This guy was the real deal. Wait. Simon Rass, Class, Dragon Knight. Level, 215. Authority, 19+3. Abnormal Status, Stormlord's 2nd rank minor blessing. Can absorb thunder to heal. Bloodline, human 100%. Fate power, B. Predefined fate. Get refined by Zephyr the Great. What with this guy's authority? Victor quickly noticed the +3 near the authority level. He pressed on it. Authority, base, 18. Blessing, Stormlord, Rosette, +3. What was that? A blessing? Is that how oaths worked? Strange. How did this work? Why didn't Lyra and her knights have this? Victor, who stayed in the back, frowned a little, then quickly followed after he watched two knights who appeared out of nowhere quickly drag the collapsed guy away, and then 3 others entered the dormitory, probably to get some poor guy who didn't want to die. None of the other knights had the blessing, only that one guy. He was not the low-ranking knight as he dressed as. Interesting. Suddenly, Victor noticed a thread of malice that extended from him to the sky. He looked up. A dragon was flying there and a little girl sat on it watching with an gloating smirk on her face. That was a girl who definitely held a grudge against all nobles and probably men too. She was clearly in dire need of a good spanking. That was what Victor had decided. It worked on Alpha after all. Axel entered the grand meeting room and began to look around. Luxurious. That was the first word that came to mind. Sorry to call you so suddenly, young master. Suzanne, who seemed to be the CEO's secretary, said. It is okay. I was not doing anything important. Axel sighed, lamenting the now crumbled up Playdude magazine he left in his hotel suite's bathroom. Now where is that album? He asked. It is right. Bam. The door of the office was pushed open, and a young woman with purple hair walked in. Although she appeared to be from his family, for some strange reason, he felt that her hair color was the wrong shade. Husband. The purple-haired young woman ran to his side. Why did you not return home yesterday? She asked. You are? He asked. Ah, right. I am Arya. You wife. Arya said with a frown. If you returned home last night, we would have properly talked. She said, pouting a little. Axel hesitated, remembering the info he got from Kai yesterday about the girl named Arya. Right, she was the one who was mistaken for his sister. The one who ran the business, the money-making wife. Her breasts were a little bigger than the others, but still too flat for his taste. Husband. Ah, I got a little drunk and didn't want to drive. He finally said. We will talk later. He added, not wanting to discuss any of the sensitive matters in front of Suzanne, who was his type of a woman. Her size was just right. Ah. Arya frowned, and as if noticing where he was looking, she turned to face Susan. Why did you invite him here? Didn't Vice President Margaret tell you that he was sick? Ah. Suzanne didn't know how to reply. It is my fault. She wanted to ask me about the new album release, and since I hadn't heard it yet, I decided to come here. Axel decided to act as a man and take the blame. I need to meet Alice at noon after all, and have a few hours to spare. He added. He was going to meet his mother with her and was a little nervous about that. Oh. Arya frowned. Then let's get on with it. She sighed, walking to the main chair at the side of the meeting table and pulling it from under it. Please, husband, take your seat, she said, clearly showing dominance in front of Susan. That's what Axel felt, and he really liked the feeling of being fought over. Only if he could fight back. Damn that imposter. Did he really have to go and get castrated? With those thoughts, Axel quickly took his chair, then watched as Arya sat beside him. Suzanne. Arya spat. Right. Suzanne said as she pressed a key to the side of the table, making a hidden compartment open in the center of the table, and a bunch of VA equipment popped out. The light of the room dimmed as metallic curtains closed the large window panels and a projection screen appeared in front of them. Alex nodded. This place was a production company. They really had all the nifty gadgets. Feel free to put on the headphones. Now I will present to you the finished Lara and the Magical Girls album, featuring Monica. Where is Monica? Shouldn't she be here? Arya stopped Suzanne and asked as Axel put on one pair of high-tech headphones. She is shooting for her cameo, the movie On the Beach with Myra. Oh, okay. Carry on then, Arya interrupted, but not before Axel heard the words beach and Myra. Could he go there? He swallowed. Then I will start, Suzanne said, Pressing the play button made the screen display the video of a bunch of girls fighting monsters on top of a train flying in space and throwing heart-shaped rays. We rode the love train. It took us to heaven. Choo-choo. The hero fought the demon in the rain. He beat her and saved the world again. Go go. Can't leave if you wanna keep sane. Can't stand the parting pain. No. Axel was shocked. Wasn't this song the one about the young master's train? When did it become a love train? He asked. He heard it yesterday getting performed by a new influencer called Gloria who was doing some very seductive poses while dancing. That was a publicity stunt. We can't let a band of little girls sing that. Arya said. You were the one who insisted on it. Ah, okay. He swallowed. The song was not bad, and this Love Train version was a little better. Next, pussy pussy, pussy, cat, bad pussy, cat, evil pussy, cat, grab the pussy, cat, spank the pussy. Cat, kick the pussy, cat, dead pussy, cat, cat, don't kill the pussy, cat, cat, just punish the pussy, cat, 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 don't spare the bad pussy, cat. Axel watched as a group of little girls who were dressed like cats sang with large scissors in their hands. Were they saying cat cat? Or cut cut? He didn't want to know. But this song was catchy too. We tried to keep this as animal friendly as possible. But we might suffer some backlash from some activist group. Suzanne explained. It is okay. Arya said. Right? Ah, right. I wanna see some models do this song in skimpy cat outfits though. He suggested, making Arya look at him, not with disgust, but with appreciation. Good idea. She nodded. I also. Bang. The meeting room door was kicked open. Wait. You can't. Someone yelled, but before Axel could tell who, a young man entered the room. Then out of nowhere, he hurried toward Axel. You bastard. How dare you take my rights? I am here to demand. Axel tried to step away from the young man. But as if knowing Axel would do that, the guy quickly reached out toward him, aiming straight for his balls. As a man who practiced martial arts and clearly saw that evil attack coming toward him, Axel had no choice, but to push the guy away softly. Bang! The moment Axel's hand made contact with the young man's chest, the latter shook and then took 2 steps back, looking at Axel with shock. IUWHY? He asked in a reluctant voice, then collapsed to the ground with a pocket knife in his chest. Blood began to paint the white shirt he was wearing red. What? Where the hell did that come from? Axel gasped in shock, not really understanding what had just happened as the security guards entered the room, and surrounded the intruder. One of them checked on him. Ah, he is dead. The guard said in shock, looking fearfully back at Axel as if asking him what to do. What? Dead? Axel asked in shock. He barely brushed the young man's chest. Where did that knife come from? It is not me. I barely touched him. Ah, damn it. Isn't that Abe? Arya exclaimed in shock. Abe? We will talk later. Arya, who was frowning, spat. Quickly, peel the knife and close the wound. Handcuff the corpse and cover his face and chest. Make it as if he was escorted out of here. We will make it as if he died in police custody or in a cell. She quickly ordered the guards in a cold voice. Yes. The guards didn't dare to refuse. As people who wired for the media industry, they were used to doing shady things. They were hired in the first place because they had that mentality. We shouldn't let anyone know that he died here. Arya continued as she took her phone to send a message. Boss, I think it is a little late for that. Suzanne, who was to the side, suddenly said, making both Axel and Arya look back and notice that the remote-controlled curtains around the windows were already pulled open, and outside of the glass, more than 10 drones were filming what was happening inside. Cheat. Chapter 442, The Competition and the Demon, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Damn. This doesn't make any sense. Margaret, who had just got the news about Victor's arrest from Arya, flared. As an almighty regressor, the thing she hated most was unpredictability. An hour ago those bastards posted on a private chat group. They said that Abe was going to reveal the truth about Victor's corruption. Then, without revealing a thing, they manipulated all kinds of paparazzi to use drones and follow him as he entered the company and then watched him die. Lynn spat as she read a report that was hastily made by Alpha's newly established analysis team. That bastard must have stabbed himself, but the angle was so insecure that it appeared as if it was a murder. Now the imposter is in prison. The police chief was forced to act due to the public outrage. When the chicks said Abe left for the company, I thought it was some modern mounts, not anything like this. Margaret pondered. She was the one who told them to stand down. It was her fault. We underestimated those people. True. We always expected them to kill Abe. But why try to take Victor with him? Elise, who didn't see this coming, frowned. They probably want to take the entire rights for Abe's work. With this they will be sure that Victor would not be able to shoot the movie no matter what the contract says. Is it that important? Lynn frowned. Those novels were very stupid and were meant for horny guys. When she was locked in the basement, she couldn't even stand them for a second when one of the maids tried reading some of them to her. You have no idea, Margaret said. First of all, those novels exploded in popularity after Victor announced the collaboration with Crimson Pearl. While they were only famous in certain circles before, they have now entered the public eye. She sighed. The movies built on those novels, which were originally drafted by many different authors, are meant to be huge. They will start a men's rights movement that will gain great popularity in the coming years. Men's rights? Elise raised one eyebrow. She was a little fascinated by the mysterious future Margaret and Victor lived. Yup. It all started with when an indecent beach wife who accused her idle husband of abusing and raping her sorry ass. The husband, who was a public sweetheart, was acquitted later when a recording of the wife's plan to ruin his life and steal his money got revealed. But it was already too late, as the man, whose career was ruined, committed suicide a few days earlier. The public outcry was huge, especially when the wife got to inherit all his money despite everything. Margaret sighed. They were not divorced yet. Oh. Is that guy famous? Lynn asked. He will be, but not yet. He works for us now, Margaret said. Half of the future famous stars now work for her, but not directly. She made sure to contact them under shell companies just in case. Oh, so what happened after that? Elise asked. It just happened that one of the movies based on the novels got released at the same time. It was a huge hit as the man in it suffered the same fate as the idol, but instead of committing suicide, he worked hard, gained a noble title, and then used an ancient obscure law to marry 20 other wives. The same law Victor used to convince the public when he married us? Lynn asked. That's the one. Margaret nodded. Victor learned about it after watching the movie back then. His new wives included his old wife's mother, sister, cousin, and the maid who knew of the wife's plan. And this forced that beach to come clean and beg him to take her back. Margaret sighed. A stupid wish-fulfilling men's story. Elise spat. Yup. Margaret didn't refute her. Let me guess. He got her back only as a maid? Elise asked again. What else? It is humiliation or death for traitors. Margaret sighed. All of those stories were very predictable. If the movie were to be released at any other time, it would have definitely caused huge public outrage. In fact, many feminine movements tried to force the theaters to stop showing it. But men who were outraged kept going to see it again and again, finally forming the men's rights movement. The right to create a harem? Elise asked, raising one eyebrow. Yup. What else do men want? Margaret shrugged. Last I know, they got to form a party and managed to get a few people in the government, intending to amend the constitution and make it legal for all men, not only nobles, to marry more than one wife. I have no idea if they ever managed to pull that off though. Margaret shrugged. I see, Elise said as her mind turned. Can you send me any info you have about the said movement? She asked Margaret. She had some crazy hypotheses, but she still needed to check a few other things to make sure. Sure. Margaret nodded. She had been in the process of arranging everything she remembered from the other timeline anyway. What to do about the current situation then? Lynn asked, getting them back at the subject at hand. Call the team who is keeping an eye on Lulu. The rights of Abe's estate will now belong to her and her mother, so whoever is behind this will probably contact them. Elise said. What about Victor's reputation? Lynn asked. She didn't want anyone to badmouth her husband. Does he still have any? Elsie asked. Lynn didn't know how to answer that. First, let's get all those paparazzi arrested for corporate espionage. They were filming a secure meeting space after all. After that, let our lawyers out of their dens to sue their employers for bankruptcy, and start a public online defamation campaign against Abe. Let's release the recording of him asking Victor for money when he sold me. Let's make it a case of two men fighting over money and women. Margaret spat. Then let the public fight it over. I guess that would work. Elise nodded. Thanks to Victor's abysmal reputation, they had a lot of room for maneuver. What about the police? Let the family handle them. They will probably get the imposter out in a day or two. Margaret sighed. When will you be able to do the ritual? She asked Lynn. She really didn't like working in the dark. She needed to know her enemy. In a few days, Lynn replied with determination. After leaving the dormitory, Victor and the other nervous nobles were escorted through a winding path around the central castle. It was as if they were paraded around to make an example of as they took a roundabout way until they finally reached their destination 1 hour later. It was a huge plaza where the other commoner participants had long arrived and had been waiting for them next to a large castle gate where a huge screen with all the participants' names was hung. It was not an electronic screen by any means, but a manually adjustable one with turning boards. His name was there, Victor White, with a 0 next to it. His score? Other than that, all around the sides of the plaza a huge crowd of people gathered around. Clearly some kind of spectators who stood behind a heavily guarded iron fence as they looked around. Most of them were commoners, but Victor could spot a few nobles who sat on raised platforms in the back. This is so exciting. Wow, look, the noble participants are here at last. They sure took their time. Hush, don't make trouble. So is IT going to start now? Yeah, I wish they would allow us to watch. Yeah, too bad IT is a secret. At least we will be able to witness the personal points on the big screen and watch the rewards ceremony afterwards. Popcorn. We human popcorn. Dwarvish popcorn, elvish popcorn, the one with cheese and carrots. Yeah, gimme some. Bets. Accepting bets. All kind of bets. WHO will die. WHO will live. WHO will be a knight. Look, there is a pretty girl just entered among the commoners. Wow, SHE is cute. What's her name? I think IT is Pin Pin. SHE is a pretty famous newcomer at the night school. I will be rooting for her. Me too. Hearing those people made Victor, who began to inspect the commoners and naturally focus on the pretty girl who stood there in confidence between the commoners like a crane between chickens. She seemed very popular as the participants were calling her Pin Pin and asking her to take care of them. As he apprised her, Victor's jaw almost dropped. When did that beach get there? The other didn't notice, but he did. This girl was none other than the beach, Lyra, putting on a disguise. He looked up. Sure enough, the back of the dragon, which never left the sky above, was now empty. Victor frowned. Why the fuck was she here? Look at that girl. If I were to meet her in trouble. Dario smiled lecherously. Oh, that's why. What would you do? Victor asked. I will save her and make her fall for me, of course. Dario said, clearing his throat to act like a gentleman. In his mind though, he clearly had other thoughts. For the nobles in this country, the commoners didn't have any rights. This seemed to have started due to all the authority they were given to fend off the demons. Victor sighed, looking back at Lyra. He didn't care what she planned to do, but if she ever decided to make trouble with him, he wouldn't mind spanking some sense into her. Hey, watch out for pickpockets. Mom, that guy is hot. Hey, that guy is a commoner. Don't praise him. Sorry. Look, IT is Duke Ridger's son. You should be rooting from him instead. But he is bald. HSSSSS. Don't point. Do you wanna be killed by him? Sorry. But I don't like him. He is just so manly. I am sure he will be a winner. Mom. Dad is behind you. Beach in heat. How dare you curse at me in public? How dare you look at other men? At least they are men. You. Mom, Dad, stop. Hey, stop making trouble. Where is my purse? thief, watch out. Victor sighed as he watched a child pickpocketer run away from the back. It seemed like the capital was not as secure. He didn't continue as 3 knights surrounded him, then dragged him away after a brief questioning. Not bad. What's wrong with that purple-haired guy? WHO is looking at us. Does he want to appear imposing or something? Yeah, every year there would be an idiot like that. I bet he will not walk out alive. Wanna bet, sir? The purple-haired guy, Victor White, dying payout is only 1/100th. Wow, so low. WHY? Oh, right. Here you go. Thank you, sir. I heard he angered Lady Lyra. HSSS. Is this piece of info credible? I swear with my mother's grave on it. Wow. Are there still those kinds of idiots? Apparently. Then I will bet a 1001 him dying. Me too. Although the profit is little, money is still money. Me 3. I will bet a 1 million. Where did you get of all that money? That is a rude question to ask a lady about her money. Sirs, don't push each other. We have time to register all your bets. Do you accept a check or an IOU? No. Cash only. Damn. Wait for me. I will run home to grab some money. Victor, who could hear everything, sighed and then turned to watch the commoner participants beside Lyra. Most of them had good authority and classes. It is just that their levels were a bit low. No, not all of them. Some of them were knights. Holy shit. The contest seemed to have already begun with those guys implanted between the participants. Boo! Suddenly chains began to move and the heavy castle gate slowly opened. From the inside, an old knight in creaky armor slowly walked out and looked around while squinting his eyes, clearly not comfortable with the bright light of the plaza. He was huge and had unkempt long white hair like someone who had just woken up. So you are here, come on in, he said, then turned and began to walk back in casually as if he just finished inviting some unwanted guests to his house. Welcome to the Demon Castle, he said dismissively as he went inside. The participants looked at each other, and then one by one they began to walk in, the nobles first, followed by the nervous commoners who knew their place. Demon Castle? Victor asked as he walked beside the nervous Dario. They used to keep captured demons here to run tests on them. Dario replied nervously. It should be empty nowadays, right? Victor didn't respond but observed the people around. They seemed to be thinking the same things as Dario. Demons? Probably. He could feel it with his bloodline. There were many brethren nearby. He shook his head, then began to look around and inspect his surroundings as he crossed the heavily fortified entrance tunnel and found himself with the others in a large domed hall built out of black stone. It was more like an entrance to a prison than that of a castle, with all kinds of weapons and armor lined up ready to be used in case of emergency. This place was meant to keep people in and not out. Giving it a quick glance, Victor quickly noticed that beside the entrance it had many doors barred with steel and no windows. On their sides, giant men with axes, wearing cloth bags on their heads, stood guard. Executioners? Bam! The steel gate behind him was shut closed by 2 other giant men who quickly stood guard to its sides. Listen up, kids. My name is Rodman. I am the warden here. The old knight, who now stood in the center of the hall behind a large table stacked with papers, said, First of all, I need each of you to sign this death waiver and NDA. NDA? One nobleman asked. Non-disclosure agreement. It is a contract invented by Lady Rositette herself to keep everything that will transpire here a secret. The knight yelled. He didn't have to yell, but he seemed to like doing that. Do we have to sign it? Another noble asked. If you don't, you will automatically fail. Everyone swallowed. Failure meant death. Let's go. One by one, the participants looked at each other and then started to move forward to look at the contracts and sign them. Victor did the same. The contract was nothing special. Victor pressed no, then using his disguise skill he made the contract shine upon signing it like it did for others. No contract shall bind the nutcracker. Okay, then. The warden nodded as he watched everyone finish signing their contracts and handing them over to his assistants. Now, here we have a bunch of identity-hiding masks. Each of you will wear one, he said, pointing to wooden masks that were brought by some evil-looking servants on trays and presented to each of the participants. What? Why do we have to use those? One noble who was busy forming a team earlier asked timidly, "Speak louder." The warden scolded as he put his hand to his ear. "Do we have to use those? How dare you shout, bugger?" The warden scolded, sending a sound wave that sent the young noble kneeling to the ground. "Do you think this is your father's place, or stop bullying the kids, Rod? Let's get on with it." The one who interrupted was that knight Simon from before. He seemed to have been staying behind them all this time, standing near the wall. "We are on a tight schedule." "Ah, fine. You are no fun." The old warden pouted as his fun was spoiled. "The masks are to make sure each of you will show their real skills. No cooperating." Sighing, the knight turned and answered the noble's previous question. Hearing him, commoner participants who seemed to have relaxed a little hurried to take a mask and put it on. Immediately, their shape began to distort. They were still but for some reason, if you tried to make out any of their features, you would fail. Ah! The nobles who watched this forward and looked at each other. They all had the same thoughts. "Be warned, if any of you were to reveal your identity in any way or form, the mask will break, and you will automatically lose," the warden said, as if reading the nobles' minds. Ah! The nobles' plans crumbled before it was formulated. They could only take the masks one by one and put them on. Victor pressed yes, and then felt the air around him shimmer a little. "Good," the warden said, watching everyone's shapes turn into a blur. "Now, as you see, around this hall there are many weapons and armors. Some new, some old. I need you to arm yourselves with them. This is to test your perception. If you choose something bad, you will end up dead for sure." The participants looked at each other and then hurried toward the weapon racks. "What about USWHO came wearing armors?" one guy asked. "Clearly a noble. Take ITOFF. We will keep IT safe for you." The answer was simple. The armor and weapons are a part of the competition. Victor sighed and followed with a smirk. Unlike the other brats who didn't know better, he could easily read through this. The contest had begun right before they entered the castle by giving them a sign. The creaky armor of the warden. From the way this guy acted, Victor could tell that Warden Rodman, who was a level 200 torture master by the way, was the kind who liked to bully people and to use sound at that. He must be the worst nightmare for those who are imprisoned here. Thinking of that, Victor could guess that the creaking of his armor would definitely keep many nasty things away. He was right, as Lara also chose one of the creaky ones. The warden, who noticed that only Victor and 20 others took notice of the rusty armors and headed to find similar ones from the wrecks, nodded in approval. There were some smart people here. He paused, focusing on Victor, who after choosing a rusty armor didn't begin to wear it immediately but took out a can of oil and rag that was left in the corner and then began to oil the joints to remove their squeaking. Bugger. What was this idiot doing now? Why not choose a new armor if he was going to oil an old one? The warden swore that once the competition was over, he would go to the control room and check his identity, then find this idiot's father to kick his ass for raising an idiot son. "Finished?" he asked as all the participants wore their armor, except for Victor, who was a perfectionist at his job. "One moment," Victor said as he hastily oiled 2 other joints and then began putting the armor on. Thankfully it was easy to wear as they were built from light materials, not like the medieval ones in trial area that required 3 people's help to put on. "Okay then, finish up as I explain." The warden sighed. "Where did they bring those crazy guys from?" "No wait." The warden gasped and focused on Victor. Others might not have noticed, but how could he not? Victor was not oiling all the joints, just the ones he needed to walk and run. He was leaving certain movements to make a squeaking sound. This guy was not an Uberton expert. "Explain what?" one guy asked, noticing that the warden stopped talking. "Ah, right. Now, around me in this hall, there are 9 gates. Each of you look at your armor. The number on it specifies the gate you should go though." The warden, who decided to keep an eye on Victor, said, making everyone finally notice the marks on the armor that corresponded with the ones atop the gates. "Your goal is to collect as many flags as possible before reaching the last gate," he said, raising an example small red flag in his hand. "Be aware though, in the passageways of this LD prison, many kinds of nasty things crawl. They will be after your souls. Be free to use lethal force." "Demons?" WHO knows. The warder shrugged, not giving any info. Just a word of advice. Trust no one, these halls were meant for retrials. Good luck, he added before clapping his hand. The room grew dark, then 3 seconds later it was bright again. The warden and his assistants were no longer there, nor was the knight. No, they were there, but everyone except Victor couldn't see them due to the activation of an array, a similar one to the one Victor was using at his mansion. It must have originated from here. He could tell. The important thing was that the gates to the side doors were open, inviting the participants to their doom. Let's go. One of the participants said, clearly a noble, but due to the mask's disguise no one could tell who before he vanished into one of the gates. One by one the participants all found their doors and crossed them, including Lyra, who was smirking behind her mask. The final one to leave was Victor, who just finished preparing by grabbing a seemingly random rusty sword and then hurrying to his designated gate. Chapter 443, The Competition and the Demon, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. WHYDID kill him. The policewoman hit the stainless steel table angrily. Confess. I invoke the fifth. Axel spat. He already called Olaf and the latter told him to remain silent and await a family decision. The situation had become too public to keep under rags. Like that will ever help you. She spat. He is his ex-lover, huh? I bet you two had a fight. I know nothing about that. I am innocent. Axel said, sighing. When he saw it was a policewoman who came to in-storage him, he was pretty amused. That was until this annoying beach started to throw around baseless accusations and conspiracy theories. How the hell did she live this long with that screwed mind of hers? Stop lying. We got it all in film. Even your all-powerful family will not be able to help you with all the public outrage. She spat. She clearly had a problem with powerful families. I am not counting on them. I am counting on the truth. He lied. Can I ask you something though? Why do I feel like you hold some grudge against me? Axel asked. She squinted at him. Now you act like you don't remember, huh? Don't worry, I will make sure you will pay for what you did, both to him and me. What do you mean? What did I do to you? Axel frowned. The way this crazy chick was acting was as if she had a crush on him before then he went and cheated on her. Could that be what happened? I confess. The last time you were here, I was fooled too by you and your cousin's acts, but my intuition that you are a crooked scum was not wrong after all. An apple doesn't fall far from the tree, she said with determination. Let me. Bam. The door of the interrogation room opened. It was the police chief. Lee. Didn't I forbid you from coming here? He spat directly. So her name was Lee, huh? I am not going to sit still as the incompetent guys here ruin this. Lee said. Lass, you have to understand. You are on paid leave. You are going to get married soon. Damn it. Stop bothering with police stuff. But father, I was away for 2 months, and this department had turned into a den of corruption. I am not leaving ever again. Ah, what are you talking about? The chief, who turned out to be her father, and the reason she was alive until now, frowned. Is there a problem between you and Archie? He asked. He wants to create a fucking harem. She spat, looking hatefully at Axel as if he was the reason why all young noblemen in this country went harem crazy lately. No, not just the nobleman, many normal young men started to have such delusions. And it is legal. He is a noble. Her father replied as he shook his head. After what you did to him, it was very generous of the royal family to not only forgive you but accept you as a full-fledged wife. He added in a seemingly glad voice. He clearly wanted this marriage to happen. Like hell, I want that. Lee spat in a troubled voice. Well, it is too late now. You have to pay for what you did. The chief spat, clearly dissatisfied with his daughter's mentality. You were the one who forced Archie into bed in the first place after all. I didn't do it on my own accord. I was drugged by some scumbag. Lee yelled as she glared hatefully at Alex, who was watching the drama. What did he do now? Ah, it must be that imposter. Then you should have clarified things back then instead of arresting Prince Archie and making a public scene. I had no idea he was drugged too. She pouted. Regardless, the deed is already done. There is no going back now. The chief sighed. At least think about the royal baby you are carrying. He said, making Alex look at Lee's stomach. Was she pregnant? Did that have anything to do with her nasty temper? Dad, I don't want it. She spat angrily. It will ruin my career. Is being a police officer that important? The chief flared. That baby is of noble royal blood. You can't not want it. He spat. Do you want to commit regicide and rot in jail? He hissed. But Lee didn't know how to answer that. It is the law. You should know better. The chief said. I thought the law was what you respected most of all. Lee looked away as she clenched her fist in a clear defeat. Axel, who got the gist of their heated conversation, signed. Wait, why were they discussing this here? Weren't such things very private, young Master Victor? The police chief, finally noticing he was there, said, I am sorry about bothering you with our family matters. It is fine. Axel said dismissively. Did the family respond? He asked. Olaf had already told him that his family should be able to easily fix everything. Yes, we just got news from your esteemed family and talked to the lawyers they hired. Unfortunately, due to the public pressure and all those annoying journalists camping outside. The chief slowed down and gave his daughter a glare before continuing. Because of all of this mess, you will have to stay with us for a day or two. Ah, okay, I don't mind. Just hope that you give me a clean cell, Axel said. As someone who spent his life sleeping in a sect dormitory with 7 other filthy guys, he didn't mind sleeping in a cell, as long as it was clean and tidy, that is. Don't worry, we already prepared the best one. We even found some cellmates whom you might enjoy. The chief winked as he said in a low voice. Ah, what? Axel didn't get that right. This way, young Master Victor. The chief winked as he opened the door. It had been 3 hours as Victor slowly made his way through the dim underground tunnels. He could tell that this place was built long ago. The stone walls here were way older than any of the structures above. If he were to compare it to something, it would be the way structures were usually built in dungeons. This place might have been a dungeon itself at one point in time. The more Victor walked, the more he came to this conclusion. Those similar passages that he passed, again and again, were built purposely to disorient whoever was crossing them. It was like a maze. A defensive maze maybe that was meant to keep intruders out. Quite the opposite from the structures above were made to keep prisoners in. With both of those, this place could be described in 2 words. Death trap. Well, it would not be his death. He expected it to really be full of dangers and such. But other than a few lousy traps that he could easily spot with his appraisal skill, there were no unexpected things. No, wait. Considering that none of the nobles could use their skills after touching that pillar, this place might be a little tricky for them. Also, this world seemed to not have many dungeons, so most of the guys didn't really have any experience with such places. Soon, Victor reached an intersection, the 20th since he entered. He frowned as he began looking around. Victor could see that there were 3 passageways in front of him. 2 were normal while the other was hidden and disguised as a plain wall. If it were not for his skills he would have completely missed it. It was the effect of a strange array that had been changing things around him for a while now. Interesting. This was not a contest, but a rigged execution ground. Whoever was in the control room was purposely guiding the participants. He sighed. What path do you think we should go through? He asked the little girl who held his hand as she curiously looked around. She was Emira, who refused to stay in the cauldron with Merrill and McKill and insisted on following him around. He had no choice but to let her do as she pleased on the condition of her staying beside him where he could easily disguise her presence. This girl was getting more and more mysterious and he had long decided to dig the truth about her. One of the things he was now intrigued about was how his Fate Weaver skill seemed to be completely oblivious to her. It was as if she didn't have a destiny at all. That was except for one thread that connected her to him, a thread of dependence and trust. There, she said, pointing to one of the 2 open passageways. It smells interesting, she said. Death? Victor asked. The girl seemed to be very sensitive toward that. It was as if she had the power to absorb this death energy for some reason. But it was not clear to him yet whether this was good or bad for her. She didn't really display any anomalies when he killed a few demons in front of her. She just took a few breaths and said that she felt refreshed. A lot. She nodded. Victor frowned, looking at the ominous passageway going down. Yeah, it smelt of death and decay. Still, he could feel that demonic bloodline he felt from before was in its direction, so he quickly headed toward it, making creaking sounds all along using his armor. One might think he was using this to ward away the demons who were supposedly here, but the truth was it was meant to lure in other participants. Getting them to attack him and then kicking their asses was the best way to collect those flags. Since the morning, he had been attacked by some idiots 5 times, forcing him to use the family sword art to repel them. He couldn't use his skills after all, as he should be cursed, and couldn't really use his powers for the next 2 weeks after all. Thankfully the same was true for his attackers. Those idiots stupidly attacked all the walls around Victor instead of swinging their swords at him, allowing him to swiftly decapitate them and take all the flags they gathered. After removing their masks he discovered 4 of them were nobles and the other, who was the third to attack him, was a commoner and for some strange reason was not cursed like the rest. It was after killing that commoner that the array seemed to have started trying to interfere with his journey, sending more and more guys at him and guiding him deeper and deeper into the tunnels. It was probably where all those people would be eaten or something. Victor, who didn't encounter anything after that for the last hour or so, was getting really bored. He did consider using his full power to hurry through the tunnels, but it was just that he was worried that some lord might be watching, and he really didn't want to stand out, choosing to act low-key. Attackers. Emira warned. Bam! 2 guys finally appeared. One from the front and one from behind. They jumped from obscure notches in the walls and pinned him between them. Hey, look who we have here. One guy said, pointing at Victor with his rapier. Look at that armor. He added with a sarcastic tone, probably. The mask was obscuring their real voices, but that was how it sounded. Clearly a damn commoner. The other said as he glared at Victor. Throw your weapon to the floor and give us your flags and we will spare you. He said as his friend blocked Victor's escape from behind. Victor couldn't help but appreciate those two. They were able to cooperate without knowing each other. Not bad. They were clearly either nobles or some professionally trained commoners. He quickly appraised them. Jake, just Jake. Class, Lancer. Level, 21. Authority, 5. Bloodline, human 100%. Fate power, B. Predefined fate, die at the hands of Zephyr the Great. Chandra Hill. Class, Dragon Tamer. Level 29. Authority, 7. Bloodline, human 100%. Fate power, A. Predefined fate, die at the hands of Lyra Red Rose. They were both commoners. Victor could tell from their surnames which lacked the Dela prefix all nobles seemed to have. He could also tell that the second one, who was behind him, was a female, and she was possessed by a demon. By using his demonic bloodline on his eyes, he could see the shadow hovering behind her. Wait, weren't the students tested by the demon-busting pillar? Now he was sure of it. They didn't have that curse, so probably not. They wanted them with their entire skill sets to survive this place. They would probably test them in secret after the competition. Hey, did you hear us? The one who was behind Victor demanded. They were clearly waiting for his response to decide if he was a noble or a fellow commoner. You want my flags? He asked with a sigh. Yeah? The one in front responded. Jake said. What do you think? He asked Emira, whom the attackers didn't see. That one is smelly. She glared at the demon-possessed one at the back. This has no smell at all, she said, pointing to the one at the front. Oh, do you mean that he did not kill anyone before? Victor asked, raising one eyebrow. Emira frowned and shrugged. She had no idea. Victor sighed. What? The one in the back asked. Hurry up, we don't have all day. Fine, Victor said as he threw the sword from his hand to the side, then took out 2 flags and threw them at the men in front of him. Is that all? The female in the back asked. Yeah, search him. She spat. Ah, can't you do it? No, I am not touching a guy's pants. Oh, fine. If he tries anything funny, stab him. The one in the front said, probably realizing that his friend was a female for the first time. The guy slowly approached Victor, and as soon as he was about to touch him, he jumped at the female in the back with his sword drawn. He saw her getting ready to strike him. Bastard. She attacked him. Beach. He responded and began to battle, allowing Victor to swiftly grab the sword and the two flags and run into the darkness. "Hey, you have time to look." Bam, bam. Victor ignored them as he ran forward with a little girl in hand. Since these two didn't know each other's true identity, they must have always had their guard, and their alliance was very fragile. It was broken by a simple illusion. Victor was not interested in fights right now. Winning against two skillful opponents at the same time would make whoever was watching him have some doubts after all. He was just, bang, a large dog-like demonic creature lunged at him, trying to bite his head off. It bit the wall and then had its head rolling as the startled Emira grabbed onto Victor's pants. "Don't worry, the demons here are all idiots. But you must always be wary in dungeons. Don't put your guard down." He reassured her by rubbing her head as he knelt next to the demon and checked it. It was not a real demon, but a demonic beast, a normal creature that had been transformed by demonic energy. Emira nodded as she inspected the demon with him. The girl was a fast learner. "Nothing here. Let's continue," he said as he stood up, taking out a lollipop from his ring and giving it to Emira before they continued their path down. In a certain room far below where Victor was walking, a group of knights were busy working at a large stone tablet that was engraved like a maze. On it, small colored and numbered pawns were moving around. They were using strange brushes to write symbols around it as a way of control. The maze was the tunnels and the pawns were the contestants. The red ones were the ones meant to be used as targets and get killed, and the white ones were the real contestants being tested. "How the fuck can this guy be this lucky?" One guy spat in frustration, suddenly alerting his friends. "Sorry," he quickly said. "What guy?" The warden, who was watching the process from behind, and getting bored, asked. "Ah, this one." Numbered 45. Was taking thighs too easily. He killed one of the commoner candidates very swiftly. The knight paused there. That candidate was his cousin, but he couldn't say that. So I decided to make things a little difficult for him. He planned to kill him. "And?" one of his friends asked. "The traps are not working on him at all. The contestants I guided toward him were either dead or fighting with each other. Even a demon hound failed to kill him." The knight complained. He couldn't tell what was happening downstairs other than what was being displayed on the board. All he saw was the demon biting toward the wall next to the participant and then getting killed. "I think that there is something wrong about him." He trailed off. "Oh, is he using some kind of skill or artifact?" one female knight asked with a frown. "That's the point. Look, even the energy level being emitted by him is nearly zero. No real skill executions are being detected." The knight complained. "He is a noble, so he should be cursed, right?" This could only mean that he is very skilled in martial arts. The warden said in appreciation. "Who is he?" "I don't know," he said, looking at the knight in the back. The participants' names were supposed to be kept a secret, to avoid someone helping his relative like he was doing. The only way he recognized his cousin was through certain movement patterns that they agreed on beforehand. "Simon, do you know him?" the warden asked the knight who stood at the side, making all the knights suddenly aware of his existence. Despite this knight not having any high ranks, everyone knew that he was Princess Lyra's right hand, and he was very skilled. "We don't know. His name is Victor White, so probably not a noble," Simon replied. "Lady Lyra caught him trying to scam his way into the capital and brought him here." He added. "Oh, it is that guy." The female knight nodded. "The one who oiled the armor," she reminded the warden. "Oh." The warden nodded. "Ignore him for now. He is meant to reach the end and become food for her." Simon said. "Understand." The knight said, hiding his anger as he returned to his work. He had made up his mind, even if this guy were to survive her, he would make sure to find a way to kill him later. Chapter 444, The Competition and the Demon, 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor's journey after killing the demon dog was suspiciously very smooth. Other than all the intersections offering him only one path forward, he encountered nothing of interest. It was 2 hours later that he finally reached the end of the downward-going stone tunnels where a large oppressive-feeling metal door stopped him. Behind it, he could feel the presence of other humans. In addition to many demons, many demons. Amira, you have to get into the cauldron now, you promised. He told the little girl as he took the cauldron from his storage space. Moment. She said as she looked at the door, then took 2 deep breaths. Now, can go. She said as she touched the cauldron and went in immediately. Did she absorb something again? For some strange reason, he could feel the ominous feeling around this area, which seemed to have lessened a lot. When he asked her about this earlier, she told him that she didn't know what and just that it was something that she felt that she needed to do. Interesting. With that thought, and without making any extra creaking noises, he pushed the heavy door open. Surprisingly, it was well oiled and didn't make any noise as it opened to reveal a large dim hallway with many columns that held its high vaulted stone ceiling. In the middle, the other participants were standing wary of each other as if waiting for something. To the sides of the hall, beyond the columns, there was a large cell surrounding the entire hall. Behind its iron bars, ferocious large cat-sized demonic rats were imprisoned, scratching at the bars and growling at the contestants. No wait, the demonic rats were not the ones in the cage, the participants were. Victor could tell that as he noticed how big the place was. This hall was like a safe zone inside of a giant rat cage. Although the demonic rats were only at level 5 at most and a trained knight was sure to be able to kill those easily, they made Victor very nervous. There were too many of them. If those guys were to swarm someone, he was a definite goner. Another one, ha! A woman in a knight suit of armor exclaimed as soon as Victor entered. You should be the last one, she said. She was clearly the one officially in charge here. Welcome to the demonic test chamber, here is your final. She paused as she watched Victor turn back and open the door wanting to leave. Where are you going? She asked. I am not intruding on something here, right? He asked nervously as he turned to look at her as any guy would do when he walked in on a couple making out. Intruding? She didn't get it. I don't know what you mean, but if you leave, you will be disqualified, she directly said. Ah, Victor said with a frown as he turned around and carefully began to look around at the participants who were looking back at him from behind their masks. They were all nobles to be eaten. That was except for one. Lyra was smirking in the back as she stood next to a large column and observed everyone. Do I really have to participate? He asked in a worried tone as he gave the participants and then the demonic rats a look. Are they in too? He asked worriedly. In what? The knight asked. Isn't this an orgy? Victor asked. He really needed to act like a pervert. He had a reputation to keep after all, and his actions here would definitely reach his family members. The knight finally got it as one of the very perverted contestants to her side exploded laughing. Pathetic. You can joke all you want, but let me remind you of something. This place is a life or death challenge, and your life is in my hands. She spat hatefully as she pointed to herself. A hand job too? Victor asked, making all the participants, including those who didn't want to laugh, explode. The female knight almost exploded as she secretly looked at Lyra, who signaled her to calm down, then made a knife signal with her hand. The female knight smirked as she looked back at Victor, as if he was already just dead meat. Since everyone is here, I can start the explanation, she said, clearing her throat. This is one of the contest's ending chambers. It contains a final test with a chance to achieve enough flags to finish the contest. You will. She began to explain. Like I asked before, does it involve those demons in cages? Victor interrupted, as he looked at the demonic rats surrounding the hall. Let me finish. She spat. In this hall the test is simple. All of you will have to go into the rat cage where flags are scattered at random. You will only be able to leave after your total number of flags reaches 30. She said, making each of the contestants look at the flags that they had to stick to their belts according to the rules. Most had 10, and none had more than 20. Those who walk out will be considered to have won the contest, she said. If you manage to stay there for 30 minutes you will be rescued, and although you would be considered to have failed, you would keep your sorry life. She added ominously. Can't I not participate? Victor asked. No, she replied directly. Everyone from the nobles here knew that they were here to fight for their lives. Unlike the commoners, they couldn't just forfeit. Are fighting between contestants allowed inside the cage? one noble asked. It was none other than Ridger, but no one knew that except for Victor and Lyra, of course. Yes, as long as you are in, feel free to do as you want, she said, making all the contestants frown. Inside the cage, they would not only have to worry about the demons, but the other contestants trapping them. On the other hand, if they managed to knock out some of the weak ones, it would be quite easy to collect the flags easily without venturing deep. Once this stage finished, you will get the chance to cross the door behind me and make a bet with Princess Aerith using some of your flags or any other valuables that you might have, she said, making Victor focus on the gate behind her. There he could feel the demonic presence he had been following since the beginning. Princess Aerith, oh, a bet? Someone asked. Yes. For every 10 flags you got, you will get 1 try, and if you are free to bet on anything, from marrying the princess to a chance to meet Her Highness, Princess Rosette. Ah! Everyone looked at each other. This meant that if they got more flags they would get more chances. Still, this sounded too good to be true. And what if we were to lose? The one who asked was none other than Ario. The contest would have already finished by that point, she said. It would depend on your bet. The higher you go, the steeper the price. Oh. Everyone got excited. What is the game we will use to bet with Princess Aerith? Another noble asked nervously. It is too early to tell you that, but it would be of no harm to tell you. The knight said. It can be any challenge, from fighting, fencing, painting, or making her fall for you, she explained with a smile, making all the nobles relax as they glared at each other. Watching them, Lyra's grin grew wider. She wanted this contest to be fierce. Now, let's begin. Head towards cell gates scattered around the hall, and once all of you are in place, then we will open them up and activate the arrays. You will have 20 seconds to enter. Any who stays behind will be eliminated, she declared. Slowly the nobles who looked at each other began to arrange themselves randomly. Since they couldn't recognize each other, there was no point in thinking about it. Still, many of them seemed to be eyeing Victor. They thought he was a weakling as he tried to have some side conversation with them as they got into poison. Is that Aerith pretty? He asked. Is she married? I am not really into married women, but I wouldn't mind trying new things, he added. No one replied to him. They just swore to kick his ass once they were inside. Making sure that everyone was in place, the knight, who was having a hard time ignoring Victor's remarks, nodded. Start, she said directly, making all the iron gates start to fade out. Strangely enough, none of the demons walked out. On the contrary, they stepped away from the gates as if some kind of energy was repelling them. The moment the bars vanished completely, the participants, including Victor, ran inside. All had one idea in mind: to wait for others to grab enough flags before attacking them. Attack, fight, bam, bam. The battle started immediately as the rats jumped the contestants, forcing them to pause and fend themselves. That was with the expectation of one. Squeak squeak, making his armor squeak as much as possible. Victor directly crossed the other wary nobles and the rats who avoided him as he dived deep into the cell. Then, spotting the first flag, he ran and grabbed it before jumping to the side and avoiding the rats as he sped in a random direction where he spotted another. He had just noticed something. Although the squeaking noise seemed to be repelling the rats to a degree, the flags seemed to contain some kind of smell that was too inciting for them. This place was definitely a death trap. Squeak 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 squeak. Victor was not dismayed at all as he made his armor squeak harder while making his way to the third flag. Lyra, who was also inside the cage fighting with ease, smirked. She knew that the squeaking would not work at all after someone grabbed a flag. She paused. It was working. The demon rats at the front were running away from him. WTF? The poor girl had no idea that Victor was using his demonic bloodline to scare the shit out of those poor rats in front of him, and disguising it as the squeaking effect. If this cage was clean enough, and she were to look down, she would really see all the sheep that fell from them as they ran away from him. The other contestants who noticed what Victor seemed to finally understand something as they quickly started to make their armor squeak. Although it was not as effective, it really helped lessen the pressure on them. Lyra, who watched all this, frowned. Bastard. This would make too many people survive, but she only wanted the strongest 10. the ones who could survive Ith's demonic skill. She had to finish things on her own, it seemed. Squeak squeak squeak, watch out. Victor out of nowhere ran right past her, bumping into her, then scurried away followed by an army of angry rats. Cheat. She cursed as she hurried to fight the rats before turning to look at Victor. He was running towards the exit. Wait, did he get enough flags already? No, damn it. He took hers just now when he bumped into her. Looking around, she noticed that she was not the only one who was looking at him hatefully. Two other participants who were unlucky enough to be on his way seemed to have had their flags snatched too. There were others too who were keeping an eye on Victor to steal his flags from the beginning. Too bad none of them had the gall to go and try and attack him with an entire tsunami of crazy rats behind him, running after him as if he was the one who raped their mother and killed their father, yet in front of him, none could be found. How could this be? Squeak squeak, squeak. Everyone could only watch as he reached the gate and jumped out. The array shimmered, clouding his flags before letting him pass first. He shouted as his feet touched the ground outside. What, already? Damn it. Many participants who only noticed now turned to look at him. This included Riga, who yelled in anger. Victor ignored them as he ran toward the female knight and presented her with the flags. I got them. Can I go and meet Princess Aerith now? He asked in a loud voice. The Fook. Ah. One of them was so distracted hearing him that he let his guard down and was shredded into pieces by the demonic rats. Fight. Victor ignored them as he looked at the female knight with anticipating eyes. Well done. Please wait until the others finish. You will go in according to your numbers. She said hatefully. You will be going in last? She added with disgust. Good point. He said with a knowing nod. Once she got a taste of this, she would never care about anything else. He said with a perverted smile, making not only the female knight but also Lyra, who heard him, almost explode with anger. Too bad she was now without flags, and would need to fish for some before she could go out and kick his ass. Chapter 445. The Unknown. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. All kneel for the Fate Lord. The Chamberlain, a tall white-haired old man, announced, making all the neatly dressed men and women in the courtroom kneel down as a completely naked young man with long flowing blonde hair reaching his butt, entered with a long golden lance in his hand. He slowly made his way on the crimson carpet, then climbed 2 steps, reaching the golden throne in the center of the room, and sat on it, crossing his legs. You may raise your heads, he said as he struck his lance to the ground, allowing everyone to stand up and look up as 2 guards in white armor closed the gate. The room shimmered with a strange light as the isolation formation activated. Welcome back, my lord, the Chamberlain said nervously. You humble servants, thank you for all the work you are doing. He added as he bowed down. Stop with the nonsense. I'm already dead tired of killing fucking demons for 25 years consecutively. The Fate Lord replied dismissively. Now, report how the collapse is going? He asked, noticing the uneasy atmosphere around the room. What did those idiots do now? No one replied as everyone in the court began to look at each other nervously. What? The Lord, who was in a cheery mood after gaining quite a few authority points in the last few years, lost it at once. What happened? He asked. Phantom. The Chamberlain called loudly, making a tall skinny court lady shoot him a glare of hate, then step forward and bow. He was clearly making her the scapegoat, but she didn't dare complain in front of the Lord. My lord, Phantom said after standing back up. She paused. We had an incident. An incident? He asked. She hesitated. Yes. What is it? Speak, my lord. We ask for your forgiveness, she said as she fell to her knees. All in the hall did, making the Lord grow a little fearful. Don't make me repeat my words, he asked coldly. What happened there? The fate thread in the temple. She paused. They were burned. What? He asked in an unbelieving tone. What did you fucking say? He asked again as he sprung to his feet and he opened his eyes wide. Everyone looked away. 7 months ago, the fate threads, the ones in the temple, they were all burned, she repeated nervously. I fucking heard you the first time. He flared in shock. What do you mean burned? He still couldn't believe what he heard. Burnt as if completely turned into charcoal. Phantom said nervously. After we noticed the smoke, we hurried to open the vault, but due to all of the protection around it, we could only do that after an entire hour. By that time, the fire that started from one of the talismans tied around a thread belonging to one of them had already spread everywhere and destroyed everything. Cheat. Fook. Damn it. Do you know how much I had to pay in order to materialize these fate threads? Damn it. How are we going to contain those fated emperors now? He yelled. Damn it. Now we will have to really fight for the damn imperial legacy. No one dared to answer that. They had no idea. Oops. This may be bigger than they anticipated. Fook. A bunch of useless germs. Is this what I get for entrusting you with one simple task? Everyone was pondering that they should have called in sick today. Damn you. Damn your entire offspring, a bunch of sheet-eating vermin. Do you want all my work for the last 500 years to go to waste? Why the hell am I keeping you here? He slowly lifted his lance. You all Germans. He spat as a white flame appeared atop the lance's blade. Cheat. Everyone didn't know what to do. They didn't dare to take a step back, but they really needed to run. Calm your anger, my lord. The Chamberlain finally decided to risk it and intervene. He had no idea that his lord would be this angry. Fook you and fook my anger. What have you been doing in my absence? The lord flared. Damn it, my lord. Ever since the incident, all our agents had been investigating the reason behind the fire in addition to trying to figure out the reason behind the divergences we started to observe. The Chamberlain clarified. Wait, what? Divergences? He asked as he lowered his lance a bit and frowned. You mean from the prophecy? Yes, my lord. Let me explain. Phantom hurried to speak. Ever since the incident, the events from the world began diverting from those we had in the prophecy. She explained. According to our analysis, this could only be from the interference of those cursed fate thread owners or the one who set the fire. That's why we had been investigating them, hoping to patch things up. She said. Oh, it seems like you are not that stupid after all. The Lord paused. It might not be all lost. How much divergence is there? He asked as he lowered his lance and the flames completely faded. Since the fire, we have already deviated 32% from the prophecy compared to the usual 1.21%. I see. Wait. Fook what? 32%? He gasped. This was a big number even for him, the one who had power over fates. No, this couldn't be the result of a mistake. Someone was definitely behind this. Another lord. Yay, my lord. This can't be natural. Phantom said as if reading her master's mind. He said as he calmed down a bit, his mind thinking of who could have done it. Did you find anything? What? Sorry, my lord. Other than a few dead ends, we couldn't find anything of substance. We had very little info to locate the fated emperors, and it is as if whoever was behind managed to hide from all our artifacts. We were awaiting your return to decide on our next course of action. Dead ends? Hidden? The Fate Lord said as he frowned. Someone came to mind. My lord, how about we explain our investigations first? Do so. He said as he slowly returned to his throne and sat on it. Explain from the beginning. He said. Yes, my lord. Phantom said, then swallowed and cleared her throat. I will start with the first discovered divergence after the accident. It was about 714 line in the prophecy. The world's sun shall rise in the land of the vain, and the will of the purple dragons he shall challenge. She said, reading from the book at hand. According to your command, after we figured out the event state and location using the Akashic calendar calculating method, we should have been able to find the said scion and save him from their attacker to gain his favor. Should have? The Lord asked. Yes. It was supposed to happen about 7 months ago in a vain city in Wyron Principality, one of the main von Wise areas of influence. And although there was some turmoil there at that point of time, we failed to identify any signs of the said scion in that incident. What was the turmoil about? He said, squinting his eyes. One von Wise elite heir who was freshly transferred there was accused of killing his brother, but it was revealed that he was being framed. We believe that the guy involved, named Victor von Wise, was being used as a honey trap by Anne, the von Wise family's matriarch. She seemed to have been using him to divert attention from other heirs. Oh, is he important to our subject at hand? The Lord asked. Yes, he is one of our dead ends. At first, we only kept an eye on him by accident. Right, Mirage? She said, turning to a girl in the back. Right. Mirage stepped forward and bowed. You are the one responsible for that area? The Lord asked. Yes, my lord. My name is Mirage. What did you find? Sorry my lord, my results would not make sense in this contest, and Victor might not be a dead end as we first suspected. So I ask thee to make Phantom explain the other divergence first. Mirage said politely. Oh. The Fate Lord raised one eyebrow. Those two women didn't like each other. Okay then. What other divergences did you discover? Yes, right away. Phantom shot Mirage a glare. The second divergence was an incident in the Thunder Sect. According to the prophecy, that ruin should have stayed dormant for the next 50 years, but it suddenly had a break. Although it was contained, it was not before it caused a public sensation and many people began to suspect things. Again diverting from the line, the hidden secret shall stay hidden. She said. That line is not about the existence of players. The Lord corrected her. What else? It is about the families. The line. The golden Cyclops shall perish and his tribe will scatter. We believed that it was concerning the death of the von Geldstadt family's patriarch, as there were some reports of him being severely poisoned, but he is still alive. In fact, he just finished a restructuring process in the family, getting rid of many spies, and they're better than ever. Oh, then what about von Wise on the next line? Their prophecy was only 50% correct. The purple dragons shall fight each other in the dark, and poisonous one shall sit on the throne. She explained. The fight did happen, but it was not hidden, but a big mess. And the matriarch, Anne, who seemed to have also been cured, managed to not only kill the traitors, but she is now in the process of consolidating power in the family, she said. Oh, did they survive that? Did that poisonous bastard make an appearance? He frowned. Sorry my lord, we don't have the info. Phantom replied. He was the one who told them to stay away from that sheet. Whatever. What about the other families? He frowned. Right. The line, the summoners shall summon the ancient horror from the abyss and their end shall be grim, seemed to have happened a month ago, way ahead of time calculated for it. Phantom said. A speed up of events? The Lord frowned. Yes, since the method of their demise had not changed, we believe that this event was not a direct effect, but a mere reflection of some other unnoticed interference. Since we don't know the cause of the original incident, we can't tell how it happened faster. True. Did they encounter anything out of the ordinary lately? Not as far as we know of. She replied, shaking her head. What else then? Some minor families had some trouble, but since the prophecy does not directly mention any by name, we can't tell if it was a part of the original intended destiny. Though there was a divergence that connected to many of them. What? The line about the red moon. Once the secret of the moon was revealed, the sheep will go in and the wolves would go out. She said. As your Lord told us before, this line is about the demons using the dungeon as a trap to haunt players. Yes. What happened? Didn't we have plans to locate and monitor all who returned? He asked. This was important for his grand plan to make use of demons. Most of the players returned without turning to demons. A player inside who calls himself the Emperor managed to defeat the demons and free everyone. We don't know the details though. What? The Emperor? The Lord stood up again, making everyone look away. Any info about him? He asked directly. That world was a taboo for him. Sorry my lord, no. He hid his identity perfectly, making everyone sign a contract to not say a thing. Keep investigating, and find me one of those contractors. Yes my lord. And the sects? Anything wrong about them? He asked. The line, blood shall be shed in the sword sect event didn't happen. Their young master, who was probably the cause, seemed to have managed to finally level up, but we don't know the details why. Phantom said. The frozen sect head seemed to have opened its door for disciples ahead of time, also after getting a new very gifted personal disciple. The heavenly sect saw no change. Prince Caspian had an incident, but other than that, Caspian had an incident. The Lord raised one eyebrow as he interrupted. Nothing should happen to that stupid demon until his role was done. Yes, a minor one. Don't worry, my lord, he is fine. Mirage was the one who intervened. One of the 4 demonesses in the prophecy whom we believe was Nova von Astrom was about to be wed to a von Wise. That guy Victor, Caspian went there and grabbed her. Thankfully this went up without causing a major problem. She said, it is just that he was cursed afterward, but the sect master easily dispelled it for him. It was probably the von Wise taking revenge for the mess he caused, but there was no proof. Oh, that guy Victor again? The Lord sighed. Yes, my lord. Mirage said, the first time I investigated him I found him very fishy. The von Wise family was clearly using this guy as bait to get the other families to attack him, so the trouble next to him was to be expected. Back then he was going to hold a grand wedding to marry a girl from each of the families. Oh, harem weddings are the best. They still do those? The Lord asked. Not really. I was a sensation. That's why I thought that this was the best chance for trouble, so I cast a misfortune curse and waited to scan every suspicious or weird acting person I could locate. She said, you guys must have ruined a lot of people's future to use that old thing. He smirked. Whoever makes a curse, always has to pay an appropriate price, and this misfortune curse was no exception. To activate it over a city, 1 million people had to willingly sacrifice their luck for the next 10 years. People are willing to sell a lot of things that they don't realize are important, my lord. Mirage said. True, hopefully it didn't go all to waste. He said, making a lot of people unlucky at once, muddied the destiny of the world, but after the incident, this was a necessity. Well, we did find a few interesting leads. Victor ended up being a false one. I have 4 things to report. Mirage said. Enough with the suspense, speak damn it. The Lord said, he hated cliffhangers. Maybe this was the effect of him being an all-knowing fate lord or something. Yes, my lord. The first thing is that due to us using the misfortune curse, a demon might have managed to escape a dungeon. Since he was calling himself the Nutcracker, we think he is a high-ranking one. She explained. Low-ranking demons rarely had names. We know he was traveling west a few months ago, but we lost contact with him ever since. Oh, the world didn't destroy him? The Lord frowned. No, we believe he has some kind of X-ranked hiding artifact, as we are not the only one trying to locate him to no avail. He might also be connected to our targets. Unlikely, but do keep an eye on him. All info about him shall be sent directly to my desk. He said with some greed in his eyes. Yes, my lord. The second thing I want to report is that there was a connection between Victor and the Thunder Sect. He seemed to be in a relationship with the Thunder Sect's old patriarch's son. That guy is a dark scion. Too bad he was killed by Caspian before I could investigate further. She said. Killed by Caspian? Why? The Lord frowned. He was impersonating Nova, who ran away from the wedding. He found out when the real thing appeared to stop the farce. Oh, typical dark scion drama. The Lord sighed. Although killing those guys was hard, it was doable if it was done by a full-fledged scion who could negate the other protective fate power. Wait, is that Victor guy gay or straight? This guy was having a harem wedding, but he had to add a guy. Unknown, my lord. Mirage said, wondering if this question was really that important. I see. What else then? The Lord asked. The third thing is that I found one of the destined gate guardian signs you told us to search for. She said, smirking at Phantom. She didn't report that to her. Her name is Zoe. She is a Von Wise. She is the destined fire gate guardian. Really? Finally some good news. The Lord's mood improved a little hearing her. Did you contact her? Not yet, my lord. I think this is something you wanted to oversee by yourself. Mirage bowed. True. There can't be any mistakes here. I will send one of my disciples to charm her. I will make him go see you in a few days, tell him what he needs to know. Now what is the fourth thing you found? Mirage slowly took out a storage ring. Mirage? What is that? Phantom, who was clearly not informed about this, said, it was with the priest at the wedding. I followed after him after he left the hotel, and discovered that not only was he working for the Von Zwy family and was instructed to ruin the wedding and kill Victor with his wives, but that he didn't do it on purpose. He turned out to be the agent for another unknown power, who was trying to use the wedding to pass some kind of unknown all agenda. She said nervously. Oh. The Lord frowned. That dark chamber rebellious pests. Do you know who they are? He asked. He said that his boss was someone he called His Majesty the Supreme Ruler. Mirage added, making the room grow silent. The taboo words. Again? The Lord asked with clear annoyance. The same guy. Unknown. I was discovered by him before I could get more info. He wanted to kill me and pin it on the von Zwei family, but thankfully he seemed to have been poisoned by someone, probably Theodore von Wise. The poison activated and he died in front of me, she said. Still, I managed to get his ring. Too bad I couldn't open it, she said as she presented the ring to the Lord. Let me see. The Lord said as the ring floated toward him. He grabbed it and inspected it. It was an ancient high-quality storage ring. Interesting. Slowly, using his authority, he performed the ownership-changing ritual to break the original owner's rights on it. Semicolon. Failed. Not enough authority. What? The Lord tried again. Semicolon. Failed. Not enough authority. He secretly made a drop of his blood seep through his skin and then touched the ring. Semicolon. Failed. Not enough authority. WTF? Are you sure this ring belonged to the priest? He asked nervously. I am not sure, but he could use it freely. Mirage said. Rings can belong to others while granting the usage rights. The Fate Lord said as he put the ring away, acting as normally as possible as his mind raced. WHO was it? My lord. Was there anything interesting in it? Phantom asked. Not your fucking business. The Lord flared as he stood up, making her fall to her knees. He just thought of a crazy possibility. We will continue your reports later. I need to check on a few things. He spat as he stormed out of the hall. Everyone looked at each other with a frown as soon as they were sure he was no longer there. Although they didn't dare to say it, all of them knew what that look in their lord's eyes was. It was the look of fear. A certain body part of his clearly got shorter too, but no one dared to look. Anyways, what was the thing someone who had power over fate and destiny feared most? Simple, it was the unknown. Chapter 446, The Competition and the Demon. 4. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor, who had nothing to do but wait and watch the other contestants after finishing early, really wanted to take his comfy seat from his storage ring and relax a bit on it. Sadly, he shouldn't be able to use any system artifacts at the moment, so he had to do the next best thing. He could only find a spot next to one of the columns to sit on, grabbed for his belt where he had a water canteen. He opened it, letting the thick wine smell fill the hall. The female knight looked at him, raising one eyebrow. This is a fine wine from my hometown. Wanna try it? He asked. No, I am on duty, the female knight said with disgust as she looked away. Still, the smell of the wine was so good, she could even feel it on the back of her mouth. Cough cough. She began coughing. Something felt strange in her throat. She turned and looked at Victor, but he was sitting in his place enjoying his wine. What, want some? He asked again with a smirk. I said no. She spat, sulking a little. Suit yourself, Victor said as he took a sip and then began to lay down, clearly intending to take a nap. He flipped and turned a little, clearly trying to find a comfortable poison, but the armor he was wearing was not helping. Hey, can I ask you something? He asked the female knight as he sat up with a frown. 3 minutes later. What now? She asked, having difficulty keeping an eye on the contestants. Can I hug you to sleep? He asked shamelessly. I am not used to sleeping alone, you see. He paused as she glared at him intensely. Is that glare a yes or a no? He asked. No. She hissed. No need to be angry, I am just asking, he said with a sigh. She scored 7 out of 10 on his old trusty Lily scale, so Victor was planning to give her a chance. She missed it. You are probably not that soft anyway, he added. Her armor had a lot of spiky corners. She began gushing her teeth. He ignored her as he, seemingly giving up on the nap, began to try and find a comfortable sitting position. Right. Can I take off the mask now? He suddenly asked, changing the subject. woman, I really can't understand this facial expression of yours. He scolded. Give me an answer, yes or no. Did this bastard just call her woman? She really wanted to kill this shameless bastard for a moment there, but in the end, she just sighed. You are officially considered to have finished successfully, so feel free to do so. She finally spat as she looked at him. She really wanted to know what this perverted bastard looked like. Just make sure to keep it with you and hand it at the gate upstairs, she added. Victor nodded and directly took the mask off, letting his silky purple hair swing with the wind as he did so. HSSS. The female knight, who was looking to see what this bastard looked like, blinked once, then gasped. Can a young man be this handsome? Maybe she should have. She felt a very murderous glare on the nape of her neck. It was her boss who was glaring at her from inside the cage. Oops, She cleared her throat again and looked away. Damn it. If I knew he was this hot from the start, I would have taken him on his offer earlier. Only if that man-hater Lyra was not here. Is there a problem? He asked. No, she answered in a low voice. What a waste. Now this guy was going to become Princess Ith's puppet. Well, maybe I will be able to borrow him sometime. For critical missions, of course. He would be obedient and I will make sure to put that filthy mouth of his to good use. Of course, she thought she was thinking, but she was talking out loud, and laughing like the pervert she was, thanks to the wine Victor made her drink by shooting inside of her mouth with a syringe earlier. Why bother forcing people to drink if he could just pour it directly down their throats while stopping them from feeling anything? Anyways, so, a puppet, huh? Some kind of soul slave technique? Did they want to enslave him? Dream on. Slowly he began to ponder on his next course of action as he turned to watch the contestants. The battle in the cage was getting more intense, as everyone began to discover that there were not enough flags for all of them. Well, it was not his business. Finished. Someone shouted, making Victor, who was pretending to be asleep, open his eyes. It was the second contestant to finish. That Rigar guy took 30 minutes to collect the rest of the flags he needed. He only had minor injuries. The female knight just nodded to him as he naturally took off his helmet, then took a seat next to another column opposite Victor and began to tend to his wounds. The third to finish 15 minutes later was none other than Dario. He walked out and, as if naturally, he took a seat next to Victor. He seemed fine, thanks, he said in a low voice. Earlier, Victor helped him by giving him a few flags on his way out. You are welcome, we are roommates after all, Victor responded with a nod. That guy gave him too much info, and he really hated to see him dead. He also wanted to see what would happen to him later, as he would make an excellent test specimen since Victor knew him more than the others. Yeah? Dario said as he licked his lip, looking toward the door behind the female knight. He couldn't hide his excitement and it was clear he couldn't wait to meet the princess. Victor sighed. They didn't have to wait for long as the fight within the cage came to a finish as 8 other participants finished one after another. Finally, Lara was the last to walk out after making sure to steal all the flags from those who were left inside before stepping out. She didn't kill them, but just left them to fend off the swarms of demonic rats that were getting agitated by the second. If they wanted to live, they would have to keep fighting for an extra hour. Time is out, the female knight said as she watched her mistress give a signal. What about the rest? One guy asked. Someone will collect their corpses, she said. Follow me, she added, giving the participants an examining look, especially Victor, before turning and heading to the gate behind her. What? The participants were startled a little. Wasn't she being too honest there? Still, seeing her leave, they quickly followed warily. At least it was not them who were still in there. Now they will go meet the princess. Hooray! Victor, who saw what happened, quickly jumped to his feet and followed. Hey, aren't you going to remove your mask? Rigar suddenly asked Lyra, who was the last to finish and was walking slowly behind. No, she spat as she walked away. He frowned, then hastily followed. He clearly just noticed that all the survivors here were nobles, and his very healthy survival instinct was telling him to get the fuck out of there. Yup, he had survival instinct, a skill right there. Victor sighed. Only if this skill had been activated a day prior, This guy might have defected and escaped to some faraway place. It was too late now that he was in the mouth of the lion. Crossing the gate led them into a long corridor that led to a gate and behind another long corridor, but this one looked very dissimilar to the grim ones they crossed to go down. Here the ground and the walls were covered with black marble, similar to some kind of palace. As they moved through the eerie empty marble corridors, Victor could feel the demonic feeling he got from before getting stronger and stronger. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The female knight stopped walking and turned to look at Victor, whose armor's squeaking sound reverberated in the halls as he walked. "Can't you stop that squeaking sound?" she asked. "No. The oil I put in earlier had all worn off." "Then take off that armor." "I am naked underneath it." "I might be a pervert, but I am not an exhibitionist. I don't want to take it off before meeting the princess." He started earning himself a glare from Lyra, who was right behind him. "I want her to take it off for me by herself." "Do you wanna die?" the female knight, who couldn't take it anymore, asked. "No, why?" He frowned. "Nothing," the female knight said, noticing Lyra giving her a signal. "Can you tune it down a bit then?" she asked. "I will try." He shrugged. The female knight sighed, then turned and continued walking. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After 5 minutes of walking, climbing up a few stairs, and squeaking, they finally reached a grand door where a few guards were stationed. "Are those the survivors?" one guard asked. "Yes. They are here to meet and maybe make a bet with Princess Aerith," the female knight said. "Please go in," the guard said, opening the door. "The princess is getting restless," he added. "Oh, follow me, and don't make trouble," the female knight told the 11 contestants behind her as she entered the room. "Excuse me, are any other contestants here yet?" Rigar, who kept to the back, asked the guard as he passed by him. What? Ah. The guard was startled by that question. "Not yet. You are the first to be here," he quickly said. "Oh, go in," the guard said, pushing Rigar in before closing the door. They were now in some kind of a reception room, with all kinds of couches. In the middle of the room, there was another lavish gate that had 2 veiled women standing guard to its sides. They were wearing what seemed like priestesses' uniforms. Rimidarkin, Jane Kalos. Class, Storm Maiden/Storm Maiden. Level: 71, 79. Authority, 7+1. 7+1. Bloodline, human 100%, human 100%. Fate power, E.B. Predefined fate: die at the hands of Ziph the Great, be raped and die at the hands of Ziph the Great. Oh, those here too? What the fuck was that Ziph going to do to kill all those people? This place is? Dario asked as he looked at the room's lavish atmosphere. A waiting room. Sit down and wait for your turn, the female knight said, pointing to the lavish couches to the side. "We will start with the ones who finished last," she said, giving Lyra a look. "You go." Lyra nodded and quickly headed toward the gate, where the 2 Demon 100 made a quick check before letting her in. "What do you think will happen now?" Dario, who sat beside Victor, wondered nervously. What if that masked guy or any of the other guys who go before us managed to make the princess fall for them before we got a chance? He asked. He should have finished last. Damn it. Don't worry, I don't think it will be that easy. Or someone would have done it in one of the previous competitions, Victor said, reassuring him. Ah. Yeah, I guess. Dario nodded. And even if that were to happen, I like stealing other guys' women the most, Victor added with a confident smirk as he looked at the closed door. Ah, I see. Well, I don't. Wait. What? Ah. Dario paused as he thought of something. Victor was supposed to go meet the princess after him. Cheat. He should have never befriended this piece of shit. What? Victor asked innocently. Nothing. Dario spat, getting a little far away from Victor as the other contestants who had the same idea as him began shooting them some very dangerous glares. Rigard didn't. He was looking around nervously, searching for an exit, realizing that he was screwed with a capital S. Finished already? The female knight suddenly asked, making everyone look at the door where Lyra, who was still wearing her mask, walked out with a golden sword in hand. My god, is that a storm sword? One guy asked in shock. No comment. Lyra said. The princess told me I don't have to tell you a thing. She said in a proud tone. Right. The female knight said. Since you finished, you may leave. She said. Ask the knight outside to escort you to the results hall. Lyra nodded, then walked out completing the act. Can I go too? I don't really want to meet the princess at the moment. Riga suddenly said. But she wants to meet you. The female knight spat. So you will have to meet her. She added, shattering his hopes of escaping this place. Lucky bastard. Dario spat under his breath as he looked at Riga. All the other contestants had similar feelings. Victor sighed, ignoring those idiots. After Lyra left, another guy was called, and he directly went in. All of his worries seemed to have evaporated after witnessing the stupid show from before. Wait. It felt strange. Those guys here were not idiots by any means, but for some strange reason, they seemed to be acting like flies, being attracted to a carnivorous plant. Expert for regard that is, who seemed to have the right instinct but the worst luck. Victor frowned and gave his system log a look. There was nothing about an effect or anything like that. Could this be something to do with that girl's bloodline that he suspected to be demonic? Probably some kind of a pheromone to attract prey. Wait. Could it be that the demonic presence he had been following all along was this? That would mean, damn it, he was not immune. It had been attracting him too, but out of curiosity. What? Dario, who noticed Victor getting agitated, asked. Nothing. Just can't wait to get my hand on the girl. Victor replied casually, making everyone, including the priestesses on the door, secretly curse at him. He ignored him as he considered his plans. Hopefully, he would not have to use that thing this early. 15 minutes later, the participants who went to see the princess finally returned with a sad face. Done? Dario asked. The guy ignored him. What happened? A friend of his asked. Nothing. You will see for yourself. I need to go. The guy said. He was a little proud and arrogant earlier, but now he felt a little humble. No, a more precise description would be a little empty. His face looked a little pale too. Semicolon. Gamunda Laride, class, nobleman. Abnormal status, soul puppet, SSS, owner, Airy Thread Rose, level 39. Authority, 3. Bloodline, human 100%. Fate power, none. Predefined fate, none. Reading his status, Victor swallowed. Cheat. The previous curse that all the nobles had was gone. In its palace was this soul puppet thing. And on top of that, he no longer had a fate. Did that girl eat his soul or something? Summing up all the info he had before, that was the conclusion Victor reached as he watched the guy refuse to speak anymore and just leave. Next. The female knight said, sending another guy to be eaten. Chapter 447, The Pervert and the Demoness. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The pervert, aka Victor, watched as one by one the participants went away, then returned with new shiny personalities. It was as if they had all lost all their will to live for themselves and gain a higher purpose in life. Dario's turn finally came after more than 3 hours. That guy, who stopped talking to Victor after the latter's last very inappropriate remark, went away with determination, then returned only 10 minutes later. Like the rest, other than the pale face and firm determinate look in his eyes, he had that soul slave status. How was the princess? Victor asked him as soon as he stepped into the waiting room. Like the sun in a sea of darkness, like an oasis in the middle of the desert. I will serve her with all my power, he said with a feverish tone. Did you manage to make her fall for you? Victor asked again as Dario headed straight to the door. He wanted to make sure that his memories were intact. Slaving curses came in all shapes and kinds, and Victor wanted to know what he was facing. Dario sighed. I can't believe I thought of such stupid things before. Thankfully the princess was generous enough to forgive my rude behavior and show me how blind, mistaken, and naive I was. Now I can see. Dario replied, turning away and leaving immediately as if he had things to do. Next. The female knight said. It was Ridger's turn. The guy didn't move. It was clear that he really wanted to escape, but he had no way out. Sir Ridger, it is your turn. Ridger still didn't move, he just sat there nervously, refusing to budge from his couch like a scared kid at the dentist's. His arrogant demeanor from before the contest was all gone. Ha! The female knight sighed. Let's get him to meet the princess. She really wants to ask you about that peasant girl you raped and killed a few months ago, she said, flicking her finger, making 3 very muscular guards appear from behind the curtains scattered around the room, then drag him toward the door. No, lies, all lies. She was the one who seduced me. Ridger's voice faded as he disappeared into the unknown. Were those guards always there? Victor asked the female knight as he watched the gate close. Yes, they are part of the princess's personal legion. She smirked, wanting to watch this bastard act a little scared like Ridger. Oh, they have nicely trained butts. Just imagine the possibilities if I can get my hand on one of them, he said, licking his lip while clenching his fist as if he was squeezing something juicy. The female knight's face fell. She really didn't want to imagine that, but the image that appeared naturally in her mind was so vivid and disturbing that it would be very hard to forget. One of the curtains moved a little. A guard with some wild imagination behind it imagined some similar scenes and intended to go kill Victor directly, but a friend in the adjacent curtain stopped him in time. Yup, there were other guards still around, 7 still to be exact, and their levels were all in the 50s. Victor nodded. If he were to throw some soul wine here and make those guards hallucinate a little, imagine the possibilities. After that 20 minutes passed quickly. Ridger didn't return. It is your turn at last, the female knight told Victor after going away for a moment. What about that guy who went in earlier? Victor asked with a frown. He angered the princess. She just said that. Oh. Victor frowned. What did he do? Tried to cheat, she said coldly. Cheat on the princess? Victor gasped. How dare he? Were they dating or something? He whispered in shock. Cheat the princess. The female knight corrected him. She could no longer tell whether this guy was a genuine pervert or was putting on an act. Oh, still very disgusting. He nodded. Did the princess calm down? I think so, she said. Good. I don't like courting angry girls, you see. She is fine. In fact, she can't wait to meet you. Let's go. Follow me, she said, deciding to take him to see the princess by herself. Oh, cool. Victor stood up and quickly followed. She must have heard about how cool I am from the other guys. Squeak 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 squeak. After getting inspected for hidden weapons by the storm priestesses at the door, Victor was quickly guided into a short corridor that led to another room. No, not exactly a room. Victor was not sure if this place could be called a room anymore. It was a huge, very huge. If he couldn't see the high vaulted ceiling, Victor would have thought they were outside due to how this place was lit and arranged like some kind of a serene garden. It didn't only have a small river passing through, but also a pond and strange purple and green plants growing all around. Those were dungeon plants. They would become very popular as indoor decorations after the reckoning in his world too, but this was the first time Victor saw a full indoor garden like this. As soon as he entered, his eyes automatically followed the stone-lined path, moving toward the exquisite whitewood gazebo in the middle of the garden. In it, he finally got to see that fabled Princess Aerith, who was sitting at a huge mahogany desk, sipping some tea while reading some kind of a report from a well-organized stack to her right. Wait, was this place her office or something? As they walked closer, Victor began to carefully inspect the princess. Other than being tall and elegant, she had a pretty face, red eyes, striking white long hair, and a long ivory-colored jagged horn sticking from the middle of her forehead rising a couple inches above her head. Her features and demeanor made her appear more like she was some kind of an unapproachable heavenly deity or something. Overall, she could be considered a stunning beauty. Victor decided to grant her a score of 11.5 on his old Lily scale. Yup, she was more beautiful than Lily before that chick awakened her bloodline, learned how to bite, and went flying off the scales. Name, Erythridrose. Level, 135. Class, Demon Knight. Abnormal status, Stormalord's Major Blessing. SSS. Soul Scatter Curse, X, Birth Curse, Soul 77% scattered. Authority, 11 plus 3. Health, 10,971. Stamina, 95,222. Mana, 12,144. Strength, 1,097. Agility, 952. Intelligence, 122. Luck, 5. Charm, 50. Order, 1,244. Skills, demonic energy resistance, SSS. Demonification, SSS. Regeneration, SS. Fist ARTS, SS. Music ARTS, S. Sword ARTS, S. Halberd ARTS, S. Whip ARTS, S. Pain tolerance, S. Waterball, S. Charm, S. Mind control, S. Cold resistance, S. Stun resistance, S. Poison resistance, S. Demonic ARTS, S. Archery, A. Hide presence, A. Dancing, A. Knitting, A. Poetry, A. Singing, A. Painting, A. Cooking, A. Fishing, A. Pole ARTS, A. Zither, A. Flute, A. Mathematical reasoning, A. Martial ARTS, A. Magic resistance, B. Healing, C. Pain tolerance, C. Speed casting, D. Shield ARTS, D. Disguise, E. Survival, F. Fireball, F. Bloodline, Demon kin, Human, Water spirit, percent $. Fate, Fate's power, C. Defined fate, Death by soul decay. Destiny list, 10 order points to unveil a demon kin like the ones he saw with that Sun Lord. And what with this birth curse? Did she have anything to do with the von Richter family or something? Looking at her bloodline, it is probably not. Anyways, he could now tell for sure that his girl was the result of the breeding his family members had to go through before escaping from the Sun Elves' city. And he could also tell that she was the source of the attraction he was feeling earlier. And from her bloodline and last name, she was defiantly Rosette's daughter. His cheap father was cuckolded by a demon, it seemed. Well, it was not a big deal. It was not the first time this happened. The only thing he was now curious about was all those A-ranked useless skills. Was this girl a straight-A student or something? And where was the soul-eating skill he was expecting? The girl didn't have any skills like that. She didn't have slaving skills either. Strange. Your Highness, this is the guy Lady Lyra told you about. The female knight reported as soon as they reached the gazebo. He will be the last one for today. The princess said, not even caring to look up as she wrote some comments on the document she was reviewing. I understand, you may leave. The female knight hesitated, wanting to ask to stay and watch, but she didn't dare to. Yes, my lady, she finally said as she stepped back, leaving Victor with the princess after shooting him a glare. Hearing the door close behind him, Victor began to look around, but other than 8 low-level maids who stood a little far away from the gazebo, there were no men here at all. There seemed to be an old maid too. She was busy with a shovel burying something a little further away to the left, but he couldn't tell what. Porridge probably. Come closer. Aerith, who made him wait a few minutes, finally commanded coldly as she put away the paper she was reviewing atop a small stack to her left. It was like she was some kind of a military officer. Victor stepped forward immediately, entering the gazebo. Hi, I am Victor. I know your name. I heard that you met my sister and... She interrupted him, looking up then trailing off as she finally got a closer look at his face. He could see her blushing a bit there, as her heart raced. But it was all gone in a split second as she got control of herself. Well, she was the one who met me would be a better way to say it. Victor quickly began to speak as he reached her desk, then grabbed a chair from the front and brought it behind, setting it right next to her. Oh, does it matter? She didn't seem to mind his actions, on the contrary, he could see some amusement in her eyes. The kind of amusement a lion would have if his prey were to walk straight into its gaping mouth. Of course it does. I was minding my own fucking business when that stupid lass came all of a sudden falling from the sky and startling the living shit out of me, accusing me of all kinds of things. He continued casually as he sat down. I see. If you don't mind, let's begin our bet. she said directly. All right. Victor said as he began to look around to figure out what was this about. How does this work? It is very simple, yet different from the usual games you find in bars and casinos, she said with a smirk. Instead of the players offering their bets, here each one will write what he wants from the other on a piece of paper and then keep it hidden. It can be anything. After that, we play a game and the winner takes what he demands if the other side can provide it. Wait, I can ask for anything? Yup, she said. Anything. She stated it. And if I didn't pay? He asked. You will become a fertilizer for my garden, she said, looking to the left, where the old maid was still working hard. And if I don't want to play? The same. I will be angry. But my plants will be happy. She smiled. It was not really a smile. Oh. He frowned. This chick had just threatened to kill him. She needed to be spanked. His hand was getting itchy. Wait, hand. Just wait a bit. It will be your turn soon. Come on now. I am not unreasonable. You can suggest the game you want, she said, totally unaware that her poor butt had just joined the spanking list with her sisters. Ah, anything is possible? He finally asked, waiting for her to activate some gambling skill, but there was none. I have to agree on it, she said. Victor glared at her. This game was clearly rigged as none of the contestants here could use the system for help. What would happen if we couldn't agree on a game? You don't want to find that out, she spat. Now stop wasting time and choose a game. Fine. He sighed. How about a kissing competition? He asked directly. The girl didn't have kissing skills. I refuse, she spat coldly. You are no fun at all. She didn't know how to answer that. Victor was not the first one to tell her that. Just pick something normal, she said. Like spanking each other? Do you have a death wish or something? She asked coldly. She couldn't believe this guy had the audacity to even suggest something like that. Not exactly, he sighed. But those are the things I am good at. Don't you know how to do anything else? She asked, slightly losing her patience. What kind of perverted life did this guy live? How about a drinking contest? He asked with a smirk. I can't drink on the job. She flatly refused him. Alcohol was ineffective against her, but many guys had bloodlines that had that power too. If he were to have such a bloodline, the game would never end. You suggest a game then? I am out of ideas, he said as he laid back. This girl would only accept things she was good at. Fine. We will compete in archery, she said. No way. He flatly refused. His skill was not even half of hers. Singing, dancing, painting. No, Victor said. I am not good with those things. He wouldn't be able to compete against her with those. Not without cheating anyway. Poetry? Do you think I am that sassy? He said with disdain. Poetry was subjective to the listener's culture and mood. It was not something he could try here in a different world. Then, how about you try to make me fall for you, like your friend, Dario, did? She finally asked. This was the stupidest bet she ever had to do, but her charm really did work wonders on people. Victor thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, you girls can't be trusted to confess even if you do fall for me, he said. Although this game was tempting for him, he didn't want to reveal his real charm yet in case some lord was watching. He promised himself to be extra careful after all. Then what? She asked. The chick was obviously losing her patience. He hesitated. I have something. How about we make a bet that I can dispel a curse for you? He asked with a smirk. Dispel a curse? She was taken aback. That came out of nowhere. Yes, just bring someone with a curse, and we will see whether I can dispel it or not, he said. I have an amazing master, you see, and he taught me many things. She frowned. Could it be that he knew about her curse? Impossible. He wouldn't offer to dispel it if he did. What? If you could dispel curses, you would have dispelled the one you got earlier to lock your skills, she said, stating the obvious. Wait, that was a curse? He asked in shock as if he didn't know. Yes. That's even better, he said. I just need to try and dispel my own curse. What do you think? She glared at him. Is this guy stupid or something? Or was he playing at something? I will get a different curse for you to try your skill at, she finally said. Whatever, this might become the easiest bet she had to go through as he would definitely fail. okay. How much time do you need? 30 minutes. No, let's make it an hour, she said with a smirk. Ah, okay. I wouldn't need all that time though. He sighed. Then, the official game would be Victor is to dispel a curse specified by Aerith within 60 minutes. Would that be alright? Oh, that would work, he said after some thinking. He found no loopholes in that phrasing. Yes or no? She asked impatiently. Ah, yes, I guess. You guess, she yelled impatiently. I need an affirmative answer. Ah. Okay. Yes, he finally said. Then he saw it. A fate thread left his body and climbed up, toward the roof of the gazebo. Activating his disguise skill so no one would see him move, he looked up and there it was, a small red cube, placed there between light orbs, disguised as a part of the gazebo's decorations. The blind devil's arbiter, owner, Nymera Allstorm. Granted use, Allstorm blessed. Can oversee bets and enforce them. Available uses, 1/10, 365 days until available again. History, last 5 games, First _ secret wish. Second _ secret wish. Game. Ridger. Aerith help Redger escape to the south safely. Aerith, Ridger's soul. A fist fight without system skills or artifacts. Dario. Aerith becomes Dario's wife. Aerith, Dario's soul. Let Aerith fall in love with a song. Zumo. Lyra becomes Zumo's wife. Aerith, Zumo's soul. Sword fight. Ryman. Aerith becomes Ryman's wife. Aerith, Ryman's soul. Painting contest. Jackie. Aerith's underwear. Aerith, Jackie's soul. Cooking contest. Pay 100 order points to reveal the next 5. Now, I want you to write what you want from me on this paper here and keep it hidden. It will be revealed after you win, she said as she pushed an empty piece of paper, an ink bottle, and a feather toward him. Remember, it can be anything. I want you to be my wife, he said directly as he began writing with some difficulty. He was not used to using those primitive things. No need to tell me, she smirked as she wrote something. Victor's soul. Once she got his soul, she would take half of it to replenish her own, then use the other half to control him into being a decent man. Oh. Okay. Victor nodded as he finished writing and then folded the paper. Just hold it with your hand, she said dismissively. Ah, okay, he said as he began to lick his lips, acting as a pervert to keep his act. Where is the curse I need to dispel? He said with a confident smirk as he began to look around. 1 minute, she said, then looked outside the gazebo. Clear the serene garden, no one shall enter before I allow it. She ordered the maids, those who were on standby, and those who were clearing the leaves. The one who finished the burial process too. Yes, my lady, they all said as they retreated quickly. 5 minutes later, the garden was empty. Now, raise the paper in your hand as I do and repeat after me, she said, raising the paper she wrote her wish on. I accept the game, she yelled. I accept the game, Victor said casually. Bam. Shara. The papers burst into blue flames and disintegrated in a split second. Warning. An X-ranked artifact, the blind devil's arbiter, is trying to make you enter into a bet. Do you agree? Victor pressed yes, then watched the new entry in the artifact get added. First _ secret wish. Second _ secret wish. Game. Victor. Aerith join my harem and becomes my wife. Aerith, Victor's soul. Victor to dispel a curse specified by Aerith within 60 minutes. Let's go. Dispel my curse, she told him directly. You have 60 minutes. Your curse? He asked, feigning ignorance. Yes, she said, wanting to finish this fast quickly. What kind of curse is it? You don't need to know. Ah, well, fine, he said as he began to take off his armor. 1 moment. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What are you doing? She asked with a frown. You will see, he said as he struggled with the armor. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Watching him, Aerith began to sweat as her expression turned from a frown to panic. Just now she thought of a loophole that she didn't consider earlier. Could it be? No, she was fooled. This bastard had played her, making her think he was an idiot. He played them all. If this pervert's method to dispel the curse was to sleep with her, she wouldn't be able to stop him. If she tried to do so, that would be considered interfering with the bet and she would lose. No, how can that be? She even gave him an entire hour. Damn it, cheat. He was going to. Her racing thoughts suddenly paused as she watched Victor take a talisman from his purple underpants, then quickly put the squeaky armor back on. That is, she asked in a low voice, a curse-dispelling talisman that my master gave me. He said it was a super talisman that would dispel any curse and that I should only use it in emergencies. Victor said proudly. Aerith just stood there, looking at him like she was looking at an insect. She felt sorry that for the tiniest moment there, she feared him and thought he had a brain. This guy was an idiot. This talisman was clearly a normal one. No, it was beyond that. It was the cheapest kind. The only difference between it and the one she could buy from any store was the crappy smiley face drawn on it. She sighed. Let's finish with this fuss, she finally said. She was really getting tired. Okay, Victor said, pasting the talisman directly on her forehead. Bam. Chapter 448, The Pervert and the Demoness, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Aerith opened her eyes wide as she watched the talisman that Victor stuck on her head burn in a blue flame, and then she felt some kind of darkness leave her body. What just happened? She asked as she looked around. Oh, it was really a curse. Victor, who watched with interest, said. What? She was in shock looking at her familiar yet new refreshed status screen. A certain curse that had always been there was no longer visible. How could that be? Was it some kind of a trick? Don't worry, now it should be all gone, he said. And I win the bet, right? He added with a large victorious grin. Wait, I need to make sure what happened. She began making random excuses as she really needed some time to figure out what just happened. I am telling you, I won. Now you are mine, horny girl, he insisted with a smile. Did this bastard just call her a horny girl? Yeah, she had a damn horn. But this was the first time someone dared to say that to her. You bastard. When are we going to hold our wedding? He interrupted. What? Wait, wedding? Are you going to renege on the bet? He frowned. Right. The bet. She almost forgot. Before she could say anything, she saw a flash of light, then in her vision, she had a new notification. Bet lost. Victor's secret wish. Aerith, join my harem and becomes my wife. Please fulfill the wish or perish trying. Thanks for playing. What? The screen that she was used to see declaring her victory was now declaring her defeat. Impossible. How could she lose? How can the curse that even Her Highness, the Storm Lord, couldn't remove dispel this easily? Aerith was shocked. She still couldn't believe it. But the notification didn't leave anything for doubt. The curse was really removed, and now she had to marry this guy. No, wait, not just marry, but enter this damn pervert's harem. Impossible. She was not going to. Before she could fully come to terms with what happened, she felt his lips cover hers. He kissed her. She wanted to struggle, but she stopped as she felt as if her entire bloodline began to boil, stopping her from even trying to push him away. On the contrary, something within her was calling for him, wanting her to grab him harder. She couldn't understand. What the hell was that longing feeling that was slowly growing stronger inside of her, especially as he let go and stepped back from her? The atmosphere around him was no longer that of a dandy young master, but that of a higher race, especially the deep darkness inside his eyes, something that she had to worship. Slowly, she felt something primal within her unwrap, totally unaware that Victor was secretly activating his demonic bloodline and testing his effect on her. Sorry about that, but I couldn't hold myself when I saw your pretty pouting face. He sighed as he extended his hand and brushed away a strand of hair that fell to her cheek. We can take it slow if you want. I don't really like to force anyone. He began to speak, But he didn't continue as the girl, who seemed to have already lost all reason, pushed him onto her desk and then jumped him like the horny girl she was. In a great fortress built on a steep cliff above a raging sea, inside a grand meeting room, 3 women were busy reviewing some documents when the door knocked. Enter. The oldest, a regal-looking woman with short grey braided hair, said in a stern voice. The door opened and a knight entered and saluted, reporting. Is it about the competition? One woman who had short red hair asked. She seemed to be the youngest between them, but the knight seemed to be respecting her most. Yes, my lady. Lady Lyra sent in a report about a change in the contestants. The knight said, walking forward and presenting a document. That girl, I swear. She should have sent this yesterday. The red-haired woman said as she opened the document and then frowned. She added a new guy? She asked, looking at the report. Yes, Lady Lyra met him yesterday by accident. She witnessed him killing a few villagers, and when she questioned him, he told her that they were cannibals and planned to attack him. We couldn't really find any conclusive evidence of what he claimed, so we planned to bring him in for further investigation, but then he said that he was searching for you. That's why Lady Lyra abruptly decided to just send him to the competition. The knight said. He had a noble aura around him? The third woman, who had long grey hair, asked. Yeah? The knight nodded. But he never truly confessed to being of any of the known houses. Rosette, you should really discipline that girl. The old woman said to the red-haired woman. It is a well-known fact that there is nothing a good spanking would not fix. Aunt Ariana, you know her character. After getting scammed by that guy, the girl became a little too allergic to handsome noble young men. Rosette said, shaking his head. All that spanking philosophy made the Von Wise family a den of perverts. Growing up there, she knew it better than anyone. Then just marry her off. That would fix her up well. The other woman said, find her a farm boy if she doesn't like nobles. Rosette didn't answer. Although she grew up in the Von Wise family, she still couldn't get used to their ancient way of thinking. She just sighed and continued to flip the pages of the report. Suddenly she paused and frowned as she reached the last portion of it. Ah, is this a drawing of the guy you said Elise captured? She asked the knight as she looked at the carbon sketch of a handsome young man. Yes, my lady. The knight said. He has purple hair and calls himself Victor White? She asked, confirming the descriptions she had just read. Yes. The knight began to feel that something was wrong with her tone, but he didn't dare to ask. What? Hearing what Rosette said, Ariana stood from her chair and took 2 steps to look at the document in front of Rosette. Damn, that guy is really handsome. No wonder that low-born lass got all edgy. Aunt Arian, doesn't he look like Theodore's? Rosette, who remained silent for a moment there, suddenly asked. What? You girl and your fantasies. But, yeah, kinda. Right, Mirai? She asked the third woman, who also joined them. I can't really tell, but somehow he does. Mirai said. I know, right, especially the eyes. Wait, is this guy's hair color lavender purple or spider mushroom purple? Arian turned to the knight and asked him. I only saw him from afar, but it was more like black dragon horn purple. He said nervously, making Ariana gasp. And did you just say that this guy wanted to meet me? Rosette asked the knight. Yes, not only you, Lady Ariana too. He said you are supposedly his long-lost family members whom he was tracking or something. Another lame excuse, if I may say so myself. Holy shit. Ariana spat. Fook, this guy might be the real deal. Mirai said. There was an awkward silence after that. Wait, did the contest start yet? Arian quickly asked the knight as she remembered a very important fact. It should be underway, he said. He was not sure. Let's go, Rosette said as she jumped from her chair. We need to hurry. With the last word, Arian stormed out of the room, followed by the others, leaving the knight standing there in shock. He was not stupid. He had one thought in mind. It would take 3 hours to reach the capital on a wyvern's back, and by that time, he sighed, Lady Lyra was going to be very screwed. Aerith opened her eyes and looked at the familiar fake sky that covered her garden. Why was she sleeping on the ground? She abruptly sat up, as she began to recall what happened in the last few hours. Looking to the side where a young man was lying next to her on the grass, he rested his head on one arm as he slowly inspected her face with a grin. The same damn grin he kept all the time as she abused the fuck out of him. She yelped and blushed, not knowing what to say. "What did you do to me?" she asked. "How the hell would I know? You were the one who did all the doing," he said with a smirk. She paused as she remembered some very embracing scenes that she could never imagine that she would ever do. He was completely right. She did all the doing. Thankfully she dismissed the maids earlier, or the image of the cold heartless commander she had been building for ages would have all collapsed. "I didn't expect you to be that kind of a girl." He sighed. Her image had already collapsed in his mind. As expected, a man can never underestimate a horny girl. Hearing him, all the embarrassment she felt evaporated. "Damn bastard. Can't you just drop it? Do you wanna die?" she said as he tried to grab his shirt, but suddenly discovered that he was wearing none. Both of them were completely in their birthday suits. She hurried to cover her body with her hands as she began to look around for something to wear. Too bad the military uniform she was wearing earlier was already shredded by her. And Victor had nothing but that squeaky armor that had already turned into scrap metal when she yanked it off him. "Killing your husband already?" He sighed again, watching her take a dress from her storage ring and begin to put it on. "Shut up. Who said I was your wife?" She spat as she got dressed. Although he really miraculously cured her, she would never sell her body to a pervert. She would find another way to reward him. The bet did. "And a while ago the system notified me that I have married you," he said. She paused as she opened her system screen, and sure there it was, System connections. Lord Blessing, Major, SSS, Storm Lord, Victor, husband, 11. Damn it. Her Highness had warned her to be very careful as the bets made with the artifact can't be regarded cheat. She should have been more careful. "So, when are we going to hold our wedding?" he asked. "Who said we need to do that?" She spat angrily, still refusing to admit it. "They can just be married on paper and divorced the next day." "No, not the next day. The next moment." "No one said she had to keep being his wife." Right. "So, you plan to escape without paying after eating your fill?" He sighed for the third time. "Am I that cheap to you?" he asked. The girl didn't know that system marriages were almost impossible to break, and he was not going to tell her that yet. "Shut up. You are cheaper than cheap." She scolded him again, kicking him with her leg. Her mind was in shambles and she had no idea why she acted like a sex-starved beast earlier. "Damn it. Ouch. You don't have to be so violent," he said. What was wrong with all his wives going that path? Was there something wrong with him? "Then stop being an ass and let me think." She spat. She needed to clear her mind. "Fine." He chuckled as he relaxed on the grass. "If you really want to marry me, I don't mind," she finally said after an awkward 5 minutes. She was not a cheap woman. Since she already slept with him, he should be considered her husband. And he really felt good earlier. She blushed a little. "Really?" he asked with a smile. "But..." She paused as she looked at him. He was really handsome, but she couldn't just fall for him. "But what? Making conditions already?" "Shut up and listen. I want to ask you about something first." She took a deep breath. "What?" "Answer truthfully. Why did you want to meet my mother?" she asked directly. If this guy had some ulterior motive, she would really make him live a life worse than death. "Ariana is your mother?" he asked, just to make sure, though he could already tell the truth from the bloodline appraisal. "Lady Rosette is my mother," she said. Rosette, I see." He sighed. "So it was all true." "Poor Theodore." "Is there a problem?" she asked, raising one eyebrow, as she tried to inspect Victor's facial expression. She failed. He was just too handsome to analyze. "Well, no, just a random thought." He dismissed her. "I am just a little relieved that I was able to locate them at last," he said as he clearly relaxed his body. "Locate them?" she asked as she got defensive. Could it be that he worked for that Sun Lord? Ariana should be my great-aunt or something like that, and Rosette is my stepmother, he said, telling the truth directly. Or should have. I am not sure if she married my father yet or not. He shrugged. Did his father explain that? He didn't remember. Oh, I see. Wait. What? Hearing him, Aerith spat in shock. That was not the answer she expected. She thought he was another guy after an oath. Are you kidding? She asked. No, I am not kidding. He said, my real name is Victor von Wise. An heir of the von Wise family. Wait. That means you are from? She gasped. Yeah, you see, I am not from this world. He nodded. I came to this strange world by accident about a month or so ago after falling into a strange gate in the mines. I was searching for clues about my whereabouts when I accidentally found info about my family members who disappeared 20 years ago through the same gate I fell through. With the help of my master who saved my life from the demons in the east, I followed the leads that led me to the Elven lands. Then here. That's when I met Lyra. When I asked her about my great-aunt Ariana, she told me that she would help me meet her, then brought me here and threw me in this stupid competition. He shrugged. I was really planning to start causing trouble, but the moment I laid my eyes on you, I really lost it. He sighed again as he turned his scamming dial to the extreme. Hearing him, Aerith opened her mouth wide as her expression went from disbelief to genuine surprise. She knew that he couldn't be lying. The secret of her mother being from another world was something only few knew. Even the elves didn't know of the name von Wise. Destiny is really a strange thing. Victor contemplated. We were really destined to meet. Oh, stop with the acting, I am not a naive little girl. She spat. Why the fuck didn't you use your real name from the start? She asked. You could have avoided all this mess. My master advised me to not use it in public just in case my family has used it before. The elves are still searching for them. She frowned. He had a point there. They did catch a few of the elf's spies throughout the years. Wait. She suddenly said as she thought of something. What? Doesn't that make us siblings? She gasped. Did she just fuck her brother? Step-siblings, not blood-related ones. He nodded. And I am not really sure what happened between my father and your mother. They might not have married yet. So we are in the clear, he said. And technically speaking, every man has a fantasy to marry his pretty stepsister. She glared at him. Did she really have to marry this guy? She was already regretting it. He was handsome and everything but his character. What? Can't you stop acting like a pervert for a moment? She asked in a disbelieving tone as she took out a leather coat from her ring and threw it at him. She just remembered that he couldn't use his ring due to a certain curse and she has been having difficulty stopping herself from looking at his perfectly sculpted body. I don't know. Never tried, he said, as he caught the coat but just threw it to the side, and leaned forward toward her. But right now, I really want to be a pervert for a while longer. She wanted to push him away. There was no time for this. She really needed to inform her mother. And there were a ton of things to check to verify what he said. But again, her body began to feel strange, refusing to obey her. What was going on? Why couldn't she resist him? Moments later their lips touched each other, her hand was all over him again, and her leg wrapped around his waist to stop him from escaping. He was all hers. Bam! The door of the Guardian burst open moments later as three women entered in a hurry. Stop! They shouted, then paused as they saw a very inappropriate scene. Aerith quickly stepped back with her face turned beet red. Victor on the other hand just turned and looked at the newcomers. Hi, I am Victor, he said shamelessly as he grabbed the coat on the ground to cover his body. Do you mind giving us some time? He said. This guy is definitely Theodore's son. It was Ariana who said it as she inspected the young man from head to toe. Let's give them some time, she said as she turned and left, then paused and grabbed Rosette whose mouth was still gaping in shock. Chapter 449, The Memory. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. He can't be Theodore's son. No, he can't be, he promised. As soon as the three women got out of the garden and into a side office, Rosette began to mumble like an obsessed mad woman. Seriously, you just caught your daughter fucking a guy who is supposed to be her half-brother and all that you care about. Mirai, Ariana's second disciple, exclaimed, raising one eyebrow. But Rosette seemed a little too dismayed. Honey, Theodore is a man. He will not wait for you. It was Ariana who finally began to speak. She pushed Rosette to sit on a couch and sat beside her. And all men in our family marry another woman sooner or later. Ariana sighed, knowing better than anyone what her disciple was thinking about. The patriarch didn't. Rosette said angrily. That pussy sucker can't be considered a man. Ariana spat. She clearly didn't like Marcos at all. I don't understand why Anne chose him out of all the good men in the family. She sighed. That's not important. We are not sure that the guy is Theodore's son. He can be any heir from the family. Rosette refused to give up hope. No, that kid is definitely Theodore's son. Ariana spat. You know that better than me. But Rosette spat. Others can also have that, she said. Hearing her, Mirai blushed. Can others have something like that? How many men did Rosette see? None of her own partners had even come close. Not even that slave she secretly kept at her mansion, and that guy had a giant bloodline in his veins. Well, Ariana sighed. Let me explain something. Back then, right before the old patriarch died, the Elders' Council made Anne go on a critical mission into a ruin to retrieve a lost family artifact. They wanted her dead. We all thought she was dead when she didn't return for more than a year, but then when the patriarch died and the fight in the family was at its strongest, she appeared again. Her level was high enough that no one dared to oppose her when she presented the long-lost artifact and demanded that Marcos, her nominal husband, would be the patriarch. Ariana said. We all heard that story. Mirai complained that despite her being from a branch family, she heard a lot of juicy things from the elders in her hall. Those guys were tasked to keep traditions, so practically they had nothing to do but gossip and such. Back then no one knew it, but she was pregnant. She gave birth 8 months later and the baby was Theodore. What? Really? Mirai exclaimed. Why are you telling us this? Wait. Who was the father? Ariana glared at her. If this was not a different world and they had no chance of ever going back, she would have never told this to her gossip-loving disciple. The father was an otherworldly being who saved Anne's life. He had a strange bloodline that I noticed on the newborn baby, though that bloodline effect seemed to have faded as Theodore grew up. Ariana sighed. Her class allowed her to feel bloodlines, that's why, back then, she was appointed as the head of the Secrets Hall despite her young age. In addition to the Von Wise bloodline, I felt that same bloodline from that guy, Victor. She said. This bloodline is unique and couldn't be from our world. He can only be Theodore's son. Ah, so that's how you knew. Mirai, so it was not. She didn't continue as she blushed. She completely misunderstood. Ariana glared at her. Her disciple was hopeless. She should really stop being a whore who only had dirty things in her mind. Rosette, you couldn't have missed that. She told her disciple who could also feel bloodlines in others thanks to her unique one. But Theodore? Rosette frowned. She was in denial. The family might have forced him to take a wife. Mirai suggested changing the subject. Ah, right. He would never. Rosette wanted to say something, but the door opened abruptly and Edith, who seemed to have made herself presentable in a hurry, walked in running with a heavy blush on her face. Mom, don't misunderstand. It is okay honey, it happens. Ariana interrupted. She was always worried about Aerith, who because of her bloodline didn't normally feel any affection for human men. Now, look at her acting like a little girl who was caught red-handed. It's not that. I just lost the bet with him. It must have been the artifact's effect. Aerith complained. What? Rosette, who could finally think straight, asked. You lost? She asked in shock. Yeah, she lost. The one who answered was Victor, who hurried after her, dressed in a coat that didn't fit. Now she is my wife, he said proudly. Ah, what? Everyone asked, including the nervous guard at the door that was left open. Your wife? Mirai asked as she looked between the two. Close the fucking door, Ariana ordered. making the curious and jealous guard quickly retract his neck and close the door. Damn. Prince Liza was definitely going to make a ton of trouble if he were to hear that the girl he declared to the world was he had been snatched. Now you two sit and explain what happened. Ariana looked at Victor and Edith then commanded. I lost the bet. Edith began to speak as she naturally sat down next to Victor. She didn't notice that, but the other older and wiser women in the room did and gave each other a knowing look. Wait, we have to make some things clear first. What's your name? Ariana asked Victor in a calm voice. Victor von Wise. He said with a smile. An elite heir from the von Wise family. He added proudly. What's your father's name? Mirai was the one who asked. Theodore von Wise. Victor replied directly. And your mother? Ariana asked, giving Rosette, who was biting her lip, a glare. Her name is Elena Carlson. She is my father's second official wife. He said. Second. Rosette froze. How many wives did Theodore marry? Mirai was the one who asked, feeling strange. She had a crush on Theodore in the past, but knowing how attached he was to Rosette, she gave up. Officially or off the book? Victor asked innocently. Both. Ariana sighed, noticing how Rosette began glaring at Victor. 3 official, and more than 100 unofficial ones. Maybe much more if you count all his mistresses and his one-nights. He paused as he felt an intense murderous intent targeting him. More than 5 death fate threads began to entangle him. The source was Rosette, who was glaring at him with red furious eyes as if he were her mortal enemy. According to the rumors. He lowered his voice. Father was very hurt when he lost a lover years ago. Ever since then, he had been on a quest to find someone to replace her in his heart, but no matter how many women he courted, he could find none. He keeps searching to this day. He sighed, casually throwing in a random lie that might be true in all of his father's future extramarital affairs. He only married his wives following the family rules. He added with a sigh. Rosette exclaimed as she blushed a bit. The death fate threads all disappeared. Hearing him, Arith, who was sitting at his side, began to glare at him. This guy definitely knew that her mother was his father's supposed lover. He was clearly scamming her. Damn it. But looking at her mother calming down a bit, she decided not to say a thing, as she knew quite well how unstable her mother could be at times. I see. Ariana sighed. Unlike her gullible disciple, she couldn't believe that the Theodore she knew was that kind of a devoted man. But regardless, let's return to the subject at hand. Starting from the beginning. How the hell did you get to this world? She asked. It's a long story. Victor sighed. Let me start with my grandmother's birthday. With that, he began to tell them an extremely censored version of what happened. Bam. Margaret, who was sitting in the mansion's theater room and enjoying an ice cream fudge as she watched an old rated romantic spy movie, was startled when the entire mansion shook, forcing her to stand up in shock. Was it an earthquake, or was one of the girls trying some new skill? Whatever. She sat back down. If it was anything important, they would definitely call for her. She was not going to bother checking things and missing her favorite scene. With that thought, she continued to watch as the evil enchantress entrapped the protagonist with her legs, refusing to let him escape as she seduced him while at the same time searching him for weapons. Too bad no one else in the mansion liked such a movie, except for Victor. Too bad he was not here. She sighed. According to him, after the reckoning, most of the movies would be lost due to all digital mediums failing and all physical film rails having materials that turn very reactive and exploding. That's why Horizon Media had been in the process of secretly archiving many films by etching them on glass using very high-tech new technology. It was a costly operation and playing them back was hard as fuck, but it would definitely make a ton of profit in the future after the reckoning, when recording crystals would become more abundant. Margaret sighed as the scene ended with the enchantress losing to the protagonist's wits and ending up taking the aphrodisiac, then getting assaulted by him. They don't make such movies anymore with all the moral sheet going on. Knock knock. Enter. Margaret said as she hit the pause button. The door opened and a little maid entered and then bowed. Mistress Lynn demands your presence at the gym's baseball court, she said politely, giving the scene on the big screen a look before looking away with a blush. It was too lewd for her. Ah, right. The ritual. Margaret, who completely forgot that it was happening today, quickly jumped from her seat and ran out of the room, not forgetting to turn off the projector before she left. Hilda would kill her if she were to teach the maids any strange things. She had already been warned twice after some of the girls began to show interest in her movies. What the hell happened here? Margaret exclaimed as soon as she reached the baseball court that was in a complete mess and had a large hole in the wooden floor in its center. It was as if an explosion happened there as black soot filled the place. Ah. Sorry. Lynn, who was standing there with Elise, said. The ceremony got a little out of hand. But I got it, she said, holding a strange crystal in her hand. Oh. Margaret exclaimed. Did it succeed? Yes, Lynn said. But sadly I only had the memories of Abe's last few minutes. It should be fine. Are you okay? Margaret asked again, noticing a long scratch on Lynn's arm. Yeah, I am fine. The parasite spirit was really agitated. I had to force it. She sighed. Oh. Then how do we use this? Margaret asked again, looking at the strange pulsating blue crystal. Easy. Just make sure to close the door, then activate it. It would create an illusion projecting what happened in Abe's last moments before he lost his soul. Lynn replied. All right. Margaret said, closing the court door behind her. Now come stand together with us. This scene can only be played once. Wait. Can't we record it? Margaret exclaimed. I already prepared everything. Elise replied, holding a rare recording crystal artifact in her hand as she pointed around the court. Oh, okay. Margaret said as she finally noticed the many cameras placed around over the rubble. It was a good call making Elise responsible for this. The girl thought of everything. First, let's isolate this place, Elise said, taking a group of talismans and then throwing them in the air. As if attracted by something, they were quickly distributed around the court walls, forming an intricate mesh that shone once before vanishing. Let's see. Bam. Margaret and the girls watched as the scene around them morphed into that of a dim room that was illuminated by strange flickering crystals. The atmosphere of the place was very similar to that of a dungeon. Abe, who was naked and bloodied from head to toe, was strapped to a torture table as two women stood above him. One of them was someone they knew. She was the girl called Bianca, while the other was a gorgeous woman in her 30s wearing a strange military uniform that Margaret could not recognize. Bianca was wearing a slimier uniform too. Finished here? The woman asked coldly. Yes, Commander. Bianca replied respectfully as she used a handkerchief to wipe the blood off her hands. We got all the info we could from him. So, is he a returner? Yes. Bianca replied. In his past life, he was no one important, just a dandy who was kidnapped from the streets and then was tortured to death by a woman who called herself Lady M. The incident should have happened 5 years from now. Oh, those demons do like to give themselves single-letter names, the woman said as she seemed lost in memories. What about his current life? The same as what the investigation team figured out. He seemed to have returned 3 years ago. First, he began plagiarizing famous novels and publishing them online to make some money. Too bad that the public was not ready for such depraved materials yet, so he only had limited success. We confirmed those facts after we inspected the computer's history at his home. The novels were originally published from there, Bianca said. He seemed to have a crypto wallet, a lot of green sun coins. Oh, typical. Then he doesn't know the reason for his return? Not at all. He just believes that he is some kind of a protagonist of some novel. Bianca chuckled. Don't laugh. The woman spat angrily. I thought the same until our Lord spared my life and showed me the way. Ah. Sorry, Commander. I didn't mean to. Bianca apologized as bowed down. It's okay. Is there anything of interest around him? A few things. He seemed to have been connected to Victor von Wise. They met when he sold his cousin Margaret to him, Bianca said, looking at the half-dead Abe with disgust. According to the conversations on his phone, they seemed to have become secretly friends after that, and this led to him selling the rights for the novels to Horizon Media, which is owned by Victor. Oh, all of them? Yes. If he knew how precious those were, he would never do that. The woman analyzed with a frown. Ah, right. About that. Abe had an accident a few months ago. Right after he met Victor, He got castrated in a bizarre brothel incident. He needed the money really badly to fix his stuff, and Victor, who loved the novels, gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. So it was a coincidence, or maybe that Victor was behind it. Yeah? We are not sure as the official investigation reached nothing, and we don't have agents in Vane City. Bianca said. But the brothel was owned by Victor's cousin and the two are not on good terms. The usual aristocratic family sheet. Anyways, what really matters is that we need those rights. The woman said as if pondering. Ah, why? Bianca frowned as she couldn't get why her mattress would want anything to do with that filth. The movie's early release would create too much disruption in the timeline, I know, and stop us from locating the other returners. The woman frowned. This is one of the main missions our Lord entrusted us with. Yes, Commander. The profits we can get from them in the future would be huge too. The woman said. This was clearly her original goal. Right, Commander. How many others do you think there are? Bianca asked. I don't know, but other than me and this guy, there is definitely one other guy, the originator. The commander sighed. The Lord believes that he must have used our souls as a guiding beacon before returning to the past, so he would definitely be the source of some big changes. We just need to keep an eye on things that differ from the future I knew. Ah, I understand. Bianca replied. Then what shall I do about this guy now? First use the soul-replacing doll to control this idiot and take the rights back from Victor. Then make the ones who are set to inherit him sign a few documents to give away all the rights to his estate in case they inherited it. Then we kill him. The woman said. Ah, and make that guy Victor do it. This would be enough to make him unable to use any of the materials without incurring a public backlash. She smirked. Take Little Mouse with you. That guy had been nagging me for some action. Yes, Commander. Bianca said as she turned to face Abe. Then from her storage ring she took out a strange-looking caterpillar that she inserted into his mouth. Boom. The scene ended. Let's call Lily. Margaret said directly as the scene around her returned to that of the gym. I think she would want to watch that. Chapter 450. Otherworldly Rules. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So that's how you got to this world. Ariana nodded after hearing Victor's narrative of how he sacrificed himself and used a gate-closing talisman to save his family. She didn't fully believe him, but the other things he spoke about really did make sense. That bastard Marcos was a traitor after all. Then, what happened next? I am not sure. I entered the gate and found myself in the demon's lands with one of my cousins. Then all I can remember is watching Bruno being torn into shreds by that monster before running away. I told him to run. He shivered a bit as if this memory was really troubling him. Wait, who is Bruno? Mirai asked. He is one of the family elites who got dragged in with me. Not sure whose son he is though. Poor guy, he had his entire life in front of him. Victor sighed. You don't have to be sorry, people die here all the time. Ariana said, especially in the corrupted lands. I am not sorry, that guy was a jerk. It is just that I would have probably died too if I didn't meet my master. Victor sighed. Your master? Mirai asked, ignoring his last inappropriate remark. Yes, he is the expert demon hunter who saved my life and then got me out of there. Victor said. A strong demon hunter? What's his name? Ariana asked. Demon hunters were very rare. I really don't know. He only let me call him Old Master. Victor said. He took me as his disciple after hearing my story, mumbling something about my unique bloodline being perfect to learn his way. I couldn't really refuse him. He is really strong. He said. Oh, interesting. How strong is he? Ariana asked as she raised one eyebrow. Very strong. I saw him crush the giant worm demon with only one hand. Victor said with a worshipping voice. A basilisk worm? Mirai gasped. That demon was really scary. Yeah? He made me kill one afterward. It was a close call. Victor made a horrified expression again. We traveled for a while, you see, keeping to the Death Gorge surroundings where he touched me about demons, teaching me about their weaknesses and such. He also told me a little about this world's situation. Victor added. Then it happened that we met a few slavers. One of them was an elf who wanted to capture me, saying something about my bloodline being of dragon origin or something. Oh. Mirai frowned, remembering something very disturbing. Thankfully my master quickly handled them with ease. Then after asking a few questions we learned about you guys, and how you were taken to the Elven lands. I wanted to hurry there but my master told me not to ask the Lord something there was really scary. Victor said, shrugging. Your master is wise. What happened next? Ariana asked. We spent a few days in the desert, then we headed to some town. There was an auction you see and my master learned that there was some dragon bone that he really wanted there. He also wanted to sell the slavers we caught to earn some cash. What? Aerith was the one who asked with disgust. She hated all of this slaving business, like what she had been doing to those poor nobles was perfectly fine. Yeah, sadly we arrived a little late, and the entire town was ablaze. The demons seemed to have attacked. I heard about that. You were there? Ariana asked in surprise. Yes, my master made me wait in the desert as he went into town, then returned 3 hours later with a bag of loot and a fat elf. Victor said. Oh. Rosette frowned as she remembered something. A fat elf? My master told me that the elf was the key to finding you guys. He also hatched a plan to use him to get to the Elven lands and investigate. Victor said. He did that for you? Ariana asked. Didn't he warn you not to go there in the first place? I said the same thing. But apparently, the elves had something that the master really wanted, and I really wanted to find you guys, so. Victor sighed. At first we had this intricate plan to scam the elf, but in the end, it seemed we didn't have to. The elf turned up to know about you guys. He turned out to be the prince who got my baby sister back then. What? Rosette flared up, interrupting him. Is she still alive? She asked as she grabbed him. Rosette. Ariana wanted to stop her. She is alive. Victor said. Can you let go of me? It is not appropriate for a mother-in-law to be with her son-in-law like this. He said, making Rosette notice that she was in a very ambiguous position with Victor, grabbing into his coat that barely covered his body, and her knee was on the couch between his legs. Even Aerith, her own daughter, was looking at her with a frown. Rosette stepped back. Explain what happened to her. She said, calming down a bit. That prince turned out to be a good guy. Victor sighed. His sisters were going to do bad things to the baby back then, so he took her in and raised her as his own personal maid. Victor said. That kind of maid? Mirai asked, causing Ariana to sigh, and Rosette looked at Victor for an answer. Everyone knew what a personal maid meant in the noble circle. I did ask him that very question, but the mere mention of that made him flip up in disgust. He said that he was not into bestiality. Victor shrugged. Everyone paused. This answer made sense. During their time the no elves touched them. Hearing it also made them feel relieved, yet at the same time a little disturbed. Those elves were some real pieces of shit. Unfortunately the situation was bad. Victor said. My sister. Her name is Meryl by the way, and she was in deep shit after saving the prince from some conspiracy by taking the blame for something. I have no idea what exactly, but they planned to excuse her. What? Ariana frowned as Aerith listened closely. Her sister's name was Meryl? I didn't really get all the details as elves are lousy at explaining things, but it seemed like the prince managed to save her life by beating his royal position on whether he can upgrade her bloodline. Victor said. Elves seemed to have been researching that, and they really wanted her superior bloodline. He would do that for her? Mirai asked, raising one eyebrow. I think he is in love with her. Victor shrugged. But he could not admit that to himself. Poor idiot. Even if he were to upgrade her bloodline, she would probably end up in the pits afterward. Ariana, who couldn't think straight, said. That fat prince didn't seem to have thought that far. He was at the auction to get the dragon bone to try and upgrade the bloodline, but ended up getting captured by a temple priest who was conspiring with his sister to kill him. That's when my master saved him. Then, although I had to improvise a little, the prince, who learned that I was Meryl's brother, ended up more cooperative than expected, especially when I told him that I had a blood upgrade pill. He said. A what? Ariana frowned. A blood upgrade pill. I found its recipe a while ago after discovering our ancestors' diary in the family's vault. Then with the help of an alchemist I created a few samples. They really do work. Victor explained. I gave them to Grandma as a birthday present, and I had a few left, so I used them to convince that elf, Mikil. Victor explained. I must say, this was a really lucky coincidence. Do you still have any? Ariana asked quickly. Yeah, in my ring. Too bad I can't use it now. He sighed. Ah, right. Ariana frowned. Damn, that stupid Lyra. Continue with your story for now. Rosette said. She knew better than anyone how important her master cared about the bloodlines, but she really wanted to know about her daughter. Ah, right. I told the prince that I would only give him the pill if he helped me into the elven capital, and he reluctantly agreed. He really cared about Meryl. Anyway, I ended up scamming him using parts of my master's original plan. Victor sighed. The security in the elven lands was some real shit after all. What did you do? Ariana asked. My master has this strange storage device that can contain living things, you see. He usually uses it to imprison demons for research. Oh. Ariana frowned. Such artifacts were very rare. She only read about them in legendary books. He hid in it before the prince woke up, then made me convince the prince that I have the power to shapeshift into a donkey. Victor shrugged. After making the prince turn away so that I could shapeshift naked, I took the donkey out of storage, then hid the artifact under its belly before entering it myself and letting the prince guide the donkey to the elven lands. He explained. He had to make this plausible because he was sure those guys would definitely question Mikkel later when they met him. Ah, and this worked? Mirai asked. Yep, we ended up entering straight in. Victor laughed. Then as my master went to sort his own business, I followed the elf into the prison using a disguise talisman, then watched him give Meryl the pill. Victor sighed. Then paused as if hesitating. Then, I don't really know. Victor frowned. Everything was going fine with the prince giving Meryl the pill, but then some strange bloodline began to awaken in Meryl, causing her to do all kinds of stupid poltergeist shit like flying in midair and having red glowing eyes. He said. She even screamed, causing me to hit the wall. Oh. Ariana frowned, as if realizing something. And then all kinds of sirens began to sound. Demons were attacking. Victor spat. What you mean? Ariana gasped. At first I thought they were going because of Meryl. I suspect we might have inherited some demonic bloodline from my father. Not sure about it yet though. Anyway, I was ready to escape at that moment, but as soon as I reached out I discovered that it was some other high-ranking demon who found his way into the city. Victor said. I could only watch from afar, but some crazy dude who shot fire was fighting that scary demon, turning everything into chaos. I couldn't get near them at all. Victor said as he shivered a bit. Thankfully, due to all the chaos, Mikil, the elven prince, was able to get Meryl away from prison and into his mansion. There I was able to meet her and get to hear her story. Wait. Just wait. What happened to that demon and the guy who shot fire? Ariana asked. According to my master, the guy who shot fire was the Lord of the Elves, and he seemed to have killed that demon in one strike, burning him into nothingness. He also got some kind of a skill book from him, but my master, who was watching from afar, didn't know what it was. Victor said, looking to the side and then whispering. I think my master may have had something to do with that demon's appearance in the elf's city, as he was injured too, but I am not sure. Oh. Ariana nodded as she inspected Victor's face. This guy was not an idiot after all. Never mind that. What happened to Meryl? Rosette was the one who asked. Ah, right. Using the chance when that elf went to meet the king and explain the situation, I told her that we needed to escape as I feared that they might want to use her for breeding now that she had an awakened bloodline. Victor said, making Ariana nod again. Too bad the girl was too much in love with that prince that she only agreed to leave after discussing it with him, so I ended up having to wait till the next day. Victor said, I should have listened to my master and forced her to leave back then. What happened? Rosette asked. Shit happens. That elven lord appeared with the prince who seemed to be totally brainwashed. Victor said. Ah, and? Ariana was the one who asked now. Thankfully my master was well prepared as he expected such an outcome. When the lord appeared he seemed to think that I was the donkey. Victor couldn't help smiling. Using that fact, my master used an artifact to pull the donkey toward the death gorge all of a sudden, forcing the Lord to go after it. Using this chance, he used some hallucination drug to fool the people in the room and pull everyone into his storage artifact, then escaped using a talisman. My master has a lot of those. Oh, he escaped the Lord. Barely. He almost died. It was the first time I saw him hurt this badly. All because of me. Victor sighed, clearly blaming himself. That's why he told me to come here first to meet you as he went away to seek some healer. Victor said. Wait, Meryl is still with him? Rosette asked. Yeah, I was supposed to meet up with him before entering the capital, but that girl on the dragon brought me straight here. Victor sighed. Lyra. Mirai sighed. Wait, how did he know that we were here? Mirai asked. Oh, my master found out after taking out some elf alchemist. Apparently. They had been keeping track of you. Victor shrugged. Oh. Ariana frowned. Then now what? Rosette asked as she planned to finally give her adopted daughter a good spanking, not really realizing that she would have to wait in line for that. I think he might be in town now, Victor said. If not, he will appear in a few days, so all we have to do is wait. Oh. Rosette clenched her fist and said, Are you sure? Not really. But he wouldn't have sent me here if he was not coming. Ah. Rosette frowned. Makes sense. Now, let's discuss the bet with Eth then. Ariana said, changing the subject. What happened? Ah. Aerith blushed. She bet that I couldn't remove her curse. And I used a talisman that my master gave me to make it all gone. Victor said directly as he put his arm around Aerith, who sat beside him. Now we are married. He said. I always wanted a horny wife. He whispered. Dot. 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 Wait, you said that you used a talisman to remove her curse? Rosette was the one who asked, looking at Aerith, who was busy pinching Victor's arm. Yeah? Eth answered. It is gone. She bit her lip. What kind of talisman was it? Rosette asked. Ah, no idea. I am no expert in those. Victor shrugged. Master gave it to me to use in case a demon cursed me. It was a common talisman. Aerith was the one who answered. But it has some additional symbols on it. Probably a modified one. She added, glaring at Victor. Oh. Do you have any of those left? Rosette asked Victor. Nope. My master has, though. Rosette and Ariana naturally looked at each other. We need to meet your master, Ariana finally said. When he contacts you, make sure to inform us. Ah, okay, sure. Victor nodded with a smile. Now. It is my turn to hear your story. Why is your hair all grey? Are you the only ones who survived the elves? He asked. No, there are others. Rosette sighed. Let's go to my castle and talk there. I am sure you need a shower, she said with another sigh. Right. I am starving too. Victor said. Sorry, I will have to make you wait. We will continue afterward. He whispered in Ear's ear. She just glared at him. Not sure what the fuck was this guy thinking. Did he really believe that she couldn't wait to push him down again? How can he cheat? Just thinking about it made her feel all strange again. What was wrong with her? Victor smirked as he watched her. Sadly, he had no time to care for her now, as he had many things to think about, especially his family members' status. Name, Ariana von Wise. Level, 351. Class, Vampire. S. Abnormal status, Stormlord's Blessing, SSS. Authority, 30+6. Health, 8190. Stamina, 9200. Mana, 27,000. Strength, 819. Agility, 920. Intelligence, 900. Luck, 30. Charm: 42. Order, 1044. Skills. Bloodsuck, SS. Regeneration, SS. Pain tolerance, S. Sword art, S. S. Shapeshift, A. Mana heart, A. Fist art, S. A. Blood arrow, A. Blood identify, A. Whip art, S. A. Cold resistance, A. Magic resistance, A. Martial art, S. A. Dancing, A. Shadow shift, B. Dancing, B. Charm, B. Stun resistance, B. B. Archery, B. Hide presence, B. Cooking, B. Survival, C. Shield arts, D. Disguise, E. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, AAA. Fate, Fate's power, A. Defined fate, die in pain at the hands of Zephyr the Great. Destiny list, 10 order points to unveil. Wow, his Aunt Ariana was really some big shot. Too bad she was destined to get screwed by that guy Zephyr. Name, Rosette Rose. Level, 419. Class, Blood Healer, S. Subclass, Storm Master, SS. Abnormal status, Storm Lord's Disciple, 3rd. Authority, 51 plus 50. Health, 11,210. Stamina, 9,700. Mana, 9,920. Strength, 1,121. Agility, 970. Intelligence, 992. Luck, 25. Charm, 50. Order, 2,144. Skills, Blood Heal, SSS. Regeneration, SS. Bloodsuck, S. Storm Command, S. Storm Rider, S. Poison Resistance, S. Cold Resistance, S. Fist ARTS, S. Music ARTS, S. Sword ARTS, A. Blood Arrow, A. Blood Identify, A. Halberd ARTS, A. Whip ARTS, A. Pain Tolerance, A. Dancing, B. Charm, B. Stun Resistance, B. Archery, C. Hide Presence, C. Cooking, C. Flute, C. Martial arts, C. Magic Resistance, D. Shield arts, D. Survival, E. Disguise, F. Bloodline, Blood Spirit, SS. Fate, Fate's power, S. Scion. Defined fate, error. Science has no defined fates. World rule. Destiny list, 10 order points to unveil. Now here was the real trouble. Other than her class, it was very rare and powerful. One of the best doctor classes, along with the one Ruby got. And her subclass was probably granted by that lord. What really caught his attention was her fate. She was a scion. The strange thing though was the screen was different from the one he got in trial area. Here scions had no fates, which felt very strange to him. Did different worlds have different rules? Could this have something to do with the artifact he was after? He pressed on the destiny list, Destiny list, self-set, find my lost daughter, Meryl, A. Just modified. Self-set, kill the elves, A. Self-set, find a way home, A. Self-set, heal the Storm Lord and find a way to dipsell her curse, A. Self-set, raise Aerith to be a good girl, A. Just modified. Self-set, marry Theodore, A. Self-set, investigate Victor's master whether he is a demon or not, A. New. Self-set, investigate Victor. He better not be a scumbag, A. New. Self-set, spank Lyra's sorry ass into oblivion, A. New. Self-set, find out if Theodore really betrayed me, A. New. Warning, due to world rules all destinies are capped to A. Oops, it seemed like he was under investigation. This woman was dangerous, better not anger her.